Master Lung wasn't belittling Lung Xiaoting. Gu Ning was indeed a girl who was rarely found. Most importantly, Lung Xiaoting really loved her. Therefore, in Master Lung's eyes, it was Lung Xiaoting's luck that his beloved girl also loved him. Grandpa Lung, I'm the lucky one for being able to meet Xiaoting, Gu Ning said with a smile. It was also the truth because Lung Xiaoting was also a rare, handsome, and rich young man who could stay loyal to his partner. Ah, Richt. Master Lung laughed with happiness. He felt very satisfied that his grandson found a good girl to spend the rest of his life with. However, Master Lung looked a little worried the next second. Girl Gu, I understand that you're too young to get married now, but could you become engaged to Xiaoting first? Master Lung couldn't wait to accept Gu Ning as a member of the Lung family, in case it changed in the future. Although Lung Xiaoting had told him that they were going to be married one day, he was still worried about it. It was hard to see what would happen in the future after all. Gu Ning was a little surprised. Lung, don't scare girl Gu like that. You just met her for the first time, Master Su said. Master Lung smiled and said, Alright, let's drop this topic. Girl Gu, please don't mind it. I'm not forcing you to do anything. Grandpa Lung, I don't mind, but I need to talk about it with my parents and grandfather, Gu Ning said. In fact, Tang Haifeng also thought that it was a good idea for them to get engaged now before they got married in the future. It was a great alliance between two powerful families. Anyway, both Lung Xiaoting and Gu Ning believed that they already found their love, and they would be legally married sooner or later. No problem, I'll visit your... Master Lung stopped all of a sudden. Did you just say your parents and grandfather? Didn't Xiaoting say that she grew up with her mother? How come she has parents and a grandfather now? Does she have a stepfather? Lung Xiaoting didn't tell Master Lung that Gu Ning was Tang Haifeng's biological granddaughter, so Master Lung wasn't aware of Gu Ning's family background. Well, I'm sure that you must have heard of my grandfather. His name is Tang Haifeng and my father is Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning said. What? Tang Haifeng is your grandfather? Not only was Master Lung shocked, but Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su were too. Do you mean the leading role of the Tang family in City B, Tang Haifeng? Master Su asked. He couldn't believe his ears. However, he thought that Gu Ning's mother just married into the Tang family, and didn't know that they were actually related. Yeah, the Tang family in City B, Gu Ning said. If so, the woman who just married Tang Yunfan a few days ago is your mother? Master Lung asked. Master Lung wasn't very close to Tang Haifeng, but he was also invited to attend the wedding. Unfortunately, he was too old to travel such a long distance, so he told Lung Xiaoting to attend it on behalf of him. Lung Xiaoting, however, kept Gu Ning's relationship with the Tang family a secret from Master Lung. The Tang family was a well-known super-rich family, so news about them went abroad soon. Many people knew that Tang Yunfan just got married, and that the bride was his beloved woman that he met 19 years ago. They also had a biological daughter, but not many people knew that the girl was Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning told them, they realized that Gu Ning was a member of the Tang family. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have attended the wedding, Master Lung said, and felt that it was a shame that he had been absent at the wedding of Gu Ning's parents. If he had known Gu Ning was Tang Haifeng's biological granddaughter a few days earlier, he would have attended the wedding ceremony. In that case, he could have talked with Tang Haifeng about the engagement of Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting in person. Thinking of that, Master Lung blamed Lung Xiaoting for it. Why did Xiaoting keep it a secret from me? I feel like he doesn't think I'm important. Actually, Lung Xiaoting was unwilling to tell him because Gu Ning preferred to keep a low profile. In addition, even if Gu Ning turned out to be a member of the Tang family, it wouldn't change the fact that she had built her own business empire relying on herself. Lung Xiaoting appreciated and loved Gu Ning because she was smart, beautiful and gentle, not because of her family background. Alright, we can talk about it later. Let's see the antiques now. Zhang Zhongyu interrupted them with impatience. Oh right, please come on in.
Gu Ning sighed.
Why don't we share dinner together? My treat. Good idea. Even if Gu Ning didn't invite them to dine together, they would have done the same thing. Afterwards, Gu Ning walked inside with them. When they saw those antiques, they were all amazed. Girl Gu, did you find all of them by accident? Master Ling asked, but didn't believe it. It was very difficult to find a piece of real antique, but Gu Ning was able to find so many within a short time, which was so unbelievable. Therefore, Master Lung was suspicious of the sources of these real antiques. Even though he had suspicion, it didn't mean he thought it was a bad thing. As long as Gu Ning didn't steal or grab them from somewhere, it was fine in his eyes. However, Gu Ning had stolen some of them. Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su also looked at Gu Ning with doubts. They had the same idea as Master Lung, but didn't ask it aloud. Gu Ning understood that it wasn't easy to deceive them into believing that she found these real antiques all by accident. I found some of them by accident and bought some from gravediggers. I went to HK a while ago and found a large cave in a mountain there. It used to be the base of a group of pirates and they left many valuable objects in the cave, so I took them, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, those masters nodded. Did you go to HK along with Shouting? Master Lung asked Gu Ning again. He remembered that Lung Shouting had visited HK a few days ago too. However, Master Lung didn't think that it was possible, because Lung Shouting went to HK to fulfill a task and he should have been with Gu Ning. Yeah, I went to HK to deal with something and he was with me to protect me, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Master Lung was struck dumb for a second. How is it possible? I read a piece of news earlier, and it said that a woman named Tang Aining had a gambling competition against He Hongyuan in HK. Shouting told me that he went there to protect the woman. Master Lung suddenly realized that Lung Shouting had lied to him. Gu Ning felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that Master Lung would read that news and that Lung Shouting had lied to him. Tang Aining is actually my friend, and she had a deal with the He family which was quite dangerous, so I went there to protect her. Shouting was worried about my safety, so he went to HK to protect me, Gu Ning said and lied. Master Lung nodded and believed her explanation. In the following hour, Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su focused on the pile of real antiques, but Master Lung wasn't very interested in them because he loved paintings more. Therefore, he kept chatting with Gu Ning to kill the time. Since Gu Ning introduced herself as Lung Shouting's girlfriend, she should send Master Lung a gift at their first meeting. She made an excuse and walked out, then came back with a roll of painting in her hands. What is it? Master Lung's eyes lit up at once. He understood that it had to be a painting of high quality. Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su were also attracted to it. This is a gift for you, Grandpa Lung. I hope you'll like it, Gu Ning said and handed it to Master Lung. Of course I'll like it. Master Lung beamed. It was a gift from his future granddaughter-in-law. Master Lung took the painting and unrolled it. The second he recognized what the painting was, he was shocked. Is this the Confederate Rose by Water of Tang Yin? Master Lung couldn't believe his eyes. The Confederate Rose by Water of Tang Yin? Master Su and Zhang Zhongyu were astonished too. Is it real? Master Su asked. He wasn't doubting Gu Ning, but there were too many fakes on the market after all, and he was unwilling to see Master Lung disappointed. Master Lung then began to observe it with great caution. Gu Ning didn't mind because it indeed needed an appraisal to see whether an ancient object was real or not. After checking it, Master Lung was sure it was real. It is real. Master Lung was thrilled. My great future granddaughter-in-law. Thank you so much for this gift. Master Lung complimented Gu Ning. Well, I'm a little jealous of you now. When can my grandson find such a good girlfriend like Girl Gu? Master Su said. He also wanted to be as happy as Master Lung. Su, don't worry about it. It'll happen in the future, Master Lung said to comfort Master Su. But it sounded as if he was gloating. Of course it will happen in the near future. Jinshin is also a good young man, and he'll find a good girl too, Master Su said. Master Su always compared Su Jinshin with Lung Shouting, because they were close friends and often hung out together. Lung Shouting already had a girlfriend and they were about to get engaged, but Su Jinshin was still single, which made Master Su feel upset. Actually, Master Su thought that Gu Ning should be Su Jinshin's girlfriend. In his eyes, Su Jinshin should be a better choice than Lung Shouting. He didn't think that Gu Ning and Lung Shouting weren't a great match, but simply wanted to have such an outstanding granddaughter-in-law. If Gu Ning were his future granddaughter-in-law, he would be so proud of her. Su Jinshin was old enough to be married now, so Master Su was a little worried about him. Grandpa Jiang, Grandpa Su, if there are any you like, you can choose a piece as a gift, Gu Ning said. Since she sent Master Lung the Confederate rose by water right in front of them, she should send them a gift too. We can't take them for free. They're so valuable and we can pay for them, Zhang Zhongyu said at once. They felt happy that Gu Ning was willing to give them gifts, but they had no intention to take them for free. Right. Master Su agreed. Oh, I should also thank you for your medicine which cured my disease, Zhang Zhongyu said. Grandpa Jiang, you don't need to thank me, thank Grandpa Lung because he gave the medicine to you, not me, Gu Ning said. I should thank you both for the great help, Zhang Zhongyu said. All right, but please allow me to give each of you a gift today. You're both Grandpa Lung's old friends, and I'm your granddaughter too. Their prices don't matter at all, Gu Ning said. She really wanted to give them a gift, so she hoped that they would accept it. Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su were amused and laughed with joy. Just take it. My granddaughter-in-law does it out of kindness, and you can't turn her down, Master Lung said and helped Gu Ning. He understood that Gu Ning was a very kind and generous girl. Since Master Lung said that, Master Su and Zhang Zhongyu were absolutely happy to receive a gift. Both of them chose an antique they liked and thanked Gu Ning again. A while later, a few antique collectors came, and they all knew Master Su and Zhang Zhongyu, so they weren't surprised to see them. However, when their sight fell on Lung Weihua, they got excited because it was very rare to see him in real life. Because of Lung Weihua, they felt a little nervous. When it was about 4:30 p.m., they left for dinner together. Gu Ning asked them where they wanted to have dinner. They disliked dishes in hotels because those dishes always looked good but tasted terrible. They preferred to have some really delicious food in an underground restaurant. Accordingly, Gu Ning took them to an underground restaurant which was located in a suburb near the capital. Although it was far from the antique street, it was close to their houses, so it would be convenient for them to go back home after dinner. They would arrive at the underground restaurant at about 5 p.m., and it would take half an hour for the dishes to be placed on the table. So before they set off, they needed to call for a reservation in advance. Luckily, there was still a private room available. Master Lung told Gu Ning to sit in his car, and said that his bodyguard would drive Gu Ning's car. On the way there, Master Lung chatted casually with Gu Ning. They got along quite well, although there was a huge age gap between them. About half an hour later they arrived. The underground restaurant was very large, but there were only a few private rooms so that people could have more space to dine. They saw the boss of the underground restaurant waiting for them outside when they arrived. The boss was a middle-aged man around 40, and he walked forward to welcome them without delay. It's a great honor to see you all, Master Jiang, Master Lung, Master Su. They were frequent visitors here, but the boss of the underground restaurant would still welcome them in person every time they showed up. Hi, how's the business today? Master Su asked with a broad smile like they were old friends. Not bad. The boss also smiled, then guided them inside. Once they entered the restaurant, they met a familiar face, Shen Yanfeng. Shen Yanfeng and his friends also gathered there to share dinner. The smile disappeared from Master Lung's face when he saw Shen Yanfeng. He wanted to ignore Shen Yanfeng, but Shen Yanfeng already walked to him. Hi, nice to see you all. Hi, Master Lung said, but had no intention to talk to him further. Because of what the Shen family had done, Master Lung felt hurt and kept a distance from them. But he wouldn't show his real feelings on his face before the dirty secret was exposed. Who's this girl? Shen Yanfeng was a little surprised to see Gu Ning. This is my granddaughter-in-law, Shouting's fiancée, Master Lung said. What? Shouting's fiancée? Shen Yanfeng was shocked. How come his girlfriend has become his fiancée so soon? This girl looks so beautiful. It's impossible for my daughter to win against her. Is there anything wrong with that? Master Lung frowned in annoyance. No, not at all, Shen Yanfeng said at once. Great, we should go inside now, Master Lung said. Hearing that, Shen Yanfeng moved aside. From the beginning to the end, Shen Yanfeng failed to sense any differences in Master Lung's attitude towards him. Zhang Zhongyu and Master Su weren't aware of what the Shen family had done behind Master Lung's back, and Master Lung had no intention to tell them. The fewer people who knew, the better it would be. When they entered the private room, they ordered dishes and chatted together. It was already 7 p.m. after they finished dinner, and they were about to go back to their own homes. Girl Gu, where do you stay in the capital? Master Ling asked. I stay in Shouting's house, Gu Ning said. She didn't think that it was inappropriate. Great. Master Lung smiled with satisfaction. I know that you won't stay in the Lung family house right now, so I won't invite you to go back with me, but do share a meal with us in the Lung family house when Shouting is back, alright? Sure, I'll go visit you with Shouting once he's back, Gu Ning said. Girl Gu, if you're free, you can visit me as well. Qinin also aches to see you again, Master Su said. I will, Gu Ning said with a smile. She had contacted Su Qinin and the others when she arrived at the capital because they were her friends too. However, she was busy today, so she could only gather together with them tomorrow. Don't forget to visit me.
Yang Songyu invited Gu Ning.
Haha, I won't, Gu Ning said and laughed. After that, they separated. Lung Shouting's phone was turned off now, or Master Lung would have called him and showed off that he just met Gu Ning. Gu Ning didn't go back to Lung Shouting's house right away, but left for Jiulong Mountain, because she needed to deal with what the female ghost told her to do as soon as possible. In the Lung family's house, only Lung Shouting and Lung Xiaoming were absent. Lung Yuanqian and Lung Yuanjin were in their own studies, while Zhang Shuyuan and Lung Xiaojia, Yuyin and Lung Xiaoxuan, and Lung Xiaoxi and her mother were in the living room. Although Zhang Shuyuan didn't have a good relationship with Yuyin, they got along with each other peacefully. Lung Xiaoxuan, however, was arguing with Lung Xiaojia as usual, and everybody was already used to it. Master Lung looked happy and excited the entire time, which aroused their curiosity. Grandpa, what happened? Why do you look so happy? Lung Xiaoxuan asked. Except for Lung Shouting, Lung Xiaoxuan was the closest to Master Lung, and the rest of the people all stood in awe of him. Have a guess. Master Lung smiled. Lung Xiaoxuan's sight fell on the roll of painting in Master Lung's hands. Oh, you just got a good painting from a famous artist. Ah, Richt. It's the Confederate Rose by Water by Tang Yin, Master Lung said with pride. Most importantly, the person who gave this to me is very special. Who is it? Lung Xiaoxuan asked in a hurry. The others also looked at Master Lung with confusion. She's Shouting's girlfriend, my granddaughter-in-law, Master Lung said and laughed with satisfaction. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Granddaughter-in-law? They were all curious about Lung Shouting's girlfriend. You just met Shouting's girlfriend? What does she look like? Is she a beauty? Lung Xiaoxuan bombarded Master Lung with questions. He was also very curious about Lung Shouting's girlfriend, but Lung Shouting never told him details. She is indeed very attractive, and she's also very young but has already achieved a lot, Master Lung said. He didn't bother to hide his approval of Gu Ning. Really? Lung Xiaojia got jealous. She couldn't believe that a beautiful young girl could achieve a lot at such a young age. In fact, Lung Xiaojia understood that her grandfather wouldn't compliment a girl for no reason, but she simply felt uncomfortable when her grandfather thought so highly of Lung Shouting's girlfriend. She hated Lung Shouting and everyone who had a close relationship with him. Master Lung sensed Lung Xiaojia's hatred towards Gu Ning and felt displeased. To be honest with you, Shouting's girlfriend is going to get engaged to him, and she'll visit us here when Shouting comes back home in a few days. Be kind and polite to her. She isn't a weak nor simple girl, and I don't think you want to mess with her. After that, Master Lung turned around and walked away. Hearing the warning, the other members of the Lung family didn't think that it was a bad thing, but Lung Xiaojia and Zhang Xuan felt uncomfortable because they had the intention to pick on Gu Ning in the future. However, now they couldn't do that. Why does grandfather defend her so much? She hasn't married into our family yet. Lung Xiaojia complained once Master Lung was gone. As long as grandfather and shouting accept her as a member of the Lung family, you can do nothing about it, Lung Xiaoshuan said. Lung Xiaoshuan was naughty but wasn't dumb, while Lung Xiaojiao was always rude and unkind. She knew that their grandfather cared about Lung shouting, but she still kept finding fault with him, which was very stupid behavior. Besides, if she annoyed Lung shouting, it wouldn't do her any good. Shut up, it's none of your business. Lung Xiaojia snapped at Lung Xiaoshuan. It is none of my business, but I love this drama, Lung Xiaoshuan said, while sitting at ease on the sofa eating an apple. You? Lung Xiaojia was mad but didn't know what to say. She glared at Lung Xiaoshuan, but Lung Xiaoshuan ignored her. Well, I'm looking forward to meeting Shouting's girlfriend, Lung Xiaoshuan said with anticipation. He was curious to see what kind of girl could attract Lung Shouting, who was always cold and kept a distance from females. Lung Xiaoshuan thought that normal girls might be scared of Lung Shouting's natural air of power. In that case, Lung Shouting's girlfriend couldn't be an ordinary girl. Master Lung appreciated the painting again when he was in the study, which cheered him up. Master Su went back home and talked about Gu Ning with Su Qinin. Su Qinin was very happy to know that Gu Ning was in the capital now, but she was a little displeased that Gu Ning didn't come to meet her. They weren't very familiar with each other, but Su Qinin thought that they were close because of Lung shouting. Moreover, she was also willing to become good friends with Gu Ning, who was an unusually outstanding girl. Thinking of that, she called Gu Ning without delay. Gu Ning understood that Master Su must have talked with Su Qinin about her when she received Su Qinin's call. Su Qinin questioned her about why she didn't come to meet her the second she picked up the phone. Gu Ning told Su Qinin that she was busy today, and that she would meet with them tomorrow. Hearing that, Su Qinin was pleased. Since Gu Ning was busy today, Su Qinin hung up the call after chatting with her for a short while. She called Gu Anna later, and invited Gu Anna to dine together tomorrow. Gu Anna was Gu Ning's loyal fan, so she would definitely join them. Jiang Zhongyu also mentioned Gu Ning when he got home. Jiang Ruiqin was home too, and he was a little upset when he heard Gu Ning's name. He liked Gu Ning, but unfortunately she was Lung Shouting's girlfriend, so he had to give up. Shen Yanfeng talked about Master Lung and Lung Shouting's girlfriend too once he was home. He didn't know the name of Lung Shouting's girlfriend, but he had to admit that the girl was really stunning, and that his daughter was barely comparable to her. Shen Jilin was unwilling to accept it, and she hoped to see Lung Shouting's girlfriend one day in real life. She was curious to know what else the girl had to attract Lung Shouting. However, she knew nothing about the girl's family background, so she had no idea where she could meet her. Gu Ning at this time was on her way to Julong Mountain. Julong Mountain was a little far from the city center, so it took her nearly 2 hours to get there. She parked the car at the parking lot, then walked to a place without much light. Afterwards, she let the female ghost out. We're at Julong Mountain now, where should we go next? Gu Ning asked. Ghosts were different from human beings because they could see things clearly at night. The female ghost looked around trying to find a familiar place. The mountain stayed the same, but the buildings around changed. We should go to the south of Julong Mountain, the female ghost said. Saying that, the female ghost pointed at a certain mountain, but then realized that Gu Ning was just a human, so it said, "You can follow me." It didn't know that Gu Ning had a pair of jade eyes. Great, Gu Ning said. After that, they went to the mountain together. Julong Mountain was very large and it took a long time for them to get there. Although the female ghost could float fast, it moved slowly for Gu Ning's sake. About half an hour later they finally arrived. The female ghost looked around again, then said, "The road here disappears. I think we have to climb the mountain." "No problem," Gu Ning said. They weren't far from the grave now, so Gu Ning used her jade eyes to help find it. Before long, Gu Ning found a long and dark grave tunnel, but it was too dark for her to see the grave at the end of it. At the same time, Gu Ning also noticed 4 people secretly walking towards the grave, and they were only about 10 meters away from the grave tunnel. Looking at their backpacks and tools, it was obvious that they were grave diggers. "There are people ahead," Gu Ning said to the female ghost. "What?" The female ghost was surprised because it couldn't see any people ahead, but Gu Ning did. However, Gu Ning wasn't a normal human, so it soon accepted it. I think they must be gravediggers since they showed up here at this time. We must get rid of them, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, the female ghost was furious, because a bunch of gravediggers had damaged its husband's grave too. Therefore it couldn't wait to kill them. Gu Ning sensed the female ghost's fury and said, "They probably aren't those who have damaged your husband's grave. You can't kill innocent people." Gu Ning didn't have the heart to see innocent people killed. Although she wasn't very sure that they weren't the same people who had damaged the female ghost's husband's grave. It was too cruel if they were killed right in front of her. The female ghost curbed its anger. "I can scare them away." Although only Gu Ning could see it, it could cause violent wind to scare people away. Some ghosts had the power to cause unusual disasters. The power of ghosts and monsters mostly came from Yin. And because the female ghost was murdered, it was full of resentment and covered in Yin. "We can do it together." Gu Ning took out her black cloak and mask, then put them on. The female ghost said nothing. Then they moved fast to the grave together. Gu Ning used her magical power, so she was able to move like lightning, which surprised the female ghost. It was rare to see a human moving so fast. Gu Ning had to hurry up to stop those people, so she had to use her magical power to help her. Even though the female ghost had doubts, it didn't ask any questions about it. After a short while, they were close to those gravediggers. Gu Ning told the female ghost to cause violent wind, and those gravediggers were frightened by the sudden scary change. "Why is the wind suddenly cold and blowing so violently?" a man said and shook in fear. "Look at you. You're a coward. The weather changes, it's not a big deal," another man said with disdain and kept walking ahead. The others followed him. To their astonishment, the wind blew stronger and louder. Besides, a black figure suddenly flashed by right in front of them. "Ah, it's a ghost!" a man shouted out. They all witnessed the black figure, so nobody dared to make fun of the man now. "Is it a real ghost?" another man asked, and his voice was trembling. How is it possible? I don't believe in ghosts." Then what is it?" "I have no idea. I think we should leave now. It's too scary." "No, since we're already here, we can't go back without anything valuable." "Right, we must find something valuable before we leave." However, the second they finished their discussion, the trees around them shook with greater force, and the black figure flashed by their eyes again. "Ah!" The four of them moved backwards at once and almost stumbled. "No matter what you want to do next, I have to leave now." A man escaped right away and left his friends behind. The rest of the people were also scared by the scene, and they quickly ran to the foot of the mountain without hesitation. The wind stopped blowing when they were gone. Gu Ning and the female ghost started to look for the grave hole. Although the female ghost knew where the entrance of the grave was, so many years had passed after all, and the entrance was already covered by mud. With the help of her jade eyes, Gu Ning soon found the grave hole. The female ghost didn't ask why she could find the grave hole within seconds, because it understood that Gu Ning wasn't a normal human. It ached to find its husband's coffin too, so didn't think further. There were weeds at the entrance, but Gu Ning had jade eyes, so she was able to clearly see what was inside. The entrance was inclined at 45 degrees, and the hole was about 10 meters long before they reached the grave tunnel, so they needed a rope to go down. There was some yin floating in the hole, and it grew dense in the grave tunnel. It seemed the grave was the source of the strong yin. Luckily, no matter how strong the yin was, Gu Ning wouldn't be affected. In fact, if this grave belonged to a person of a high social status like a son of the duke, it should be placed somewhere with better feng shui. It was abnormal that the female ghost's husband was buried here as a son of the duke. Gu Ning had doubts but asked nothing about it. She told the female ghost to go inside first, because it could directly float in. The female ghost couldn't wait a second longer, and entered the hole at once, but it didn't go to the grave right away, because it still needed Gu Ning's help. Gu Ning took a rope out of the telepathic eye space, and used it to slide down to the grave tunnel. They walked about 20 meters till they reached the grave. The grave wasn't very big, because the female ghost's husband didn't have great achievements. However, all the antiques buried here were stolen away. Gu Ning didn't come here for the antiques, so she wasn't disappointed, and went to the main chamber with the female ghost. When the female ghost saw that the coffin was open, it was ablaze with fury. "My love, there was only a skeleton in the coffin without clothing on. It was hateful that those gravediggers had stolen everything away and left its husband bare in the coffin. Unfortunately, it didn't know who those gravediggers were, so it could do nothing about it. It only felt lucky that it could meet Gu Ning, who brought it back to its husband's side now. Miss Gu, thank you so much for your help. Well, you can see that there is nothing valuable left in this grave. If you don't mind, you can take the jewelry on my body. They're valuable too," the female ghost said to Gu Ning. Although Gu Ning was willing to help it only because they had a deal, it was an undeniable truth that Gu Ning had done it a great favor. The female ghost was grateful to her. "Thanks, but you can keep them," Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning said that, the female ghost didn't insist. After that, Gu Ning closed the coffin and put it into the telepathic eye space. Gu Ning then told the female ghost that she needed to deal with something first, and that it had to stay away, so she put the female ghost into the telepathic eye space too. Afterwards, Gu Ning let the Jiao out and told it to absorb all the yin. Gu Ning put the female ghost into the telepathic eye space before the Jiao came out, because she was afraid that the Jiao might accidentally absorb the female ghost as well. The Jiao followed Gu Ning out after absorbing the yin, and Gu Ning told it to move a large stone to block the hole. It was super easy for the Jiao to do that. Gu Ning at the same time scattered some dry weeds on it, in case other people found this grave. Although there was no yin in this grave for now, this grave had bad feng shui, and the yin would soon come into being, which was still harmful. When everything was done, Gu Ning put the Jiao away, and let the female ghost out. "Where do you want to bury your husband?" "Somewhere quiet," the female ghost said. Gu Ning thought for a while, then proposed to bury the coffin by the cliff so that people wouldn't come near. The female ghost agreed, and they walked to the cliff together. Gu Ning let the Jiao out again when they arrived. The second the female ghost saw the Jiao, it was scared and moved steps backwards. Is it? It couldn't believe that the Jiao really existed, because it had only heard of it but had never seen one with its own eyes. It took a long while for the female ghost to accept the shocking truth. Since ghosts really existed, it wasn't strange that the Jiao was real too. "It's fine. It won't hurt you," Gu Ning said to comfort the female ghost. The female ghost exhaled deeply. Gu Ning then told the Jiao to dig a large hole to place the coffin, and the Jiao finished the job within a few minutes. After that, Gu Ning placed the coffin in the hole. She opened it and took out the painting from the telepathic eye space. "Miss Gu, thank you so much." The female ghost thanked Gu Ning again, then went into the painting. Once it became a part of the painting, it looked happy as usual. Gu Ning put the roll-up painting in the skeleton's arms before she closed the coffin, and told the Jiao to cover it. When it was done, Gu Ning put the Jiao away and left alone. The grave didn't have a tombstone, nor any sacrificial offerings, but lay there in silence. It was already 1 a.m. when Gu Ning got back to the Jiulong Mountain Villa. Without further ado, she drove straight to the capital. About an hour later, Gu Ning arrived at Leng Xiaoting's house. She took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, Gu Ning went to the office building of Fenghua Entertainment. Fenghua Entertainment was still in another rented office building, and would soon move into the headquarters. Nobody in Fenghua didn't know Gu Ning, so everyone greeted her with respect once she showed up. Gu Ning also smiled at them kindly. When she was about to walk inside, Lu Xiao, who looked annoyed, walked out. "Oh, hi boss." Lu Xiao put on a smile at once. "What happened? You don't seem to be in a good mood," Gu Ning asked with concern. Although Gu Ning wasn't managing this company, she knew that it wasn't an easy job, especially when Fenghua Entertainment was a startup. Gu Ning was very successful as a young businesswoman, and knew that most people would encounter all kinds of difficulties if they wanted to build a company up. Once a new company was founded, the competition would be fiercer. In that case, the new company might be the target of those dominant companies in the industry. After all, it was much easier to defeat a new company before it grew powerful. Gu Ning could become so successful within a short time not only because she was very outstanding but also because of her connections. There were many entertainment companies that still tried to seize a chance to suppress Fenghua. When Xiaichu went home yesterday, she met a man who recognized her in the parking lot. They talked with each other for a while and entered the same building but were caught by the paparazzi. The gossip about Xiaichu is everywhere this morning, Lu Xiao said. Knowing that, Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow. Xiaichu hasn't had her debut yet, and she isn't the focus of entertainment news. Why does the paparazzi want to stalk her? Since Xiaichu hadn't made her debut yet, she wasn't worth public attention. Normally, only the famous artists were targets of the paparazzi. Gu Ning had a feeling that this gossip aimed to attack Fenghua Entertainment. Although Xiaichu wasn't worth public attention, Fenghua Entertainment was. Xiaichu was signed by Fenghua Entertainment. If she had any scandals, Fenghua would be affected. It wasn't a big trouble, but Gu Ning thought that they should take it seriously. Director Mu will find out the real information of the person who spread the gossip on the internet. Although Xiaichu hasn't made her debut yet, the gossip will affect her career in Fenghua, Lu Xiao said with a serious face. Actually, it wasn't a big deal, but Lu Xiao looked too serious as if something terrible was going to happen. It seemed like he cared too much about Xiaichu. An idea dawned on Gu Ning and she joked. Why do I somehow feel that you are personally worried about Xiaichu? Is there anything going on between you two? Gu Ning wasn't sure, but she thought that it was quite possible. Artists didn't have as much freedom to date someone they liked as ordinary people did. An office romance wasn't allowed in many entertainment companies. Gu Ning, however, wouldn't forbid her staff members to do that. But there were rules too in her company. Lu Xiao flushed a little with embarrassment, but he also understood that office romance would affect a singer's career, so he had no plan to admit it. Therefore, he changed the topic. Boss, don't joke about me. There is nothing special between us. Do you have anything to deal with in the company? Since Lu Xiao was unwilling to talk about it, Gu Ning wouldn't ask further, but she still said, I won't interfere in my staff members' personal affairs, and it totally depends on their willingness whether they should make it public or not. Oh, where is Tang Xiaoxiao? Hearing that, Lu Xiao was excited. If Gu Ning wouldn't forbid them from dating colleagues, he could have more freedom to do what he wanted. Tang Xiaoxiao is reading a script in the office, Lu Xiao said, and his phone rang at this moment. Go do your job and I'll go find her myself, Gu Ning said. It's Director Mu's call. I think he must have the result. Do you want to hear it? Lu Xiao asked. Gu Ning nodded and stayed. Lu Xiao picked up the call, and Kay told him that he had already found the photo of the man who took the pictures of Xiaichu. The man who took those pictures of Xiaichu was different from the person who spread the gossip on the internet, but they had to know each other. After hearing the name of the person who spread the gossip on the internet, Lu Xiao was a little surprised, but it wasn't too shocking. The person had some conflicts with Xiaichu at work, but Xiaichu had no idea that it was the person who attacked her behind her back. The person was also a female singer-songwriter with some fame in this industry. She attacked Xiaichu because Xiaidong's song replaced hers to be played in the new show that Xiaichu was going to sing for. Therefore, she hired a man to stalk Xiaichu. The man who talked with Xiaichu and entered the same building along with Xiaichu was also arranged by her. Lu Xiao was mad hearing the result. Xiaichu was someone he admired from afar, and he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Since he already had the result, he was determined to take action to deal with it right now. Boss. Lu Xiao composed himself, but Gu Ning interrupted him before he could explain it to her. I already heard it. Gu Ning had good hearing, so it wasn't difficult for her to hear their conversation on the phone. It wasn't a big trouble, so Lu Xiao could handle it, and Gu Ning had no intention to get involved in it. You can handle it yourself. After that, Gu Ning left for the office. Lu Xiao, at the same time, called the director of the new show and shared the result with him. The director of the new show was reluctant to see any negative news about Xiaichu at this key moment, because they were publicizing the new show now. Lu Xiao explained it and the director trusted him. They both thought that it was better to make people believe that the gossip was just a misunderstanding. The director also agreed to cooperate with Lu Xiao. In the office, Tang Xiaoxiao, Su Tongnuo and Duan Lisan were talking about roles in the script. The scriptwriter was Duan Lisan, so she clearly knew every role in the novel, and she was introducing them to Tang Xiaoxiao and Su Tongnuo. Gu Ning pushed the door open and interrupted their discussion. "Hi, boss." Seeing Gu Ning, they all stood up and greeted her. They knew that Gu Ning was in the capital now, so they weren't surprised to see her. Gu Ning smiled, then turned to Tang Xiaoxiao. "How are you? Do you like to work here?"
Tang CLCA bị mét.
"Yeah, I love working here." Fenghua Entertainment was very different from other companies in the entertainment industry, because everyone focused on their own job. There were fewer people who would scheme against each other. "Glad to know that," Gu Ning said. After talking with the director of the new show, Lu Xiao logged into the official Weibo account of Fenghua Entertainment and sent out a message. Fenghua Entertainment official. As for the gossip of Xiaichu and a strange man entering the same building, we already find the truth. It's caused by the competition for a song played in the XXX show. To make it clear, we announce that Xiaichu has won the chance to sing the song for the show. No matter who you are, please stop defaming Xiaichu and Fenghua. We also need your apologies, or we'll reveal real information about you. Once the post was sent out, it attracted a lot of attention. In the beginning, many people thought that it was a publicity stunt, but the show already gained a lot of attention now, so people began to believe that Xiaichu was innocent. In addition, it wasn't the first time that Fenghua Entertainment had helped an artist clear his or her name, so more and more people chose to believe Fenghua's explanation. The director of the new show also reposted it, which made it more persuasive. Within a short time, everyone got to know that Xiaichu was going to sing a song for the new show. It was kept a secret before, but now it was public. Most internet users were aware that Xiaichu had been the ghost singer for Pei Hina, and they all loved Pei Hina's voice, so they were looking forward to hearing Xiaichu's song. Meanwhile, many people were curious about the person who tried to trap Xiaichu with that dirty trick. The person who did it also paid attention to the latest news about it, and she felt scared as well as mad after reading the announcement from Fenghua. She knew that she shouldn't have messed with Fenghua. She felt regretful, because her career would be affected by her stupid move. Therefore, no matter how unwilling she was, she had to use a secret Weibo account to apologize to Xiaichu. Within minutes, hundreds of thousands of criticisms filled the page of the Weibo account, which almost drove her crazy. She had made a terrible mistake, but fortunately not many people knew that she was the person who attacked Xiaichu. Xiaichu wasn't affected by this mess too much, because she had done nothing wrong, and she believed that both Fenghua and Lu Xiao would handle it well. She didn't even know the result until she walked out of the music studio. Xiaichu was a little surprised when she saw Gu Ning in the office. She didn't expect that Gu Ning would visit the company today. "Hi, boss," Xiaichu said to Gu Ning. "It seems you're in a good mood," Gu Ning joked. "Well, it wasn't a problem in my eyes because I've done nothing wrong," Xiaichu said with a smile. "I believe that the company and manager Lu would handle it well." Gu Ning smiled and said to all of them, "No matter what trouble you might encounter in the future, you all should stay calm and trust the management of our company, as long as you're confident that you haven't made any mistakes." "Thanks, boss." They felt touched that their boss was willing to protect them. Gu Ning dined at the cafeteria of Fenghua at noon, and after lunch, Gu Ning left for the stores of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Colane. She went to Jade Beauty Jewelry first, and there were many people in it. Although Gu Ning owned this store, not many service staff members knew her, because she hadn't shown up before. "Welcome, miss, please look around as you like. You may try if you find anything you want to try," a saleswoman said to Gu Ning politely at the counter. They had received professional training, so they were always kind and gentle to any customers. "Thanks," Gu Ning said and walked around in the store. At the front of a counter, a woman said to a saleswoman, "Please pack this up." Right at this moment, another woman stopped them. "Wait a second, I want this necklace." Hearing that, the first woman was displeased. It seemed that the two women weren't strangers. Some people around them looked over too. A fat middle-aged man walked forward with a sexy young woman in a dress which showed too much skin. It was obvious that this woman wasn't a woman with moral standards, so people began to look at her with disdain. "I saw this necklace before you. Why should I give it to you?" the first woman said. "Please pack it up." "Sure." The saleswoman reached out her hand to pick the necklace on the counter. However, the scantily clad young woman grabbed it away. It happened too fast and nobody was able to stop her. "How dare you?" The woman was mad. "Yao Lily, how could you be so shameless? You've stolen my good friend's husband, and now you're stealing my necklace." Hearing that, onlookers began to hate the fat middle-aged man and his mistress. They were a pair of shameless people. Yao Lily, however, didn't look ashamed at all but argued. "So what? I'm proud that I can grab Dallin away from that ugly old woman. She's so unattractive in every man's eyes." Dallin was the fat middle-aged man, and his full name was Zhang Dallin. Zhang Dallin didn't feel ashamed either, but supported Yao Lily. He had indeed abandoned his wife for a beautiful young woman. How could this woman be so shameless? She is so proud of her shameless behavior too. If she had any sense of shame, she wouldn't have stolen another woman's husband. Right, they're a pair of shameless people. Oh. When people were all criticizing Yao Lily and Zhang Dallin, the manager of the store walked over. The manager recognized Gu Ning and was surprised to see her here, but Gu Ning raised her hand to stop him from greeting her. "Let's watch it for a while longer." "Sure," the manager said. Although Yao Lily and Zhang Dallin didn't feel ashamed of their behavior, they were mad when people criticized them. "Shut up. It's none of your business," Zhang Dallin snapped at the people around them. "It is none of my business, but the young by asterisks it shouldn't have grabbed my necklace." The woman argued. "How dare you say that?" Yao Lily got furious and wanted to slap the woman. However, before Yao Lily's hand fell on the woman's face, a slim hand caught it. When people turned to see Gu Ning, everyone was stunned by her beauty. "Let me go." Yao Lily struggled but failed. Yao Lily was jealous of Gu Ning the second she saw that Gu Ning was a beautiful young girl. If she was as stunning as Gu Ning, she would have found a rich young heir as her boyfriend, instead of a fat old man. When Zhang Dallin leered at Gu Ning, Yao Lily got angrier. Even though she just became Zhang Dallin's mistress for money, she wouldn't allow him to pay attention to another woman. Zhang Dallin was totally attracted to Gu Ning now. "Darling, my hand hurts." Yao Lily interrupted Zhang Dallin. Yao Lily knew that Zhang Dallin was lascivious, but he was a coward too. As long as the girl was unwilling to be with him, he would give up. Zhang Dallin heard Yao Lily's voice and got his mind back at once. "Miss, let my wife go now. It's none of your business, so please stay away," Zhang Dallin said to Gu Ning. He was very kind to her because Gu Ning was a beautiful girl. If Gu Ning were ugly or had a plain face, he would have sworn at her. "You're causing trouble in my store. Shouldn't I stop you?" Gu Ning sneered at Zhang Dallin. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. "What? Her store? Is she the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry?" They had all heard that the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry was a young girl named Gu Ning. They had also seen Gu Ning's photo on the internet, but to their surprise, they were able to see the famous young businesswoman in real life today. "Wow, she is the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? She must be Miss Gu, and she looks much prettier than her photo." "Exactly." Oh. More and more people surrounded them after knowing that Gu Ning was here. Even staff members in the store gathered together talking about her. They were all her fans. "What? You're the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry?" Yao Lily couldn't believe her ears. If so, she was even more jealous of Gu Ning because Gu Ning was prettier and richer than her. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Gu," Zhang Dallin said and apologized at once. He was barely comparable to Gu Ning after all. Although he was rich, Gu Ning was much richer than him and she had powerful connections too. Gu Ning let Yao Lily go and spread her palm open. "Give it to me." She was telling Yao Lily to give the necklace back to her. Yao Lily was reluctant to do it, and felt utterly embarrassed now, But she didn't dare act against Gu Ning. In fact, she had no interest in this necklace, but was deliberately annoying the woman, because the woman was the friend of Zhang Dalin's ex-wife. The woman had slapped Yao Lily once to support Zhang Dalin's ex-wife, so Yao Lily always wanted to pay her back. Gu Ning gave the necklace back to the woman and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble. If you still want to buy this necklace, you can have 20% off." Hearing that, people were surprised because 20% off was a lot of money. "Thanks, Miss Gu, I love this necklace and I still want it," the woman said with a happy smile. It wasn't bad if she could save some money. "Well, whoever pays a bill today here can have 15% off." Gu Ning turned around and said to the rest of the people in the store. Although 15% off wasn't much as 20% off, people were still happy to save some money. Others also understood that the woman could have a bigger discount given what had just happened. It wasn't easy to get a discount here anyway. "Thanks, Miss Gu." Everyone thanked Gu Ning. If they all had 15% off, Gu Ning could suffer a loss of millions of yuan, but it wasn't a big deal in her eyes. It was necessary for her to do that to cheer everyone up in the store. "Oh, by the way, these two people should be blacklisted," Gu Ning said in the end. Hearing that, everyone was surprised again, but also felt satisfied with the result. Nobody liked Zhang Dalin and Yao Lily's shameless behavior. Yao Lily wanted to argue against Gu Ning, but she knew that she was doomed to fail, so she closed her mouth. Zhang Dalin felt humiliated and escaped with Yao Lily. Once they were gone, others continued to shop. Gu Ning talked with the manager for a while, then left for Colane. Colane and Cozy were crowded at this time. It was obvious that these two brands were very popular now, and many people tended to shop in direct sale stores. Direct sale stores were directly managed by the company, so customers felt that it was safer to shop here. There were many fakes on the market after all. Gu Ning was also aware of it, so she told Ning Chongkai to keep a close eye on it in case anyone damaged their reputation. Ning Chongkai wasn't in the store now, he was in the factory. Gu Ning had nothing else to do in the store, so she planned to have a tour in the factory. Unexpectedly, she encountered a bad old man on her way. When she was about to reach the factory, an old man suddenly dashed out from the sidewalk and hit Gu Ning's car. But Gu Ning stopped the car half a meter away from the old man. The old man, however, still lay down on the ground and feigned a serious injury. His behavior attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Not many people had witnessed the accident, so they didn't know that it was a feigned injury. Gu Ning got mad when the old man tried to extort money from her in that way. She got out of her car at once, then coldly stared at the old man who was shouting in pain on the ground. Seeing that Gu Ning was just a young girl, the old man began to act and shouted louder. "She just hit me with a car. I'm about to die. Should we call an ambulance?" someone asked. "It's a car accident. Of course we should call an ambulance," another person said. "Wait a second, call the police too, because it's a feigned injury."
Gu Ning interrupted.
Hearing that, everyone was surprised. They turned to look at the old man at once. It wasn't uncommon for some bad old people to feign injuries to extort money, so they were also suspicious of the old man's behavior now. The old man and the person who proposed to call an ambulance panicked a little, and their unusual reaction was caught by Gu Ning. It was obvious that they were a group. "How could you say that? I think that you are simply unwilling to pay the compensation. He's an old man and he's seriously injured now." The young man who teamed up with the old man criticized Gu Ning at once. The old man began to act again. "This young girl is so cold-blooded. She just hit me, and now she wants to escape." Hearing that, onlookers didn't know whom they should believe. "Well, I have a driving recorder in my car, and we can check the video to see who is right. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, and we can call the police to find out the truth," Gu Ning said. People started to side with Gu Ning because she looked confident and calm. The old man and the young man felt regretful now. "Wait." They stopped Gu Ning when she took out her phone. "What?" Gu Ning stopped and stared straight at them. She knew that they panicked. She was curious to see how they would stop her. "Don't bother, the police are very busy every day. I think that the old man isn't seriously injured. Why don't you just pay him several hundred yuan? The young man said as if he was helping Gu Ning. It was a total lie. I don't think it's a bother, and why should I pay him? I did nothing wrong and it's illegal for him to feign injury, Gu Ning said in a cold tone. The young man and the old man didn't expect that this young girl wasn't weak at all. If the police came, they would be caught and locked away for a few days. Thinking of that, they exchanged a glance with each other, then escaped. It was obvious that they were liars. They're liars. They're so shameless. They should have been hit to death by a car. Oh. Since they escaped, Gu Ning let them go because she didn't suffer any damage. Onlookers were still criticizing the young man and the old man, but Gu Ning just felt bored and walked away. She got in her car and left without hesitation. After she was gone too, the people dispersed. When Gu Ning arrived at the medicine factory of Kolane, Ning Chongkai told her that the bottle of pills she gave him was almost empty. Gu Ning then gave him another bottle with over 100 pills inside. A single bottle of 100 pills could make profits of 80 million yuan, which was much more profitable than selling just power crystals. Nevertheless, Gu Ning was still willing to do that because it could cure many people. When Gu Ning left the medicine factory, it was past 4 p.m., and she thought that she should call Su Qinin and the others. They could meet at 5 p.m. before they went to dine together. Su Qinin picked up the call the second she called her. Before Gu Ning could say anything, Su Qinin said, "Gu Ning, I've been waiting for your call all day long." Actually, Su Qinin thought that Gu Ning would call her earlier that afternoon, but she didn't receive her call until now. Even Gu Anna had the same idea. They both thought that they could meet Gu Ning earlier. Gu Anna was really excited to see her idol today. Su Qinin understood that Gu Ning must be busy, so she didn't interrupt her. Gu Ning was a successful businesswoman after all, and there were a lot of things she needed to deal with. Su Qinin, on the contrary, was free every day and had tons of time to kill. Her grandfather had also urged her to find a job or build her career like Gu Ning. If her grandfather compared her with another girl, she would be mad. But she said nothing when the girl was Gu Ning. Gu Ning was the most outstanding girl she had ever seen. She knew that she wasn't able to surpass Gu Ning, so she admired her. And since she admired her, she wouldn't be jealous of her. "I've not been free until now, and I called you at once," Gu Ning said. "Where do you want to dine together?" Gu Ning was going to buy a meal for them, so she let them choose. Why don't we go to the food street? I haven't been there in a long time," Su Qinin said with excitement. Su Qinin didn't have many friends, and when they met they always dined together in a fancy restaurant. So she already had enough. Sometimes she ached to try some simple but delicious food. "No problem. Do you need me to pick you up?" Gu Ning asked. "I can pick Anna up with my car, so that it'll be more convenient for us to go back home later," Su Qinin said. "Great, see you then," Gu Ning said and hung up. "See you," Su Qinin said. After that, Su Qinin called Gu Anna without delay, and Gu Anna urged Su Qinin to pick her up right away. Gu Anna's car broke down yesterday, so she had to wait for Su Qinin to pick her up. If it was possible, she would leave to meet Gu Ning as fast as she could. When Su Qinin walked out of her family's house, she met her older brother, Su Jinlin. Su Jinlin asked her with curiosity after seeing her so happy. "Qin, why are you so happy?" "I'm going to dine with Gu Ning," Su Qinin said with a broad smile.
Gu Ning.
"Is she Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend?" Su Jinlin asked again.
Su Qinin Viplit.
Thinking of Gu Ning, Su Jinlin remembered what had happened in HK last time. He felt lucky that he hadn't annoyed someone he shouldn't mess with. Su Qinin left to pick Gu Anna up without delay. Gu Anna's home wasn't far away, and Su Qinin arrived there about 20 minutes later. "Why are you so late?" Gu Anna complained the moment she saw Su Qinin. "Come on. You know how terrible the traffic jams are in the capital." Su Qinin rolled her eyes at Gu Anna. "All right, let's go." Gu Anna got in the car at once. Afterwards, they went to the food street. Unfortunately, the car broke down halfway. *T. Gu Anna was annoyed. "Let me call Gu Ning first in case she waits for us for too long," Su Qinin said with a resigned look. They were only about 10 minutes of driving away from the food street, but it would take a long time to repair the car. When Gu Ning received Su Qinin's call, she had just reached the food street. Gu Ning, have you arrived there? My car just broke down at XX Road. I'm afraid that you'll have to wait for us for a while longer, Su Qinin said. Call someone to repair it, and I'll come to pick you up right now, Gu Ning said. It's fine. Don't bother. Su Qinin felt a little embarrassed. It's no bother at all. I'm coming, Gu Ning said. Since Su Qinin's car didn't work properly now, she should go over to have a look. Su Qinin agreed because Gu Ning wasn't far from them. Therefore, Gu Ning drove to pick them up. Su Qinin also made a call to deal with the broken car. About 10 minutes later, Gu Ning arrived, but the repairman was still absent, so they had to wait for a while longer. Oh my goddess, Gu, give me a hug. I missed you so much. Gu Anna threw herself into Gu Ning's arms. Gu Ning laughed and hugged her. Been a while. I want a hug too. Su Qinin ran to Gu Ning as well. Su Qinin thought that she was more familiar with Ji Ning than Gu Anna was, so she should have the same treatment. Gu Ning felt amused and hugged Su Qinin too. Is there anything wrong with the car? Gu Ning asked. No idea, but it won't start, Su Qinin replied. Gu Ning had a look at it, but couldn't see the problem, so she left it alone. They waited for another 20 minutes, before the repairman finally came. Luckily, there weren't many vehicles on this road, so the broken car didn't cause a traffic jam. Su Qinin left the car to the repairman, then got in Gu Ning's car. It was already 6 p.m. when they arrived at the food street, but it was actually a good time to have dinner. They hadn't made the decision of what to eat, so they walked along the street looking around. Vehicles weren't allowed to enter this street, so they all had to walk. However, when they left the parking lot, Gu Ning suddenly saw a familiar car, which belonged to Tang Yexin. An idea dawned on Gu Ning, and she parked her car next to Tang Yexin's car. Afterwards, she left with Su Qinin and Gu Anna. They walked ahead for a short distance, before Gu Ning made an excuse to go back to her car. She told Su Qinin and Gu Anna that she left her phone in the car, but she actually wanted to go back to the parking lot. Su Qinin and Gu Anna then stopped and waited for her, while Gu Ning went back to the parking lot alone. Gu Ning went back to her car and opened a car door. She took out 2 nails from the telepathic eye space, and secretly punctured the tire of Tang Yexin's car like lightning. It happened too fast for the surveillance cameras to catch her movement. Moreover, she didn't go near Tang Yexin's car at all, so she wouldn't be the suspect. The tire kept leaking, but it wasn't loud. Gu Ning took her phone and closed the car door before she walked out. Let that be a lesson to Tang Yexin. Gu Ning, Su Qinin and Gu Anna were all beautiful girls, so they attracted a lot of attention once they entered the food street. Hey beauties, what are your numbers? A man shouted at them. They ignored the man and walked ahead. Coincidentally, Gu Ning saw Tang Yexin in the restaurant Su Qinin picked. Tang Yexin came here to have dinner along with her 2 female friends too. Seeing Gu Ning, Tang Yexin frowned. She recognized that Gu Ning was the girl who had bought Shangyun Antique Store at the auction last time. She wasn't interested in antiques, so she had no idea how famous Shangyun Antique Store was now. In fact, Tang Yexin had no grudge against Gu Ning, but although Tang Yexin disliked Gu Ning, she had to greet Su Qinin and Gu Anna politely, so she walked towards them with a smile. Hi, so nice to see you, Miss Su and Miss Gu. They were all members of the high society, and often met each other at different parties. Tang Yexin only greeted Su Qinin and Gu Anna because their families were more powerful than hers. In fact, Tang Yexin was jealous of Su Qinin and Gu Anna because of their family background. Even though the Tang family was already very influential in the capital, she wasn't satisfied and always wanted to be the best. And if she couldn't, she had to please those who held a higher social status than her. Nice to see you too, Miss Tang, Su Qinin kindly said to Tang Yexin. She wasn't aware that Tang Yexin hated Gu Ning. She disliked Tang Yexin as well because she knew that Tang Yexin's mother had been a mistress. It was hard for them to like the daughter of a mistress. There is only one private room left in the restaurant. Why don't we dine together? Tang Yexin said. She came here earlier than them, so she booked the last private room. Tang Yexin hoped that she could have a closer relationship with Su Qinin and Gu Anna. It was beneficial for her family after all. Thanks, but we can dine somewhere else since there is no available room, Su Qinin said.
Fine.
Tang Yexin didn't insist. Su Qinin, Gu Ning and Gu Anna left together, while Tang Yexin and her friends went to the private room. A while later, Su Qinin found another good restaurant, and they decided to dine there. Tang Yexin finished dinner earlier than them, so she left earlier too. When she saw that the tire of her car was flat, she was furious. After checking, she saw the 2 nails. Who did that? Tang Yexin raised her voice in anger. Yexin, we can go check the surveillance cameras, her friend said. Afterwards, they went to the surveillance room. The man who worked in the room checked the surveillance video at once. However, nobody got near her car while she was away. Gu Ning did come back after stopping her car for a short while, but she didn't come close to Tang Yexin's car either. If nobody got near Tang Yexin's car, who punctured the nails into the tire? They found no clues from the surveillance video, so it wasn't the parking lot's fault. Tang Yexin had to give up, but she made up her mind to find the person who did it. She was unwilling to let the person get away with it, because she was sure that it wasn't an accident. Gu Ning and her friends finished dinner at 8 p.m. Su Qinin didn't want to go home so early, so she proposed that they go have fun together in a bar. They went to Song Nan's bar together. Because they were going to drink, they couldn't drive home later, so Su Qinin said that they could hire designated drivers or her older brother could come to send them home. Gu Ning didn't mind since Su Qinin and Gu Anna wanted to drink, she would go with them. They hadn't seen each other in a long time after all. On the way, Su Qinin called Song Nan and asked him whether there were vacant seats. Song Nan's bar was always popular and many people made reservations in advance, so normally there were no good seats left at this time. Song Nan said, I can keep some for you, Miss Su. Song Nan would usually keep a good table for his friends, in case they needed it. When Su Qinin, Gu Ning and Gu Anna went to the parking lot, Tang Yexin was already gone. However, her car was left there for repairs. Chi Ziyue also had the key to this car, so Tang Yexin told him to handle it. Gu Ning could imagine how furious Tang Yexin was when she found the flat tire. Look at this car, its tire is flat, Su Qinin said all of a sudden. Let it be, Gu Ning said in a good mood. Nobody paid any more attention to it, and they left for Song Nan's bar. Oh, Gu Ning, how did you feel when you met Grandpa Ling yesterday? Su Qinin asked Gu Ning with curiosity. I felt nervous in the beginning but soon relaxed, Gu Ning said. You're so unbelievable. I've known Grandpa Ling for nearly 20 years, but I still get nervous every time I see him, Su Qinin said. Me too, Gu Anna agreed. Gu Anna wasn't afraid of the older generation in her own family, but she became very quiet whenever she saw Master Lung. It was as if a rat saw a cat. Gu Ning was amused but understood their feelings. Even she stood in awe of Master Lung. Master Lung already accepted her as his future granddaughter-in-law, so he was very kind and gentle to her, which helped Gu Ning relax in front of him. When Gu Ning, Gu Anna, and Su Qinin walked into the bar, they heard loud noises of fighting. What's going on here? Su Qinin frowned and was about to run inside, but Gu Ning stopped her. Go out first, I'll have a look. Su Qinin and Gu Anna were both weak girls, and Gu Ning was worried that they might get hurt. Su Qinin and Gu Anna understood that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl, so they listened to her and walked outside. They reminded Gu Ning to be careful before they left. Once Su Qinin and Gu Anna were gone, Gu Ning strode to the place where the fight was happening. 2 groups of men were fighting against each other. Song Nan tried to stop them in vain, but his head was hit with a beer bottle. It was bleeding but it wasn't serious. Gu Ning supported Song Nan to stand aside, then went to deal with the men who were fighting. She moved like lightning and beat all of them up within seconds. People only saw a figure flashing by and then the 2 groups of men were laying beaten on the ground. The violent affray ended too. When people found out that it was a young girl who beat all of them up, they were shocked. Jesus, she's so unbelievable. She was able to beat 10 men up in seconds by herself. It's so exciting. Oh. And Miss Gu. Song Nan also rounded his eyes in shock. Since Gu Ning was here, Su Qinin must be here as well. If you want to fight again, I can help, Gu Ning said to the men on the ground in a cold tone. The two groups of men were scared by Gu Ning's agility and strength. If you don't want to fight, then pay the compensation now, Gu Ning said, and nobody dared to argue against her. After that, she walked to Song Nan and gave him a bottle of magical power liquid. Mr. Song, you can apply this to your injury, and tell someone to calculate the damages. They can't leave before they pay the compensation. Thanks, Miss Gu, Song Nan said. The customers in the bar were also cleared out. Song Nan didn't charge them because they were innocent. Before long, there were only staff members along with the two groups of men left in the bar. Those men were all injured to different degrees, but none of them were seriously injured, so nobody called an ambulance before they paid the compensation. Su Qinin and Gu Anna didn't walk inside until then. They were a little frightened when they saw the bleeding wound on Song Nan's head. Song Nan, are you all right? I'm fine, Song Nan said with a smile. You're fine? It's bleeding. Su Qinin rolled her eyes. Then stop asking me if you can see it with your own eyes, Song Nan said. You? Su Qinin was struck dumb for a second. All right, could you stop arguing for a while? You should deal with the wound first, Gu Anna said to Song Nan. Oh right, wait here for me. I'll go deal with the wound, Song Nan said. Afterwards he walked towards the washroom because there was a mirror. What happened? Su Qinin glanced at those men who were lying on the ground, then asked Gu Ning.
No idea.
They probably had a conflict after drinking a lot, Gu Ning said. A short while later Song Nan walked back and said to Gu Ning with excitement, Miss Gu, this medicine is so unbelievable. The wound stopped bleeding and isn't painful at all now. The wound on Song Nan's head wasn't deep, so it should be gone overnight. Hearing that, Su Qinin opened her mouth before Gu Ning could say anything. Of course it's unbelievable, because it's the medicine produced by Colane. Don't you know that it's Gu Ning's company? Both Su Qinin and Gu Anna had heard of Colane, so they weren't surprised by the medicine's effect. What? Colane is Gu Ning's company. Song Nan was surprised. He had heard of Colane and its good reputation, and he also had many medicines produced by Colane in his home, but he wasn't aware that Gu Ning was the owner of Colane. Song Nan wasn't familiar with Gu Ning, so he only knew a little about her. He seldom read the news, so he missed a lot of shocking news about Gu Ning too. Let's go have a seat there. My bar is closed today, so you can enjoy yourself as you like. They walked to a nearby table together. In the end, the two groups of men had to pay 60,000 yuan for the damages. It was very fair, because Song Nan's bar could make over 100,000 yuan a day. The two groups of men shared the compensation 50-50. They weren't poor, so it wasn't a lot of money in their eyes. Besides, they were scared of Gu Ning and didn't dare escape, so they paid the money and left for the hospital. When it was 10 p.m., Jiang Ruiqin came. Jiang Ruiqin was just walking by, so he decided to go inside to have a look. He didn't tell Song Nan that he was coming, so he had no idea that Gu Ning was in the bar. He saw that the door was closed but the lights were on in the bar, and got confused before pushing the door open and walking inside. There was music playing in the bar, but he didn't hear many people talking. He was a frequent visitor here, so the bartender recognized him and didn't stop him. What happened? Jiang Ruiqin asked the bartender. Some people had a fight here today, so our boss closed down for the night. Now he's drinking with his friends over there, the bartender said and pointed to one side. Some people had a fight here today? Jiang Ruiqin frowned and looked in the direction the bartender pointed. At this moment, Gu Ning noticed him and said to the others, Ruiqin is here. Hearing that, they all turned to look at Jiang Ruiqin. Song Nan stood up at once. Hi, why didn't you tell me you're coming? I was just walking by, Jiang Ruiqin said. Come on and have a seat, Song Nan said. Jiang Ruiqin walked over with a smile. When his sight fell on Gu Ning, he was surprised. Oh hi, when did you come to the capital? Why didn't you call me to have a drink together? Jiang Ruiqin pretended to be sad. In fact, he did actually feel a little sad because he still liked Gu Ning. At the same time, he also felt happy to see her again. I just came yesterday, and have been busy till this afternoon.
Kuning explained.
Jiang Ruiqin sat down, and Song Nan poured a glass of drink for him. Actually, Jiang Ruiqin had no plan to drink tonight because he was going to drive, but he forgot about it when he saw that Gu Ning was here. Because of the wound on his head, Song Nan didn't drink, but just chatted with them. They didn't stay in the bar for too long, and separated at 11 p.m. They all drank a little, so Su Qining called a designated driver. Although Song Nan didn't drink and was willing to drive them home, Gu Ning thought that it would be inconvenient for him to do so. They had already hired a designated driver after all. Jiang Ruiqin couldn't drive either because he drank too, so he left his car at Song Nan's bar, then got in Gu Ning's car. They lived in the same living area. Even though Jiang Ruiqin knew that it was impossible for him to be with Gu Ning, he couldn't help but want to get close to her. Therefore, he didn't take a taxi home, but shared the car with Gu Ning. They went to Gu Anna's home first, then Su Qining's home before they finally went back to the living area where Gu Ning and Jiang Ruiqin lived. When they were outside of the living area, Gu Ning told the designated driver to leave, and she drove inside herself. She drank a lot but was fine because of her magical power. Gu Ning didn't go back to Leng Xiaoting's house until she drove Jiang Ruiqin back to his own house. It was already 12:30 a.m. when she got home, and she sent a message to Su Qining and Gu Anna to tell them that she was safe. They had told Gu Ning to send them a message once she was home before they separated. Although Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl, they were still worried about her safety because they were her friends. Gu Anna and Su Qining were relieved when they received Gu Ning's message. Gu Ning took a shower before she went to sleep. The next day, Gu Ning got up early to run in the morning. After running for half an hour, she saw an old man suddenly fall on the ground not far ahead of her. Two old men by his side stopped at once and went to check his condition. Seeing that, Gu Ning ran to them without delay. The old man who fainted was around 60 years old, and Gu Ning felt that he was still breathing but his breath was very weak. It was possible that he could die if he didn't receive immediate treatment. Gu Ning took out a power crystal and squatted to feed it to the old man. However, the other two old men stopped her once she reached out her hand. "What are you doing?" An old man questioned her in an unkind tone. "I'm rescuing him. Move or he'll stop breathing," Gu Ning said with a serious face. The old man was struck dumb for a second, but was convinced by Gu Ning's attitude. The other old man, however, still criticized Gu Ning. "How dare you curse the elderly? Qiao as well."
Kuning sneered seriously.
"He just fainted all of a sudden." "You." The old man understood that it was the truth, but he still didn't move at all. On the contrary, he questioned Gu Ning. "What can you do to help him? What if he dies in your hands?" When he said that, he panicked a little because of his guilty conscience, but soon looked determined to stop Gu Ning from rescuing the old man lying on the ground. Seeing that, Gu Ning realized that this old man must hope for Old Man Xiao to be in trouble. She was right. Old Man Xiao was indeed unwilling to help Old Man Xiao. To be specific, Old Man Xiao's sudden fall had something to do with him. Gu Ning didn't know which one of them was the good man, nor why Old Man Xiao was reluctant to help Old Man Xiao, but she couldn't give up right now since she was already involved in this. Even if Old Man Xiao was a bad person, only a judge could sentence him. If Old Man Xiao wasn't a bad person, it would be a shame for him to die like this. "I can take the responsibility if anything terrible happens," Gu Ning said with determination. "You can take the responsibility? Who do you think you are? And do you know who Old Man Xiao is?" Old Man Xiao said with obvious disdain. "Xiao, let this girl do what she can. Maybe she can really help Xiao." Old Man D interrupted them. Gu Ning looked very confident, and he thought that she might have a way to help Old Man Xiao. "D, do you really trust her?" "I don't. I think we should call an ambulance right now," Old Man Xiao said. "It would take at least 5 minutes for an ambulance to get here, and Old Man Xiao could be dead by then." "Well," Old Man D hesitated because Gu Ning was a stranger after all. Gu Ning, however, had no time to waste on arguing with them. She directly moved their hands, which stopped her from approaching Old Man Xiao, then quickly squeezed a power crystal into Old Man Xiao's mouth. At the same time, she held his wrist to secretly put her magical power into his body. Old Man Xiao was in a bad condition now, so a power crystal wasn't enough to save his life. The two old men weren't strong and couldn't stop Gu Ning. They were mad but didn't know what to do now. How dare you? Old Man Xiao was furious. How can you be so rude to the elderly? Don't you have manners? Xia, forget it. Old Man D understood why Gu Ning did it. She simply wanted to help Old Man Xiao. Time mattered most when a man's life was in danger. Why? This girl is so rude and bold. We don't know what she just squeezed into Xiao's mouth. Old Man Xiao was unwilling to forgive Gu Ning. In fact, he stopped Gu Ning because he thought that Gu Ning might really have the ability to rescue Old Man Xiao, which was the last thing he wanted to see right now. Old Man D was worried about Old Man Xiao's safety, but he still trusted Gu Ning because she looked very confident. No, I must call the police now, Old Man Xiao said and took out his phone. No matter what happened, he had to punish this young girl. However, before he could finish the call, Old Man D interrupted him with excitement. Xiao opened his eyes. He's awake. Old Man D was thrilled. What? Hearing that, Old Man Xiao was surprised and disappointed. Why? How is it possible? What medicine did this girl make Xiao swallow? How could he wake up so soon? Gu Ning didn't miss the disappointment in Old Man Xiao's eyes, but she said nothing about it. She moved aside when Old Man Xiao woke up. Old Man Xiao wore a dazed expression and didn't realize what had just happened to him. Since Old Man Xiao was awake now, Old Man Xiao had to pretend to be happy for him. Xiao, are you all right? Things didn't go the way he hoped, so he was full of hatred towards Gu Ning now. If it hadn't been for her, Old Man Xiao would have been dead already. Nevertheless, he didn't dare to show his real feelings on his face. Xiao? Xiao. Old Man D called Old Man Xiao to help him wake up. Hearing Old Man Xiao and Old Man D's voices, Old Man Xiao gradually became conscious. What happened? He remembered that he had been running just then. You fainted and fell all of a sudden, Old Man D said. I just fainted and fell? Why? Old Man Xiao was confused. His body was always in a good condition, and he often ran in the morning to stay healthy. Why would he suddenly faint and fall? Oh, this young girl just saved your life. Old Man D pointed at Gu Ning. Old Man Xiao turned to look at Gu Ning at once. Thank you so much, miss. No worries, Gu Ning said with a smile. Mr. Qiao, could you please tell me what your health is normally like? Do you have a disease? No, my body is in a good condition normally. I also get regular tests done, but there are no diseases, Old Man Xiao said. Well, I noticed your unusual reaction when you fainted and fell, and your breathing was quickly getting weak when you were unconscious. I think you were probably poisoned, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Old Man Xiao felt a little scared. He didn't expect that this girl could be so smart. However, even though Gu Ning told the truth, he didn't think that Old Man Xiao could find any evidence. He wasn't worried that his dirty trick might be exposed. Maybe it's food poisoning. Xiao, I think you better go to the hospital to have a medical check now, Old Man D said. If it was food poisoning, it wouldn't be a big deal because it was a common illness. Although they were very cautious, it could still happen. However, was it really just food poisoning? Old Man Xiao held a different idea and felt displeased, but he still composed himself. Old Man Xiao wasn't dumb, and he knew that it couldn't be that simple from Gu Ning's explanation. He knew that there was someone who always wanted him to die in order to grab his family's property away, but he was surprised that the person would directly poison him. Even though he couldn't say anything about it now, he made up his mind to find out who the mastermind was.
Gu Ning etskused herself afterwards.
Seeing Gu Ning walking away, Old Man Xiao was determined to punish her. Gu Ning was free that morning, so she decided to eat at home and go to the headquarters of her corporation in the afternoon. After having breakfast, Gu Ning read books in the bedroom. At 9 a.m., Gu Ning heard someone opening the door of the house. She was surprised and thought that Leng Xiaoting was back. However, the second she left the bedroom, she heard a woman talking. "Wow, this house is so big and beautiful. I wish this was my home," a woman said with excitement in the living room on the first floor. Gu Ning walked to the landing and looked down. There were 3 people in the living room. One was a young man in a formal suit, one was a middle-aged woman, and one was a young woman in her early 20s. Both of the women were in cleaners' uniforms, so Gu Ning knew that they came here to clean the house. Today was the cleaning day of Leng Xiaoting's house. "Mr. Ban, who owns this house?" the young woman asked the young man with curiosity. "Don't ask questions. Just do your job," Mr. Ban snapped at her. The young woman was scared and didn't dare to ask again. "Such a rude man," she muttered to herself. At this moment, Gu Ning walked downstairs and attracted their attention. The middle-aged woman stayed normal, but the young woman looked disappointed. If the owner of this house was a man, she could seduce him and move into this beautiful home. This young woman came here for nothing good. In fact, she wasn't the cleaner who was normally responsible for this house, but the regular cleaner had a stomachache today, so she replaced her. "Miss Gu, nice to meet you. I work for Lord Leng. My name is Ban Xiuhan." Ban Xiuhan was amazed by Gu Ning's beauty, then soon greeted her with respect. Ban Xiuhan was in charge of the cleaning of this house, so Leng Xiaoting told Ban Xiuhan that Gu Ning would be staying here. "Miss Gu, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We can leave and come again if you want," Ban Xiuhan said. "It's fine. I'm not sleeping," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning wasn't surprised that Ban Xiuhan knew her, because she understood that Leng Xiaoting must have told him that she was here. "Thanks," Ban Xiuhan said, then told the 2 cleaners to be as quiet as possible. Gu Ning went back to the bedroom. Except for the master bedroom and study, they had to clean all the other rooms. They would do the cleaning once a week, so the house was always clean and tidy. 2 hours later, they finished their work and left. Gu Ning had her lunch at 12:30 p.m., then went to the headquarters of her corporation. There were 2 ways to go to the headquarters from Leng Xiaoting's house, and one of them would pass by the Tang organization. Gu Ning chose this route. She stopped her car outside the Tang organization, then used her jade eyes to see the inside of it. It was still the same and easily aroused her hatred. She had contributed significantly to this building in her previous incarnation. After watching for a while, she noticed a familiar figure. It was Tang Yixin's mother, Ji Yijing. Once Gu Ning saw Ji Yijing, her animosity grew stronger. She promised herself that she would pay them back sooner or later. Ji Yijing got in a car, then left. Ji Yuning wanted to teach Ji Yijing a lesson, so she drove behind her. However, a few minutes later, a picture suddenly flashed by Gu Ning's eyes. She saw a white sports car stopped outside a building which was still under construction. A large iron box fell and hit the driver's seat of the sports car. Although Gu Ning couldn't see the face of the person in the driver's seat, she knew that he could be killed. Pictures that had flashed by Gu Ning's eyes had all happened in real life, so Gu Ning didn't dare to ignore it this time. She left Ji Yijing and drove ahead to the building without delay. Luckily, there weren't many vehicles on the road, and Gu Ning drove as fast as she could, which led to people's criticisms and exclamations. Before long, the traffic police also noticed her and chased her. Nevertheless, the traffic police failed to catch up to her at all, because she drove too fast. No matter how the traffic police blared their sirens, Gu Ning wouldn't stop. Although the traffic police were amazed by Gu Ning's driving skills, they were mad at her dangerous action. About 4 minutes later, Gu Ning arrived at the building and saw the white sports car outside it. There were 2 young men chatting in the car. It seemed that they were waiting for someone. There was another car stopped ahead of it, and it was followed by a vacant parking space. Gu Ning wouldn't block its way, so she stopped her car aside. It was forbidden to park cars here, and it would affect the traffic too, but Gu Ning didn't have much time as the iron box was about to fall from the building. She ran to the white sports car and pressed her hands against its bumper. Her behavior surprised the 2 young men in the car. "Hey, what? When a young man was about to question her, the car moved, which shocked them. Jesus, is she actually moving the car by herself? Not only the two young men in the car, but passers-by were also astonished by Gu Ning's unbelievable strength. Within 5 seconds, Gu Ning moved the car backwards 2 meters, and she walked to the side too. The two young men sitting in the car still didn't understand why Gu Ning did that. All of a sudden, the large iron box fell from the 10th floor of the building. It fell fast, and hit the ground after a few seconds with a loud sound. The loud sound shocked everyone near the building. When people saw the twisted iron box with scattered tools, they all rounded their eyes in shock. The box fell at the same place where the driver's seat of the white sports car was just then. If the sports car hadn't been moved backwards, the man sitting in the driver's seat would have been smashed. People turned to look at Gu Ning with curiosity. It seemed that Gu Ning knew what would happen, so she ran to rescue the two men. The two young men in the sports car were also terrified, and even trembled in fear. If their car hadn't been moved away by Gu Ning, both of them could have been killed. At the same time, the traffic police who had chased Gu Ning along the way finally surrounded her. "Miss, you've broken the speed limit and refused to stop. Please come to the traffic police station with us right now." Hearing that, a man who stood close walked over and explained it to the traffic police. "Police officer, I think this girl did it for a reason. Do you see the twisted iron box? It just fell from the building, and luckily this girl just pushed the white car away, so the two young men in the car survived. If it was an emergency, Gu Ning might be lightly punished." "What? This girl just pushed the car away?" Hearing that, the traffic police were shocked. They couldn't believe that it was true because they didn't witness it with their own eyes. In addition, they still had doubts. The two young men in the sports car got out at once. They walked to the traffic police together. Since Gu Ning just saved their lives, she was their lifesaver, and they should help her out too. Both of them were around 20 years old, but Gu Ning didn't know them. In fact, one of them was Leng Xiaoting's younger cousin, Leng Xiaoxuan, while the other was Zhang Zhongyu's grandson, Zhang Ruining, who was also Zhang Ruiqin's younger brother. Leng Xiaoxuan was in the driver's seat just then. If Gu Ning hadn't helped them, he could have already been killed. "Police officer, can we talk privately?" Leng Xiaoxuan said to the leader of the traffic police team. He had a natural air of power, so the police officer didn't dare to ignore him. Moreover, the sports car that Leng Xiaoxuan drove was worth millions of yuan, so he must be either very rich or powerful. Therefore, the police officer walked aside with him. He also understood what Leng Xiaoxuan was going to do. If Leng Xiaoxuan was really influential, he was willing to do him a favor. Even if the traffic police officer was unwilling to do Leng Xiaoxuan a favor, he was left no choice. Leng Xiaoxuan could easily make his leader order him to do what Leng Xiaoxuan wanted. When the traffic police officer walked aside with Leng Xiaoxuan, Zhang Ruining thanked Gu Ning with sincerity. "Nice to see you, miss. My name is Zhang Ruining, and thank you so much for saving our lives. May I know your name?" "You're welcome. And we're simply strangers." "There is no need for you to know my name," Gu Ning said. "Is it an anonymous favor?" Zhang Ruining was amused. Gu Ning smiled but said nothing. Not far away from them, Leng Xiaoxuan directly showed the traffic police officer his ID card. "My family is the dominant Leng family in the capital. I understand that what the girl just did isn't appropriate, but she did it to save my life, so please let her go." Leng Xiaoxuan's ID card proved everything. The second the traffic police officer saw his ID card, he was shocked. He didn't expect that he could meet an important member of the Leng family today. Since Leng Xiaoxuan was involved in this, he didn't dare to turn him down. "Well, of course," the traffic police officer said at once. Although Leng Xiaoxuan was only about 20, while the traffic police officer was over 30, he still felt nervous standing in front of Leng Xiaoxuan. "Thanks," Leng Xiaoxuan said. He was unwilling to force this traffic police officer to do him a favor, but it was different this time. Gu Ning was his lifesaver after all. "My pleasure, Lord Leng," the traffic police officer said with respect. After that, the traffic police left, and onlookers immediately realized that Leng Xiaoxuan wasn't a common citizen. Anyway, Gu Ning just saved their lives, so it was understandable that she wouldn't be punished. She didn't cause any damage either. Miss, thank you so much for saving our lives. My name is Leng Xiaoxuan. May I know your name? Leng Xiaoxuan asked Gu Ning. My name's Gu Ning, Gu Ning said. She heard Leng Xiaoxuan's talk with the traffic police officer, and she was surprised to find that he was Leng Xiaoting's younger cousin. Gu Ning also knew that Leng Xiaoxuan was Leng Yuanjin's son. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't close to him, they got along well. In addition, Leng Xiaoxuan was the only younger cousin that Leng Xiaoting was willing to admit was family. Therefore, Gu Ning didn't regard him as a stranger. They were about to have a formal meeting too. Zhang Ruining, however, felt a little displeased, because Gu Ning refused to tell him her name. Was it because Leng Xiaoxuan was more handsome than him? Leng Xiaoxuan felt that Gu Ning's name sounded familiar, but couldn't remember who she was. As a result, he didn't know who Gu Ning was. Miss Gu, would you mind sharing afternoon tea with us? Leng Xiaoxuan said. Leng Xiaoxuan invited her to do that, because he really admired Gu Ning's unbelievable courage and strength. He wanted to know more about her. Leng Xiaoxuan was a kung fu lover, and he begged Leng Xiaoting to have a round of kung fu competition with him every time Leng Xiaoting came home. Seeing Leng Xiaoxuan's expression of anticipation, Gu Ning agreed, thinking that she had nothing else to deal with right now. Sure. Leng Xiaoxuan was thrilled when Gu Ning agreed. He said, why don't we go to the Tangyun Tea House? Gu Ning had heard of the Tangyun Tea House. It was a famous high-end tea house with a relaxed atmosphere. They got in their own cars and left for the Tangyun Tea House. When they were in the car, Zhang Ruining suddenly remembered something and asked Leng Xiaoxuan, Xiaoxuan, shouldn't we wait for your cousin Zhaolin? Nope, call him and tell him to take a taxi home by himself, Leng Xiaoxuan said. Zhang Ruining wore a resigned look, then called Leng Xiaoxuan's older cousin, Yu Zhaolin. Yu Zhaolin hadn't finished the thing he was dealing with yet when he received Zhang Ruining's call, and he had no idea what had happened outside just then. Before long, they arrived at the Tangyun Tea House. Tangyun Tea House was very large and consisted of 2 buildings of 2 different styles along with a big garden. Leng Xiaoxuan didn't book a private room, but chose to enjoy the tea at a gazebo, so that they could see the beautiful view and breathe fresh air. After ordering tea, Leng Xiaoxuan said, Miss Gu, may I directly call you Gu Ning? Sure, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning, have you practiced kung fu for a long time? How did you manage to push such a heavy car? Leng Xiaoxuan asked with curiosity and admiration. Yeah, I've practiced kung fu for a long time, Gu Ning said. Can we have a round for fun? Leng Xiaoxuan asked. It was his real aim and he couldn't wait for it. No problem, Gu Ning said. They just had a round for fun, because Leng Xiaoxuan was barely comparable to Gu Ning as to martial arts skills. In fact, if Leng Xiaoxuan was better than Gu Ning, he wouldn't have been amazed by what she had done. Even Su Jinchen, who wasn't a match for Gu Ning, was able to push a car. Therefore, Leng Xiaoxuan was inferior to Su Jinchen. Gu Ning didn't despise Leng Xiaoxuan, but he wasn't a match in her eyes. With Gu Ning's agreement, Leng Xiaoxuan stood up at once. There was an empty ground near them, which was available for them to have a round for fun. Do you need me to be gentle? Gu Ning asked Leng Xiaoxuan when they stood several meters away from each other. Not at all, Leng Xiaoxuan said. He knew that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl from what she had done, but he was reluctant to look weak in front of a girl. Since they were going to have a kung fu competition, they should do their best. Great, Gu Ning said. Afterwards, they began to attack each other. Leng Xiaoxuan understood that Gu Ning was strong, so he had no intention to be gentle in the competition either. Gu Ning at the same time wouldn't pretend to be weak as long as he wasn't hurt. Leng Xiaoxuan punched Gu Ning without delay, but Gu Ning caught his fist the second he moved, which shocked him. What was worse, he failed to withdraw his fist. Leng Xiaoxuan punched Gu Ning again with his other fist, but Gu Ning caught his other fist once more. Zhang Ruining, who stood aside, rounded his eyes in shock. Because Leng Xiaoxuan's 2 hands were both caught by Gu Ning, he had to use his feet, but Gu Ning was still able to stop him. Besides, when his foot knocked against Gu Ning's foot, He felt as if he hit a hard pillar, which was quite painful. Actually, Gu Ning could beat him within seconds, but she didn't do that. Instead, she let him go and kept fighting against him. Leng Xiaoxuan realized the huge gap between himself and Gu Ning after the round, and he understood that Gu Ning was much better at kung fu than him. No matter how he attacked Gu Ning was always able to stop him. He felt utterly disappointed but kept trying. When a waiter noticed them fighting, he ran ahead and wanted to stop them. But Zhang Ruining explained to him that they were just having fun. The waiter was relieved, because he knew Leng Xiaoxuan and Zhang Ruining weren't ordinary people. Other people in the tea house were also attracted by their competition. They were amazed by Gu Ning's excellent skills too. Some of them even took a video of their competition. In a nearby private room, 3 men sat together looking out of the window at Leng Xiaoxuan and Gu Ning. 2 of them were around 40, while the other was about 27 years old. This young girl is really unbelievable. The young man is a member of the Leng family, and he's also good at fighting, but isn't a match for the girl at all. I think the girl could be as good as a soldier in the special forces, a middle-aged man in a gray shirt said. It was obvious that he recognized Leng Xiaoxuan. Why don't you talk about it with her? If it is possible, she could be a member of your team. Another middle-aged man in a dark blue shirt said. Hearing that, the first man thought that it was a good idea. Why not? Saying that, he stood up and walked out. The second middle-aged man and the young man followed him. At this moment, Leng Xiaoxuan was out of strength and had to give up. Ji Gu Ning, you're far better than me, Leng Xiaoxuan said, gasping for breath. Did you begin to practice Kung Fu when you were just a kid?
Yeah, Gu Ning said.
Wow, I'm so amazed. Zhang Ruining ran to them. All of a sudden, Leng Xiaoxuan saw the 3 men walking to them behind Gu Ning, and he greeted them with respect at once. Nice to see you, Uncle Peng and Uncle Luo. Hi, Uncle Peng and Uncle Luo, Zhang Ruining said politely. Gu Ning turned around, and she was a little surprised to see them. Nice to meet you, General Peng and Secretary Luo. The first middle-aged man was the leading person of the General Military Region in the capital, Peng Yunlong. He was also a general. The second middle-aged man was the head of the Central Commission for Disciplinary Inspection, Luo Zhanhua. Do you know us? Peng Yunlong and Luo Zhanhua were slightly surprised when Gu Ning greeted them, but they weren't very surprised, because they often showed up on TV political news. Yes, I've seen you on TV, Gu Ning said. What's your name? Peng Yunlong asked. Due to his military rank, he had a natural air of power, and common citizens always felt stressed and got nervous facing him. Even Leng Xiaoxuan and Zhang Ruining felt a little uneasy talking to him. However, Gu Ning stayed calm as usual. My name's Gu Ning. I just saw your kung fu competition against Xiaoxuan. Would you mind if we had a round? Peng Yunlong asked. Although Peng Yunlong was already 40, he was a well-trained soldier. Sure. Gu Ning agreed. It was a great chance for her to practice her skills. The others all stood aside, and left enough space for Peng Yunlong and Gu Ning. General Peng, do you want to have the round for fun or for real? Gu Ning asked. Peng Yunlong wasn't a common soldier after all, and Gu Ning was also looking forward to having a competition with him. For real, of course, Peng Yunlong said. Although Peng Yunlong said that, he still decided to be gentle in the competition, because he believed that Gu Ning couldn't be better than him. No problem, Gu Ning said. Afterwards, they attacked each other at the same time. Both of them were skilled at fighting, so this round was totally different from the one that Gu Ning had with Leng Xiaoxuan. Once they began to attack one another, Gu Ning noticed that Peng Yunlong didn't use his full strength. She understood that he was unwilling to hurt her. Gu Ning actually did the same thing because she didn't want him to see her real ability. Nobody was the winner in the competition. As time went by, they started to use greater force, and the fighting became more violent and exciting too. Onlookers cheered and applauded. Some of them also took a video of it. When Peng Yunlong failed to get control of Gu Ning after a long while, he realized that Gu Ning was much better than he had thought, and he was surprised by it. Gu Ning looked very young, and she was a genius in his eyes. Others didn't expect that Gu Ning could stay strong for such a long time in the kung fu competition against Peng Yunlong either, and they all thought highly of her now. Xiaoshuan, who do you think will win? Jiang Ruining asked with curiosity. No idea, Ling Xiaoshuan said, because it was so hard to tell. Luo Zhanhua also asked the young man who stood by his side. Lei Ting, what do you think? We won't know the result until the end, Lei Ting said. In fact, he thought that Gu Ning was more likely to win. As Peng Yunlong's aide, Lei Ting wasn't an ordinary person, but an ace soldier in the special forces. He could see that Gu Ning was very professional and full of strength. Lei Ting was a little better than Peng Yunlong at fighting, but he wasn't confident that he could defeat Gu Ning. Some people among the crowd recognized Peng Yunlong and Luo Zhanhua. They were all aware that Peng Yunlong was a general in the army, and stood in awe of him. However, Gu Ning was able to be a match for Peng Yunlong in the fighting competition now, which surprised all of them. Jesus, this young girl is so unbelievable. I think General Peng is being very gentle, because she's a young girl after all. I agree. Nevertheless, when Peng Yunlong did his best but still failed to win the game, he had to admit that Gu Ning was better than him. Gu Ning, at the same time, had a clear understanding of Peng Yunlong's ability. He was at the same level as Su Jinchen, and wasn't a match for her either. In case Peng Yunlong felt embarrassed, Gu Ning actually didn't use her full strength. Onlookers couldn't see which one of them was the better one, but Lei Ting could, and he was shocked by Gu Ning's skills. Besides, he had a feeling that Gu Ning didn't use her full strength for the sake of Peng Yunlong's pride. Even though Peng Yunlong couldn't win, he wasn't mad and appreciated Gu Ning more. He was amazed by Gu Ning's ability at such a young age. Gu Ning stopped when she thought that it was enough. In fact, Peng Yunlong cared little about failure, because he was willing to accept it, but he still felt pleased when Gu Ning ended the competition on her own initiative. You've done a great job, young girl.
Peng Yunlong complimented Gu Ning.
Thanks, Gu Ning said with a smile and stayed calm. Gu Ning, do you want to serve in the army? We need someone like you, and I believe that you can achieve a lot in the army, Peng Yunlong suddenly said with a serious face. Hearing that, Gu Ning wasn't surprised, but Leng Xiaoshuan and Jiang Ruining were astonished. Whoever could attract Peng Yunlong's attention would have a bright future in the army. However, Gu Ning's answer shocked them. I'm sorry that I'm not interested in it. I love running businesses, and I'm still a high school student now. Gu Ning turned Peng Yunlong's offer down. Peng Yunlong was surprised by Gu Ning's rejection too. He didn't expect to find out that she was still a high school student. She indeed looked very young, but behaved like a mature woman. Although Gu Ning turned him down, Peng Yunlong was unwilling to give up. You can serve our country by joining the army. Don't you want to do that? Facing the pressure, Gu Ning didn't panic at all but argued. It's not the warring era now, and I can also serve our country by being a successful businesswoman. It isn't a bad idea, but forces are more important sometimes, Peng Yunlong said. Gu Ning agreed with it. An independent country needed strong forces to protect its people and territory. General Peng, are you forcing me to join the army? Gu Ning put on a serious face as well, and used her magical power to put pressure on Peng Yunlong. Everyone was amazed by her air of power. What if I am doing that? Peng Yunlong asked her. Well, I think you probably have to ask the permission of someone, Gu Ning said with a smile on her lips. Who is it? Peng Yunlong was curious. Right at this moment, Gu Ning's phone rang before she could say something. She set a special ringtone for Leng shouting, so she knew that he was the caller once the ringtone sounded. Leng shouting was the one Peng Yunlong had to ask for permission. What a coincidence. He just called me. Please excuse me for a while, Gu Ning said. Sure, Peng Yunlong said. He was curious to know who the person was. Gu Ning picked up the call at once. Hi, have you finished your task? Yeah, where are you now? Leng shouting asked. Gu Ning had sent Leng shouting a message and told him that she was in the capital now, so he could read the message once he got off the plane. I'm at the Tengyun tea house now. How about you? Gu Ning asked. I'll be there in 20 minutes, Leng shouting said. He wasn't far from the Tengyun tea house. Great, Gu Ning said, then hung up. Afterwards, she turned to look at Peng Yunlong. General Peng, the person you need to ask permission from is about to come. Would you mind waiting for him? No problem, Peng Yunlong said. He had no plan to leave here right away after all. Peng Yunlong then invited Gu Ning and the others to have a seat in the private room he booked. Leng Xiaoshuan and Jiang Ruining felt uneasy, but Gu Ning stayed calm. Actually, both Leng Xiaoshuan and Jiang Ruining were curious about the person, but it wasn't appropriate for them to ask that question at this moment. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting called Master Leng. Hi, Grandpa, Leng Xiaoting said. Are you back in the capital now? Master Leng asked. Yes, Leng Xiaoting said. Great, come and dine with us along with girl Gu this afternoon, Master Leng said. I need to ask her first, Leng Xiaoting replied. She's promised to visit me, so you must come home this afternoon to share a meal with me, Master Leng said. I think I need to ask her for her opinion first. What if she's busy this afternoon? Leng Xiaoting insisted. Hearing that, Master Leng remembered that Gu Ning was a busy, successful businesswoman, so he agreed. Fine, go ask her whether she's free this afternoon. I will, Leng Xiaoting said before he hung up. Peng Yunlong asked Gu Ning when they were all seated in the private room. Gu Ning, you told me that you love running businesses. How much do you know about it? It's not easy to run a profitable company, and you might have outstanding debts. Gu Ning was just a high school student, so Peng Yunlong thought that she couldn't know much about running a business. Even the other people in the room held the same idea. What Peng Yunlong just had said was also true. Gu Ning smiled and said, Well, I do know a little about running a business, but I can hire capable people to do it for me. And I can be the boss or investor. How can you make sure that they will do their best and stay loyal to you? Peng Yunlong asked. I actually want to ask you the same question, General Peng. Aren't you afraid that I can't stay loyal to you? Gu Ning asked. Peng Yunlong was struck dumb for a second and didn't know what to say. To his surprise, Gu Ning had the gift of gab. Luo Zhanhua was amused seeing Peng Yunlong's expression. He hoped that Peng Yunlong could have such a talented girl be a member of the special forces, but he didn't want Gu Ning to be forced to join the army. I didn't know that you have the gift of gab, Peng Yunlong said. Ah. Gu Ning laughed a little. Peng Yunlong shook his head and dropped this topic. Girl Gu, what industry are you going to be involved in? Luo Zhanhua asked. Jewelry, antiques, real estate, hotels, restaurants, shopping malls, the entertainment industry, skincare products, and so forth. I'm doing them right now, Gu Ning said. Those were some industries that Gu Ning was already involved in right now, but they thought it was just her ambition. You're really ambitious. Can you manage to do all of them? You must be down to earth, Peng Yunlong said. Although Gu Ning was indeed excellent at kung fu, he didn't think that she could do so well at business too. I understand. To be honest with you, I'm already involved in those industries right now, Gu Ning said with a smile. What? Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Yes, you heard me right, Gu Ning said. However, none of them could believe their ears. If it was true, Gu Ning must be super rich. What are the names of your companies? Peng Yunlong asked. Jade Beauty Jewelry, Shangyun Antique Store, Cozy, Colane, and Fenghua Entertainment are my famous companies in the capital, while some are in other cities, Gu Ning said. You're the boss of them? Luo Zhanhua was astonished because those were all famous and popular companies in the capital these days. Peng Yunlong didn't know much about them, but he knew that they must be very influential seeing Luo Zhanhua's expression. Gu Ning, no wonder I felt this name sounded familiar. You're the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry, Shangyun Antique Store, Colane, Cozy, and Fenghua Entertainment, Leng Xiaoshuan said with great surprise. Jiang Ruining was also amazed after knowing Gu Ning's companies. They weren't aware of the news about Gu Ning on the internet yet, or they would have been more shocked. Yes, I own all of them. General Peng, maybe you don't know much about them, but you can ask Secretary Luo whether I'm good at running businesses, Gu Ning said with confidence. Peng Yunlong turned to look at Luo Zhanhua at once, And Luo Zhanhua said to Gu Ning, "You're a genius in business." "A genius in business?" Peng Yunlong took a long breath in. It was a very high compliment, especially from Luo Zhanhua. Afterwards, Luo Zhanhua told Peng Yunlong some details about those companies, and Peng Yunlong was stunned. Gu Ning was indeed a genius in business. "Did you establish all of them on your own?" Peng Yunlong found it hard to believe. Gu Ning didn't feel displeased facing Peng Yunlong's doubt, because she knew that she was too young to be so successful. "Yes," Gu Ning said with certainty. "Although I simply made some investments and established them with my powerful connections too. I'm confident that they're very profitable." It wasn't shameful that she had gained help from others to build her companies. Peng Yunlong was stunned and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Gu Ning's phone rang again, and Leng Xiaoting told her that he was in the tea house now. Gu Ning then told Leng Xiaoting the number of the private room they were in. "Who is the person?" Peng Yunlong asked with curiosity. "My boyfriend," Gu Ning said with a happy smile. "Why do you need your boyfriend's permission to make the decision?" Peng Yunlong asked again. Peng Yunlong was reluctant to give up, and tried to persuade Gu Ning to join the army again. We're going to get married in the future, so his opinion matters to me," Gu Ning said. Peng Yunlong was surprised once more. Before long, someone knocked on the door, and Peng Yunlong said, "Come on in." Hearing his voice, Leng Xiaoting was surprised because he recognized the voice. Why is Ning Ning with him? If he hadn't clearly remembered the number of the private room Gu Ning was in, he would have doubted whether he knocked on the wrong door. With a light sound, the door was pushed open and Leng Xiaoting appeared in their sight. "Xiaoting!" Leng Xiaoshuan stood up in shock, so did Zhang Ruining. They were astonished to find that Leng Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend. Peng Yunlong and Luo Zhanhua were also greatly surprised, but soon realized that Gu Ning's boyfriend was Leng Xiaoting. In that case, Gu Ning was going to marry Leng Xiaoting in the future. It was a piece of shocking news. The second Leng Xiaoting saw Peng Yunlong. He saluted and greeted him with respect. "Nice to see you, General Peng." After that, he turned to greet Luo Zhanhua. "Nice to see you, Secretary Luo. Come on and have a seat," Peng Yunlong said. Although Peng Yunlong held a higher position than Leng Xiaoting in the army, he was very easygoing. In fact, Leng Xiaoting was better than him as to their ability. Because Leng Xiaoting was too young, he just made it to Major General, otherwise he could have become the youngest Lieutenant General in the history according to his achievements. Most importantly, Leng Xiaoting had made all of his achievements on his own, instead of relying on his family background. Leng Xiaoting then went to sit by Gu Ning. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoshuan and Zhang Ruining rounded their eyes in shock. "Jesus, Gu Ning is Xiaoting's girlfriend." Leng Xiaoshuan was more shocked than anyone else in the room, because Master Leng always complimented Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend in front of them. Now he finally realized why his grandfather liked Gu Ning so much. "Gu Ning, you're going to be my cousin-in-law," Leng Xiaoshuan said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting gave him a glance, and Leng Xiaoshuan felt a little scared. But he didn't think that he said anything wrong. He was like a rat in front of a cat now. "Why are you here too?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "I invited Gu Ning to share tea here, then ran into Uncle Peng and Uncle Luo," Leng Xiaoshuan replied. "When did you meet each other?" Leng Xiaoting asked again. "Just a while ago. Ruining and I were waiting for cousin Zhaolin under a building, but a heavy iron box suddenly fell, and Gu Ning pushed our car away beforehand, so we were able to survive. In order to thank her, we came here to enjoy tea together," Leng Xiaoshuan said. Thinking of the accident, Leng Xiaoshuan and Zhang Ruining were still frightened. Leng Xiaoting nodded but said nothing further, because he knew Gu Ning's ability very well. Peng Yunlong, however, was surprised by Gu Ning's brave behavior. A car weighed a lot, and it wasn't easy to push it away after all. "Xiaoting, there is something General Peng wants to talk with you about," Gu Ning said all of a sudden. Leng Xiaoting looked at Peng Yunlong with a serious face at once. "General Peng, what can I do for you?" Although Peng Yunlong was aware that Leng Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend now, he was still unwilling to give it up, so he said, "Well, the thing is that I think Gu Ning is a rarely found girl, and I hope she can join the army to serve our country. What do you think? Peng Yunlong didn't tell Leng Xiaoting that Gu Ning had actually turned him down. He hoped that Leng Xiaoting might agree, and that Gu Ning might listen to Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting remembered his parents' death the moment he heard that, and he didn't want Gu Ning to join the army, especially the special forces. He was reluctant to see Gu Ning be in great danger. If Gu Ning was willing to do it herself, he wouldn't stop her even if he disagreed. If Gu Ning was unwilling to do it, he would support her staying away from danger. General Peng talked that with me and I rejected it, but General Peng insisted, so I used you as an excuse, Gu Ning said before Leng Xiaoting asked her. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting felt relieved. General Peng, I'm sorry. I don't agree. Fine, I won't mention it again. Peng Yunlong was disappointed. He couldn't force Leng Xiaoting to do what he wanted. By the way, your girlfriend is really outstanding, Peng Yunlong added. Leng Xiaoting smiled and said, Thank you, General Peng. It wasn't easy for others to see Leng Xiaoting smiling. After a while, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning excused themselves, and Leng Xiaoshuan along with Zhang Ruining also left the tea house. Xiaoting, where are you going next? Leng Xiaoshuan asked once they were outside. To deal with something, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoshuan didn't tell him details, so Leng Xiaoshuan stopped asking about it. Will you go home today? I'll see, Leng Xiaoting said. Fine. Leng Xiaoshuan closed his mouth. After that, Leng Xiaoting walked away with Gu Ning. Give me the car key, Leng Xiaoting said to Gu Ning when they were in the parking lot. Gu Ning took out the car key and gave it to him. Leng Xiaoting opened the car door of the front passenger seat for Gu Ning, and he didn't go to sit in the driver's seat until Gu Ning was seated well. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoshuan and Zhang Ruining had to admit that Leng Xiaoting had changed a lot ever since he was in love. Are you busy this afternoon? Leng Xiaoting started the car and asked Gu Ning. Hearing that, Gu Ning understood that Master Leng wanted to meet her in the Leng family's house. She smiled. Nope. My grandpa wants to see you, Leng Xiaoting said. Sure, Gu Ning said. Why don't we go visit him this afternoon? Leng Xiaoting asked again. In fact, he was looking forward to bringing Gu Ning back home to have a formal meeting with his grandfather. No problem.
Gu Ning nodded.
She understood that Leng Xiaoting ached to let her meet his grandfather, but she had told him to wait until she studied in the university. Leng Xiaoting beamed with happiness. Let's go to my house now, and we can go there a while later. He just came back, and wanted to take a shower before they went to the Leng family's house. Sure, Gu Ning said. Oh, Xiaoshuan just said that you saved his life. Thanks, Leng Xiaoting said. You don't need to say that to me. Gu Ning was amused. I should because of what a great thing you've done, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning beamed and dropped the topic. Once Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were gone, Leng Xiaoshuan called Master Leng and told him what he had been through today. Master Leng laughed and liked Gu Ning more. Oh, when we were at the Tangyun tea house just then, Gu Ning had a fighting competition against General Peng. No one won, and General Peng tried to persuade Gu Ning to join the army. What? Master Leng interrupted him. Even though Gu Ning was unusually outstanding, Master Leng was unwilling to send her to join the army. Relax, Grandpa, Gu Ning didn't agree, nor did Xiaoting, so General Peng gave up, Leng Xiaoshuan said. Hearing that, Master Leng was relieved. Since Peng Yunlong already gave the idea up, he wouldn't bother to talk to him in person about it. Once Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were in the house, Leng Xiaoting pressed her against the wall and kissed her with great passion. He hadn't seen Gu Ning for days and missed her so much. Ning, I missed you. Leng Xiaoting's husky voice sounded by Gu Ning's ears. Xiaoting, I missed you too, Gu Ning said. At this moment, the video of the fighting competition between Gu Ning and Peng Yunlong was uploaded to the internet and went viral. Although the person who uploaded the video didn't know them, some people recognized their faces. The girl was the famous goddess Gu, while the man was General Peng. Peng Yunlong sometimes showed up on TV, so his face wasn't strange to many people. Everyone was shocked that Gu Ning was able to make friends with Peng Yunlong, who was the general officer in the general military region of the capital. It was obvious that they weren't strangers. At the end of the video, Peng Yunlong talked with Gu Ning in a relaxed manner, and people realized that they hadn't really fought against each other, but just did it for fun. Therefore, everyone thought that Gu Ning might be a friend of Peng Yunlong's. Goddess Gu is so unbelievable. She can even make friends with General Peng. She didn't lose the fighting competition with General Peng either. It was almost 5 p.m. after Leng Xiaoting took a shower and put on new clothes, and they left for the Leng family's house. Gu Ning wanted to prepare some gifts for the Leng family members before they went to visit them, since it was their first formal meeting. Leng Xiaoting had told her that he only cared about his grandfather, but Gu Ning should still obey the etiquette as Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. If she didn't bring gifts, the members of the Leng family might have a bad impression of her. Leng Xiaoting agreed with it in the end. Actually, he had also prepared some good tea and drinks as gifts. Gu Ning planned to buy something more herself, but Leng Xiaoting said tea and drinks were enough, so Gu Ning gave the idea up. Gu Ning had met Master Leng before, so she wasn't nervous this time. When they arrived at the Leng family's house, it was 5:30 p.m., and the kitchen was busy preparing dinner at the same time. Leng Yuanzhen, Leng Yuanqian and his wife were still at work now, so the dinner wouldn't begin very soon. Only Master Leng and Leng Xiaoshuan were in the Leng family's house now. Master Leng kept chatting with Gu Ning once she showed up, and ignored Leng Xiaoting. "Girl Gu, you don't need to bring so many gifts," Master Leng said, because he already accepted Gu Ning as a member of his family. In addition, Gu Ning had sent him many priceless gifts before. He didn't want her to spend too much money on gifts. "Well, it's our first formal meeting, and I should bring some gifts, or the others might think that I'm impolite," Gu Ning said. Master Leng laughed. "All right, but don't do it again the next time." "I won't," Gu Ning said. After that, Master Leng took out a small and delicate box and handed it to Gu Ning. "Girl Gu, this is a little gift to you. It's not as valuable as those gifts you've sent me. Please don't be disappointed." "Of course I'm not. I love it and thank you so much, Grandpa," Gu Ning said. She took the box with a broad smile on her face. It was Master Leng's gift to her at their first formal meeting, so there was no reason for her not to accept it. Moreover, she had sent Master Leng many gifts before, and there was nothing wrong for her to accept a gift from him now. Master Leng also beamed when Gu Ning said that she loved his gift. He was happy to see Gu Ning accept it. Gu Ning opened the small box, and there was a white jade bracelet inside. Although it looked ancient, it was covered in dense magical power. This is a family heirloom from the older generation of the Leng family, and it belonged to Xiaoting's grandmother. Although it's not very expensive, it's meaningful, so I'm giving it to you today, and I wish you and Xiaoting a happy ending, Master Leng said. This jade bracelet reminded him of his deceased wife. "Grandpa, I promise I'll take good care of it, and live a happy life with Xiaoting," Gu Ning said. "Great, great." Hearing that, Master Leng almost cried. Leng Xiaoxi came home from her school at 6 p.m. She greeted Master Leng and Leng Xiaoting when she saw them. However, when Leng Xiaoxi's sight fell on Gu Ning, her eyes lit up at once. "Are you Goddess Gu?" Leng Xiaoxi recognized Gu Ning because she was Gu Ning's fan too. Leng Xiaoshuan was confused and asked, "Goddess Gu? Do you mean Gu Ning?" He hadn't read much news about Gu Ning on the internet, so he didn't understand what Leng Xiaoxi was talking about. Gu Ning was very stunning, so it was totally understandable that people called her Goddess Gu. But Leng Xiaoshuan was very curious why Leng Xiaoxi called Gu Ning the same way. Leng Xiaoxi, however, ignored Leng Xiaoshuan's question, because she was too excited now. She loved surfing on the internet, so had learned a lot about Gu Ning. Gu Ning stood up and smiled at her. "Are you Xiaoshuan's younger sister, Xiaoxi?" There were only 2 granddaughters in the Leng family. One was Leng Xiaojia that she had met before, while the other one must be Leng Xiaoxi. "Yeah, I am." Leng Xiaoxi ran towards Gu Ning at once. "Goddess Gu, what are you doing here?" "Gu Ning is Xiaoting's girlfriend," Leng Xiaoshuan said. "Seriously?" Leng Xiaoxi was shocked. "OMG, you're my cousin-in-law. I'm so thrilled now." Seeing her reaction, Gu Ning was amused and had a good impression of her. Although Leng Xiaoting wasn't close to Leng Yuanjin's family, he didn't hate them either, so Gu Ning wouldn't stay aloof from them. However, as for the other members in the Leng family, Gu Ning thought that she better keep a distance from them. Xiaoxi, how did you manage to know Gu Ning? Leng Xiaoshuan asked with curiosity. On the internet. She's the most popular girl recently. Why don't you search her name yourself? Leng Xiaoxi said with impatience. Leng Xiaoshuan took out his phone at once. After reading the news about Gu Ning, he was shocked. He didn't expect that Gu Ning was far more outstanding than he thought. Gu Ning, I'm short of words now, Leng Xiaoshuan said. Gu Ning smiled but said nothing. At this moment, Leng Yuanjin and Yu Yin came home. They were surprised when they saw Gu Ning. Hi, let me introduce you. This is Xiaoting's girlfriend, Gu Ning, Master Leng said. This is your uncle Yuanjin and your aunt Yin. Since Master Leng already accepted Gu Ning as his granddaughter-in-law, he hoped that she could get familiar with all the members of the Leng family as soon as possible. Gu Ning stood up without delay and greeted them politely. It's very nice to meet you, Uncle Yuanjin and Aunt Yin. Leng Yuanjin and Yu Yin were amazed by Gu Ning's beauty when they saw her face. Nice to meet you, they said. A few minutes later, Leng Yuanqian and Jiang Xuyuan were also home. Before they asked anything, Master Leng opened his mouth again, but sounded colder this time. This is Xiaoting's girlfriend, Gu Ning. Afterwards he turned to Gu Ning. This is your Uncle Yuanqian and Aunt Xuyuan. Nice to meet you, Uncle Yuanqian and Aunt Xuyuan. Gu Ning greeted them politely too. Nice to meet you, Miss Gu, Leng Yuanqian said. But Jiang Xuyuan remained silent with obvious disdain on her face. Seeing that, Master Leng was annoyed at once, and gave Jiang Xuyuan a cold glance. Jiang Xuyuan panicked a little, but still refused to greet Gu Ning. Where is Xiaojia? Will she dine with us? If not, we'll dine first, Master Leng said. Leng Xiaojia had graduated for a long time, but she was still jobless and played around all day long. And although the Leng family was affluent, nobody liked a good-for-nothing. In fact, Leng Xiaojia put all her attention into clothing design now, which was her major, but she hadn't achieved anything yet. Jiang Xuyuan was dissatisfied with Master Leng's attitude towards Leng Xiaojia, but didn't dare complain. Dad, Xiaojia will be home in 5 minutes, Jiang Xuyuan said after hanging up the call with Leng Xiaojia. Fine, we can wait for her for 5 minutes. If she doesn't show up within 5 minutes, we'll enjoy the dinner before her, Master Leng said, then apologized to Gu Ning. Girl Gu, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's fine, Grandpa, Gu Ning said with a smile. Jiang Xuyuan felt displeased that Master Leng was so kind and gentle to Gu Ning. Leng Xiaojia was Master Leng's granddaughter, but Master Leng had never been so gentle to her. About 4 minutes later, Leng Xiaojia showed up, but she clenched her teeth in anger the second she saw Gu Ning. Why are you here? Her rude attitude annoyed both Leng Xiaoting and Master Leng. It was obvious that they had a conflict. Gu Ning is Xiaoting's girlfriend, and she's here to share dinner with us, Leng Xiaoshuan said and defended Gu Ning. She's Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend? Leng Xiaojia was surprised, then looked at Gu Ning with stronger hatred. Xiaojia, what happened? Jiang Xuyuan asked, and she sided with Leng Xiaojia without doubt. She grabbed our seats away at a restaurant last time. Leng Xiaojia played the blame game. What? She's so rude. Jiang Xuyuan raised her voice on purpose. Shut up and mind your manners. Master Leng snapped at them. It's the truth. Jiang Xuyuan argued back, but in a low voice. Although she wasn't loud, everyone still heard it clearly, and Master Leng was displeased again. Leng Yuanqian also snapped at her. Mind your language. Jiang Xuyuan felt aggrieved, but didn't dare say another word. Miss Leng, you should be responsible for what you just said. There are surveillance cameras in the restaurant, and we can easily find out who stole whose seats. Gu Ning wasn't mad, but she refused to submit to unreasonable blame. You? Leng Xiaojia was struck dumb for a second and panicked. Seeing her reaction, Master Leng Xiaoting, Leng Xiaoshuan and Leng Xiaoxi were all mad. Leng Yuanjin and Yu Yin also frowned. Leng Yuanqian was annoyed too, because Leng Xiaojia's behavior embarrassed him in front of Master Leng. Even though Leng Xiaojia couldn't prove that she was innocent, she was unwilling to give up picking on Gu Ning. Well, since you're Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend, why did you stay out late with Zhang Ruiqin that night? Do you regard Zhang Ruiqin as a B-plan? How can? Enough. Master Leng couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Leng Xiaojia. He understood that Gu Ning had many friends, and it was very normal for people to have heterosexual friends after all. In addition, Gu Ning was a businesswoman, and she needed to socialize with different people, especially those who could help her. Zhang Ruiqin was a member of a powerful family, so it was a good thing that Gu Ning could make friends with him. Miss Leng, don't you have male friends? Do you always become entangled with your male friends in a romantic relationship? Gu Ning asked and mocked Leng Xiaojia. Bullshit. I'm not that shameless. Leng Xiaojia raised her voice in anger. Then how come you're sure that I'm shameless? Gu Ning stared straight at Leng Xiaojia. You? Leng Xiaojia didn't know what to say because she simply disliked Gu Ning. At the same time, she also felt great pressure from Gu Ning and got angry because of the humiliation. Not everyone behaves like you, Leng Xiaojia. Leng Xiaoshuan interrupted them and defended Gu Ning. It's none of your business. Leng Xiaojia vented her anger at Leng Xiaoshuan. You know I'm telling the truth, Leng Xiaoshuan said. He was aware that Leng Xiaojia wasn't an obedient, quiet girl. You? Leng Xiaojia glared at Leng Xiaoshuan. Leng Xiaojia, if you dare say anything terrible about Ningning again, I promise that you can't bear the result, Leng Xiaoting said in a cold tone and threatened Leng Xiaojia. He couldn't stand to see Leng Xiaojia humiliating Gu Ning right in front of him. Facing Leng Xiaoting's threat, Leng Xiaojia shut her mouth. She hated Leng Xiaoting and always acted against him, but she had to admit that she was scared of him too. Leng Xiaojia, did you forget my warning? Do you want to ruin our family? If you're unhappy to be here, don't come back again, Master Leng said. Leng Xiaojia rounded her eyes in shock. She didn't expect that her grandfather would side with Gu Ning. However, before she could say something, Leng Yuanqian gave an order. Xiaojia apologized to Miss Gu now. Leng Yuanqian cared a lot about his face and pride, so he ordered Leng Xiaojia to apologize since it was her fault. Jiang Xuyuan wanted to help Leng Xiaojia, but she could do nothing about it now. Leng Xiaojia was reluctant to do that. Apologize. Leng Yuanqian ordered again. Master Leng and the others all stared at Leng Xiaojia. It seemed that they wouldn't let her go unless she apologized. Even Gu Ning looked coldly at Leng Xiaojia. If Leng Xiaojia didn't apologize, she would use violence to teach her a lesson. No matter how unwilling Leng Xiaojia was right now, she had to yield. I'm sorry. Her voice was very low. Although Gu Ning heard it, she purposely said, Miss Leng, what did you say? Could you please speak louder? You? Leng Xiaojia felt utterly humiliated. Jiang Xuyuan opened her mouth at this moment. We all heard it. Are you doing that on purpose? Sorry, I don't have good hearing, Gu Ning said, which obviously was a lie. You? Jiang Xuyuan was mad, but Leng Yuanqian glared at her so she had to shut her mouth. Leng Xiaoting supported Gu Ning, so did Master Leng, because they both thought that Leng Xiaojia wasn't loud enough. Even if Leng Xiaojia's apology was insincere, it must be loud. I'm sorry. Leng Xiaojia raised her voice, then turned around walking upstairs. She was too mad to have dinner now. Nobody stopped her, and it wasn't a bad thing that she was absent for dinner. Jiang Xuyuan looked at Gu Ning with her eyes full of hatred, but she couldn't say or do anything. She finally realized why Master Leng had told them that Gu Ning wasn't weak at all. Leng Xiaojia learned her lesson today. After that, they began to enjoy dinner together. Although they sat randomly around the table, Master Leng was the only one who could sit on the master's seat. Master Leng pulled Gu Ning over and told her to sit by his right side, while Leng Xiaoting sat by Gu Ning's right side. Because of what had just happened, Jiang Xuyuan lost her appetite, so did Leng Yuanqian, but the others were in a good mood. Master Leng even kept refilling Gu Ning's bowl during dinner. Luckily, Gu Ning could eat all of it. In Master Leng's eyes, Gu Ning was already a member of his family, and he had a very good impression of her. Leng Xiaojia repeatedly threw her pillow against the bed to vent her anger in her room. Damn you, Gu Ning. You'll be abandoned by Leng Xiaoting one day in the future. You'll be raped to death.
Leng Xiaoja vitsiusli kurset kuning.
Jiang Xuyuan was also annoyed by Gu Ning, so she still tried to pick on her. Miss Gu, may I know where you are from? Even though she sounded polite, she failed to hide her malicious aim. City F, Gu Ning said. She wasn't afraid of her at all. City F? Isn't it a third-tier city? What does your family do, Miss Gu? Jiang Xuyuan asked again with disdain. Can't you be quiet for a while? Master Leng snapped at her in annoyance. Grandpa Leng, it's fine. Since Ms. Jiang wants to know more about me, I'm willing to share some information with her, Gu Ning said to comfort Master Leng. She didn't call Jiang Xuyuan Aunt Xuyuan but Ms. Jiang, which showed that she was unwilling to be close to her. Master Leng didn't say anything further, because he knew that Gu Ning was able to handle it well. My mother owns a beauty salon. Gu Ning answered Jiang Xuyuan's question. How about your father? Jiang Xuyuan asked at once. Well, my father is involved in many industries, Gu Ning said, but didn't tell her the details. Oh, sounds great. What's the name of your father's company? Jiang Xuyuan asked. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you many details, Gu Ning said. She didn't want to use the Tang family's influence to help herself now, because Jiang Xuyuan was no match for her. However, Jiang Xuyuan believed that Gu Ning's family business must be too small to show off. Fine, I probably have never heard of it before because I only know the most famous large companies, Jiang Xuyuan said. There is no need for you to know details about Gu Ning's family business, because Gu Ning's business empire alone is enough to shock you, Leng Xiaoshuan said. He couldn't stand Jiang Xuyuan's face that was filled with obvious disdain anymore. Miss Gu's business empire? Hearing that, Jiang Xuyuan and the others were greatly surprised. They couldn't believe that Gu Ning was able to run a business empire at such an early age. Didn't you just buy a set of jewelry from Jade Beauty Jewelry? Gu Ning owns it. You're using skincare products from Cozy, right? Gu Ning owns that too, and there are many other famous companies owned by her, Leng Xiaoshuan said with pride. It sounded as if he was the boss of those companies. What? She owns Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. Jiang Xuyuan was shocked. In fact, both Jiang Xuyuan and Yuyin were fans of Jade Beauty Jewelry. They loved Cozy too, but didn't pay much attention to the founder of those two brands. To their astonishment, Gu Ning was the owner of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. Right, I'm the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy, Gu Ning said with a calm face. I'm also surprised to know that Ms. Jiang likes my company's products. Since you're shouting, Aunt, you can have 20% off the next time. Gu Ning said that simply to make fun of Jiang Xuyuan. Since Jiang Xuyuan hated her so much, Jiang Xuyuan might stop buying from Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. It was nothing in Gu Ning's eyes. Even if Jiang Xuyuan accepted the discount, Gu Ning didn't mind it at all. It's not necessary. I don't think Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy are good brands at all, and I won't buy them again, Jiang Xuyuan said with dislike. She was unwilling to buy the products produced by Gu Ning's companies. Nevertheless, it was a painful decision. Jiang Xuyuan regretted it the moment she said that aloud, because she really liked Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy, especially Cozy. Cozy had greatly improved her skin, and she was actually reluctant to stop using it. However, she had already said it aloud, so it was impossible for her to take back her words now. Cool, Gu Ning said and shrugged. After that, she asked Yuyin, Auntie, what brand of skincare products do you use? I use Cozy too, and I think it's very effective, Yuyin said, and she was a loyal fan of Cozy. Glad to know that. Actually, there are many fans of Cozy, but unfortunately Ms. Jiang dislikes it. Maybe she has abnormal skin, Gu Ning said and mocked Jiang Xuyuan. Hearing that, Jiang Xuyuan was mad. However, before she could say anything, Gu Ning interrupted her and kept talking with Yuyin. Auntie, do you like Jade Beauty Jewelry? Of course, it's the most popular jewelry brand now, Yuyin said with a smile. In the capital, many noble ladies were fans of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and they felt honored to own the luxurious jade jewelry from it. Compared with jade beauty jewelry, other jewelry looked less attractive. Moreover, jade beauty jewelry was getting increasingly famous. I'm relieved to hear that because I've prepared a gift for you, Aunt Een, Gu-ning said, then took out her backpack. Actually, Gu-ning had no intention to send Yuin a gift right now, but she decided to do it in order to annoy Jiang Xuan. She wasn't weak and would fight back once she was attacked. Yuin was surprised when she heard that. Gu-ning just asked her whether she liked jade beauty jewelry and cozy, so the gift was highly likely to be the products of jade beauty jewelry or cozy. Except for Master Lung and Lung Xiaoting, the others around the table were also surprised, and Jiang Xuan felt jealous of Yuin. At the same time, she also believed that Gu-ning did it on purpose to embarrass her. She felt utterly regretful now. She shouldn't have said that she disliked jade beauty jewelry and cozy, or she could have gotten a gift too. Before long, Gu-ning took out a jewelry case and a case of skincare products. They were indeed products from Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. Here is a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry, and a set of Cozy skincare products. Auntie, and I hope you like them, Gu-ning said and handed them to Yuin. Yin's face lit up when she saw the two cases, but she wasn't sure whether it was appropriate to accept them right now. Well, they aren't very expensive. Please accept them, Auntie, Gu-ning said, and put them into Yin's arms. Since it's a gift from Girl Gu, you can accept them. Girl Gu does it out of kindness after all, Master Lung said. He understood that Gu-ning did it to annoy Jiang Xuan, but didn't think it was inappropriate. Instead, he supported Gu-ning in doing it. It was Jiang Xuan's fault anyway. Well, thank you so much. Yuin accepted them happily. She could absolutely afford them but felt happier when they were free. Jiang Xuan's face was distorted in anger, because Gu-ning only gave Yuin a gift and ignored her. She also wanted a gift. Without a doubt, the jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry must be expensive. Lung Yuanqian felt a little embarrassed too because Jiang Xuan was his wife, and her behavior affected him. However, it was Jiang Xuan's fault after all, so he couldn't blame Gu-ning. Anyway, he had a terrible impression of Gu-ning, but Gu-ning didn't care about it at all. After that, they continued to enjoy dinner, because it wasn't appropriate for Yuin to open the jewelry case now. When they finished the dinner, they went to share tea in the living room and chatted with each other. Yuin didn't open the jewelry case until now. Jiang Xuan wanted to go upstairs once she finished dinner because she was unwilling to stay with Gu-ning for a while longer, but she ached to see what was in the jewelry case. Yuin was surprised again the second she saw the jade pendant. Jesus, it's a Fulishu jade pendant. A Fulishu jade pendant cost at least 3 million yuan. Except for Master Lung and Lung Xiaoting, the others were all astonished by Gu-ning's generosity. Master Lung wasn't surprised because Gu-ning had sent him several more expensive gifts. The king's green jade alone was worth over 100 million yuan. Lung Xiaoting wasn't surprised because he knew that Gu-ning was always generous. Jiang Xuan, however, couldn't be more jealous now. Auntie, you can have 20% off when you spend money in Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy again in the future. If you go there with your friends can have the same discount as you, Gu-ning said. Although she gave Yuin the gift in order to irritate Jiang Xuan, she was willing to be kind to Yuin. Gu-ning had a good impression of Yuin, because Yuin held no grudge against her or Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting only cared about Master Lung and the Lung family, but Gu-ning understood that he also ached for familial love. If Lung Xiaoting could have some family members who really cared about him, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Miss Gu, do you think that we can't afford internationally famous luxurious jewelry brands? This brand isn't international at all. I don't think it's a good gift. Jiang Xuan was just trying to stir things up because she was jealous. Yuin, however, didn't care about her opinions at all. Thanks, I think it's a good gift and I like it very much, Yuin said to Gu-ning. Although Gu-ning had the gift of gab, she wouldn't argue with those who didn't have hatred towards her. She would only treat kind people better once she felt kindness. Therefore, Yuin had a better impression of Gu-ning now. Even though Yuin clearly knew that Gu-ning purposely did it to irritate Jiang Xuan, she still sensed Gu-ning's kindness. Anyway, she disliked Jiang Xuan too. Don't you have a sense of shame? It's cheap and worthless. Jiang Shuyuan mocked Yuan. Shuyuan, it's over the top. Gu Ning is just being kind, and her kindness is priceless. No matter how rich the Lung family is, we shouldn't spend money with wild abandon, Yuan said. You? Jiang Shuyuan was mad. Enough. Lung Yuanqian interrupted her. Couldn't you be quiet for a while? Jiang Shuyuan wanted to say something again, but didn't dare to utter a word when she saw Lung Yuanqian's cold expression. She felt utterly embarrassed, then left without delay. Lung Yuanqian also made an excuse to go to his study. The others in the room didn't care about it, and continued to chat with each other. Lung Xiaoshuan said, Dad, Mom, do you know how awesome Gu Ning is? She owns other companies except for Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. He directly took out his phone and searched Gu Ning's name on the internet before he showed the results to Lung Yuanjin and Yuan. Goddess Gu is my idol, Lung Xiaoxi said, and didn't bother to hide her admiration towards Gu Ning. Haha, I have a very outstanding granddaughter-in-law. Master Lung also showed off. Grandpa Lung, there is still a lot I can do, Gu Ning said and felt amused. It's the truth that you're already very outstanding and successful, Master Lung said. After reading the news about Gu Ning, Lung Yuanqian and Yuan were both amazed. To their astonishment, Gu Ning was able to achieve so many things at such an early age. It was totally beyond their imagination. In their eyes, Gu Ning was a talented genius. Actually, it wasn't a fair game if they compared Gu Ning with her peers, because she was reborn and had the help of her jade eyes. Jiang Shuyuan went to Lung Xiaojia's room later. Both of them were irritated by Gu Ning, so they kept swearing at her. It turns out that she's the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy, but I just promised not to use the products produced by her companies right in front of their faces. I'm regretful now, Jade Beauty Jewelry said. What? She's the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. Lung Xiaojia was shocked. She also hated to use the products produced by Gu Ning's companies, but she was unwilling to stop using Cozy. Oh, Gu Ning also gave Yuan a full issue jade pendant of Jade Beauty Jewelry and a set of Cozy skincare products, but she ignored me, Jade Beauty Jewelry said. How could she do that? Mom, we can't tolerate this, Lung Xiaojia said in anger. What do you want to do? Jiang Shuyuan also ached to teach Gu Ning a lesson. I have no idea now, but I can ask my friend, Lung Xiaojia said. Great, be careful not to be found out by your grandfather, Jiang Shuyuan said. I understand, Lung Xiaojia said. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting left the Lung family's house together a while later. Xiaoting, will Grandpa Lung have a bad impression of me because of what I did just then? Gu Ning was a little worried. She knew that Master Lung thought highly of her, but she hadn't married into the Lung family yet after all, while Lung Xiaojia was Master Lung's biological granddaughter. She visited the members of the Lung family for the first time today, but had an unpleasant argument right in front of Master Lung's face. Relax, my grandpa warned them to be kind to you beforehand. If they dare to pick on you, you can fight back as you like. They deserve it, Lung Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Gu Ning was relieved. Actually, Lung Xiaoting's attitude mattered most. Lung Xiaoting would side with her whatever she did. The public jade bid would begin the day after tomorrow in Burma, but Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting had to leave for Citytung tomorrow, because Gu Ning needed to check the condition of her companies there. They booked plane tickets to Citytung once they were back in the house. Because of the public jade bid in Burma, there weren't many seats available on planes to Citytung from the capital, so the flight that Gu Ning chose would take off at 9:05 a.m. tomorrow. Afterwards, Lung Xiaoting directly pressed Gu Ning against the bed. Lung Xiaojia, at the same time, gathered together with her friends in a bar to talk about how to teach Gu Ning a lesson. Except for Lung Xiaojia and Shi Yanyan, there were two other young and handsome men in the room, but they looked slovenly. Lung Xiaojia asked, Zhao Kai, do you have any good ideas? I want to teach a little by asterisks at a lesson. Who dares to annoy you? How serious do you want to make it? Zhao Kai asked. Don't disable nor kill her. Anything else will be fine, Lung Xiaojia said with a malicious face. Easy, we can find some men to rape her and take a video of it, Zhao Kai said. Good idea. Leng Xiaojia wore a satisfied smile. Can you help me with it? No problem, Zhao Kai said. He had many fair-weather friends who were good at it. Give me some information of the little by asterisks each so we can stalk her, Zhao Kai said. Her name's Gu Ning, 19 years old. Oh, wait a second. Let me see whether I can find her photo, Leng Xiaojia said. Then search for Gu Ning's photos on the internet. Leng Xiaojia wasn't aware of Gu Ning's great fame now, and she only knew Gu Ning was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry and Cozy. Therefore, she typed Gu Ning's name along with Jade Beauty Jewelry to search for Gu Ning's photos. However, she found out more shocking news about Gu Ning, and kept reading it. What's wrong? Shi Yinyan asked Leng Xiaojia because Leng Xiaojia looked shocked. How is it possible? Leng Xiaojia couldn't believe her eyes. What? Zhao Kai and another man asked her too. Leng Xiaojia didn't answer their questions, so Shi Yinyan approached to look at the screen of her phone. There was information about Gu Ning on the screen of Leng Xiaojia's phone, and Shi Yinyan was also astonished after reading it. She remembered Gu Ning that they ran into in that restaurant last time, but she didn't expect that Gu Ning was so successful. Zhao Kai got curious and checked Gu Ning's information as well. Jesus, Xiaojia, are you going to tell me to teach this girl a lesson? She isn't weak at all. Zhao Kai exclaimed with shock. Zhao Kai had seen some news about Goddess Gu, but he didn't know Goddess Gu was Gu Ning. He had never met Gu Ning before after all. However, he was reluctant to mess with Gu Ning once he found out that Gu Ning was the famous Goddess Gu. The Zhao family was also a super-rich family in the capital, but it didn't mean that he dared to annoy anybody. He clearly knew that he shouldn't mess with important or influential figures. Well, I don't think we can catch her, let alone rape her, another man said. With a loud sound, Leng Xiaojia hit her phone against the table and said in anger, How is it possible? Xiaojia, why do you hate Gu Ning so much? Zhao Kai asked. We had an argument in a restaurant before, and I just found out she's Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend. She embarrassed my mother and I this afternoon at dinner, Leng Xiaojia said. I can't accept it, and I must teach her a lesson. Hearing that, the others took a long breath in. They often hung out with Leng Xiaojia, so they heard much about Leng Xiaoting. They all knew Leng Xiaoting's importance in the Leng family, and none of them dared or were willing to annoy him. Since they knew that Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend now, it was impossible that they would hurt her. It was Leng Xiaojia's grudge against Gu Ning, and they preferred to stay away from it. Xiaojia, I can't help you this time, Zhao Kai said. Although Leng Xiaojia was displeased, she didn't insist and drowned her sorrows. Nevertheless, she had no intention to give up. If Zhao Kai couldn't help her, she would turn to others for help. She didn't believe that there was no one who had the ability to punish Gu Ning. The next morning, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting set off early to avoid the traffic. Before they boarded, Gu Ning called Zheng Peng and told him the specific time that she would arrive at Citytung so that he could pick her up on time. Gu Ning and the others wouldn't reach the airport of Citytung until 1:50 p.m. In the lounge, Gu Ning left to use the ladies' room, and a beautiful girl seized this chance to strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting. However, Leng Xiaoting put on a cold face the entire time, and the beautiful girl had to leave in the end. Oh, you're so charming and popular. I just left for 2 minutes, Gu Ning joked, walking towards him. Leng Xiaoting, however, looked serious. If I weren't charming, I wouldn't have the famous goddess Gu be my girlfriend. Ah! Gu Ning was amused. Leng Xiaoting was much more outgoing than before. It's the truth, Leng Xiaoting said. Once Gu Ning sat back by Leng Xiaoting's side, other females withdrew their gazes. Leng Xiaoting already had a girlfriend, so it was inappropriate for them to keep staring at him. Nobody wanted to be embarrassed in public. When it was the departure time, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting boarded, and at 1:50 p.m., the plane landed at the airport of Citytung. Gu Ning turned on her phone and found a missed call and a message from Zi Bang. Zi Bang told her to call her back when she read this message. Gu Ning called Zheng Peng first, then called Zi Bang back. Zi Bang picked the call up at once. Hey, where are you now? Zi Bang asked. I'm in Citytung, Gu Ning said. Are you going to attend the public jade bid in Burma?
Zibeng sounded excited.
Yeah, Gu Ning said, then understood why Zibeng called her. Wonderful, I'm leaving for Burma too. I knew that you'll be there since you're involved in the jewelry business. I'll be in Burma tomorrow. Can we meet? Zibeng asked. Sure, but I'm not sure that I can keep your company all the time. I have something else to deal with, Gu Ning said. It's fine. I'm just going there for fun so you can take me on a tour, Zibeng said. No problem, Gu Ning said. She hung up the call and told Leng Xiaoting about it, and Leng Xiaoting agreed with it. When they walked in the parking lot, they saw Zheng Peng standing by a car in the distance. He waved at Gu Ning once she showed up in his sight. Hi boss Mr. Leng, Zheng Peng said to them politely. Hi, been a while. Gu Ning smiled at him. They got in the car afterwards and Zheng Peng asked Gu Ning, Boss, where should we go first? To the Stone Gambling Street, please, Gu Ning said. Sure, Zheng Peng said and started the car. Uncle Zheng, how's the company going? Gu Ning asked. Everything is going well, and the company is growing fast, Zheng Peng said with excitement. Glad to know that. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to let me know. Don't be overburdened, Gu Ning said. I will, boss, Zheng Peng said. Although Zheng Peng was willing to deal with all the problems alone, he should definitely discuss it with Gu Ning when it was necessary. Boss, when will you go to Burma? Zheng Peng asked. Tomorrow morning, I guess, Gu Ning said. Citytung was very close to Burma, so they could be Burma in an hour or two. The public jade bid would be held for 3 days. During the first 2 days, jade raw materials would be put out to tender, and people would begin to bid on the 3rd day. Zheng Peng took out an invitation letter at this moment and handed it to Gu Ning. Boss, this is the invitation letter of the public jade bid. There were 3 ways to join in the public jade bid. First, by being invited by the government of Burma. Second, by being invited by jewelry associations of Burma. Third, by being invited by jewelry trade companies of Burma. Colorful Jade Provider was one of the 3 biggest jade providers in Citytung, so it was directly invited by the government of Burma. Gu Ning took the invitation letter and put it into her backpack. When they arrived at the Stone Gambling Street, it was full of activity with a lot more visitors than usual. Zheng Peng said, because of tomorrow's public jade bid in Burma, many people came to Citytung first. Citytung was the place of production for jade raw materials, so it was normally the first stop of jade raw material buyers. Once Gu Ning entered the Stone Gambling Street, she used her jade eyes to scan around to see whether she could find quality jade. Although she already had enough jade now, it was hard to find quality jade, and she wouldn't miss any chance to find a piece. After walking by several stands, Gu Ning found a raw material with high-level jade inside. She told Zheng Peng and Leng Xiaoting to wait for her for a while, then walked over herself. She bought 2 raw materials without asking for their prices, which surprised other people. Does she know stone gambling at all? She didn't carefully observe it. I think she must be very rich. Even if she doesn't lack money, a piece of jade raw material isn't cheap. Some people got jealous the moment they saw rich people, and they held great hatred towards rich people too. Gu Ning, however, didn't care about their opinions. Zheng Peng and Leng Xiaoting understood that there must be jade in those 2 raw materials since Gu Ning bought them without asking for their prices. Hey miss, do you want to cut it out? The stand owner asked. No thanks, Gu Ning said, then left. Let me take them. Leng Xiaoting carried the 2 jade raw materials for Gu Ning. Gu Ning then kept using her jade eyes, and went to buy jade raw materials by herself again. She didn't let Zheng Peng follow her, because most stand owners on this street were familiar with him. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Gu Ning told him to stay behind. Gu Ning did the same thing this time. She didn't have a careful observation before she paid for it. However, as soon as her hand fell on the jade raw material, another hand fell on it too. In other people's eyes, their hands were laid on the raw material at the same time. Neither of them was willing to withdraw their hands. The person who also laid a hand on the raw material was a woman around 30. She was a pretty successful businesswoman in a formal suit and looked a little arrogant. I'm sorry, I touched this raw material before you, so I have the right to buy it first, Gu Ning said. The woman smiled and said, I think we touched this raw material at the same time so we can compete for it. She didn't know whether there was jade inside or not, but she thought that it was highly possible. She felt that this jade raw material was of good quality, and she was experienced in stone gambling too. Well, in fact, I touched this jade raw material half a second earlier than you, Gu Ning said, and wasn't annoyed at all. Although the woman tried to grab this piece of raw material away, her attitude wasn't very rude, and she was also willing to compete for it. People around them turned to look at them. None of them had paid attention to them before, so nobody knew whether they touched this raw material at the same time. The stand owner did see both of their hands, but he thought they touched this raw material at almost the same time. However, Gu Ning insisted that she touched this raw material half a second earlier. Zheng Peng and Leng Xiaoting also noticed the argument. Zheng Peng asked, It seems that boss encountered trouble. Do we need to help her? It's fine. She can handle it. Leng Xiaoting clearly heard their discussion and knew that it wasn't a big deal. Since Gu Ning told them to wait for her, they should listen to her. If Gu Ning couldn't solve this problem, she would turn to him for help. Can you prove it? The woman asked. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. It's easy to find out the truth, Gu Ning said, then turned to look at the stand owner. Right. Seeing Gu Ning being so confident, the stand owner nodded. Yeah. Great. The woman had no intention to give it up. Even if the surveillance video proved that she was half a second later than Gu Ning, she could apologize. It wasn't easy to find a piece of jade raw material of high quality, so she was unwilling to miss it. Afterwards, the stand owner told his assistant to guard the stand, and he went to check the surveillance video along with Gu Ning and the woman. After watching the video, they found that Gu Ning indeed touched the raw material half a second earlier than the woman. Well, fine, I'm sorry. This is yours, the woman said, although she was disappointed. Thanks, Gu Ning said, then turned to the stand owner. Please weigh this. I want to buy it. The stand owner was struck dumb for a second, because Gu Ning directly bought this raw material without observing it at all. The woman was also surprised by Gu Ning's confidence. Sure, the stand owner said, then weighed the raw material. After that, Gu Ning paid the bill and left with it. The woman walked away too, and kept on shopping for jade raw materials. However, when she saw Gu Ning walking back to Zheng Peng, she was surprised again and walked over. Hi, Mr. Zheng. Zheng Peng turned around, and his face lit up the second he saw the woman. Oh, hi, Miss Xue, been a while. Miss Xue glanced at Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. She was a little stunned by Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance, but soon calmed herself down. She wasn't a young girl anymore, so she had no interest in handsome young men. Miss Xue, please let me introduce Gu Ning. She's my boss, Zheng Peng said. Hearing that, Xue Suxiu was shocked. She knew that the boss of Colorful Jade Provider was a young girl, but she didn't expect that the young girl was Gu Ning. I'm so sorry, Miss Gu. I didn't know that you're the boss of Colorful Jade Provider. Xue Suxiu apologized again. She respected Gu Ning, who was a successful young businesswoman, and they had cooperation in business too. Xue Suxiu worked in the jewelry industry and was responsible for acquiring jade. She was one of the clients of Colorful Jade Provider. It's not a big deal, Miss Xue, Gu Ning said. Boss, this is Manager Xue of XX Jewelry Company. She's in charge of jade purchasing and also a client of our company, Zheng Peng said to Gu Ning. XX Jewelry Company was a famous company in the jewelry industry. Oh, Miss Xue. Thank you so much for purchasing jade from my company, Gu Ning said. I should thank you, Miss Gu, because the jade from your company is always of high quality, Xue Suxiu said. Glad to cooperate with you.
Gu Ning smiled.
Me too, Xue Suxiu said. Please excuse me, I need to leave now.
Bie, Gu Ning sighed.
Before long, Gu Ning and others arrived at the factory of Colorful Jade Provider. Those jade raw materials she just bought all had jade inside, so she planned to cut them out at the factory. Stonecutters were already used to cutting jade out every day, and it wasn't surprising at all when Gu Ning came with several good jade raw materials. They were curious why almost every piece of the raw materials in this factory had good jade inside. But they didn't dare to ask further about it, because they had signed an agreement not to leak any information. Nevertheless, many peers in the same industry were jealous of colorful jade provider. They all wanted to find out the reason, but no workers working in this factory were willing to tell them. Actually, none of them knew the real reason. Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting and Zheng Peng left the factory at 5 p.m. for dinner. Coincidentally, they met Xue Suxiu again at the restaurant. There was a man following Xue Suxiu. He must be her secretary. There was another middle-aged man and a young woman with Xue Suxiu, and the young woman was obviously the middle-aged man's secretary. It dawned on Gu Ning that women always had male secretaries, while men often had female secretaries. Xue Suxiu didn't see them, so Gu Ning didn't greet her. However, Gu Ning noticed something abnormal in the middle-aged man's eyes. It seemed that this man was going to trap Xue Suxiu, but it had nothing to do with her, so she didn't pay much attention to them. After a short while, Gu Ning found that Xue Suxiu was dining in the next room. Because she thought that the middle-aged man behaved strangely, she used her jade eyes to see what they were doing in the next room. She was right. Gu Ning caught Xue Suxiu's secretary secretly put a pill into her glass when he was pouring wine for her. It turned out that both the middle-aged man and Xue Suxiu's secretary planned to hurt her. "Uncle Zheng, do you have Miss Xue's phone number?" Gu Ning asked all of a sudden. "Yes, I do," Zheng Peng said, and took out his phone at once. "Please call her right now. I have something to tell her," Gu Ning said in an urgent tone. She was reluctant to get involved in another person's personal affairs, but she should do something since she already found out the dirty trick. "Sure." Zheng Peng called Xue Suxiu without delay, then handed his phone to Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting glanced at Gu Ning. He knew that she did it for a reason. In the next room, Xue Suxiu just raised the glass and was about to have a drink, but her phone rang at this moment. She said something to the middle-aged man, then picked up the call. Gu Ning felt relieved. "Hi, Mr. Zheng," Xue Suxiu said.
Mspue itsme Gu Ning site.
Xue Suxiu was surprised. "Oh, hi, may I help?" Xue Suxiu asked. "I just saw you in XX restaurant, but you were with your friends, so I didn't greet you. I just thought of something important. Can I talk with you for a minute right now?" "I'm in number 666 room," Gu Ning said. "Please come alone." Xue Suxiu didn't understand why Gu Ning suddenly called her, but she knew that it must be something important. Therefore she agreed. "No problem, I'm coming." After hanging up the call, Xue Suxiu said to the middle-aged man, "Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry. The boss of Colorful Jade Provider is in the next room right now, and she needs to see me for a while. I'll be back in a few minutes." "Sure," the middle-aged man said, and didn't think further. He believed that nobody would find out his dirty trick. After that, Xue Suxiu stood up and left. Someone knocked on the door of the private room where Gu Ning stayed, and Gu Ning opened the door in person. "Hi, Miss Gu, Mr. Zheng." Xue Suxiu greeted Gu Ning and Zheng Peng after she walked inside. She didn't know Leng Xiaoting, so she didn't greet him. Leng Xiaoting didn't know Xue Suxiu either, so he remained silent. "Miss Xue, I noticed something strange with the middle-aged man who came here with you." The young man by your side exchanged glances with the middle-aged man too. "I have a bad feeling and I think that you should be careful. You better not drink or eat tonight," Gu Ning said. Xue Suxiu wasn't dumb, and she realized what would happen to her the moment Gu Ning said that. In fact, she had a premonition herself when her boss assigned the middle-aged man to be the vice president. The middle-aged man didn't get along with her, so she was worried that he might scheme against her someday. However, she hadn't found any solid proof yet. To her astonishment, her secretary was also involved in this. She wasn't sure whether her secretary had already betrayed her because the young man had worked for her for several years. She decided to investigate later. Seeing Xue Suxiu's reaction, Gu Ning understood that she must have suspicions of the middle-aged man. "Miss Gu, thank you so much for telling me that," Xue Suxiu said with sincerity. But the problem was that she couldn't leave right now. Even though she knew she was in a dangerous situation now, she had no evidence. Besides, the dishes could have nothing harmful inside. You're welcome. I just have a bad feeling and I hope that you can stay safe. I understand that you can't leave right now. If you trust me, you can take this pill. If there really is something harmful in the drink or dishes, it can protect you, Gu Ning said and took out a porcelain bottle from her backpack. Xue Suxiu was surprised and held doubts. Anyway, since Gu Ning was kind enough to remind her to be careful, Gu Ning wouldn't hurt her, so she accepted it. Thanks, Miss Gu. Be careful, Gu Ning said. I will, Xue Suxiu said. Before she left, she stared at the bottle with hesitation for a while, but still opened it at the end and took the pill inside. The pill melted the second it was put into her mouth, and she felt quite comfortable. She had stayed up very late every night with her work these days, and lacked sleep and energy, but this pill refreshed her. Ji Yuning's medicine was unbelievable. When Xue Suxiu got back to the next private room, she composed herself and said, I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. It's fine, the middle-aged man said. Let's enjoy our dinner now. Although Xue Suxiu was still worried, she had to eat with them. The other 3 people around the table, however, checked Xue Suxiu's reaction once in a while. They felt quite confused seeing her being clear-headed and conscious for so long. The medicine would come into effect within a minute, but nothing happened to Xue Suxiu even after a few minutes. Xue Suxiu didn't miss their glances, so she was sure that there must be something harmful in the dishes on the table. Her secretary was also disloyal to her. Thinking of that, she felt hurt and disappointed. Nevertheless, she had to stay calm and pretend that she knew nothing about it. She was also sure that Gu Ning's pill was very effective, so she enjoyed the dinner as she liked and even invited the middle-aged man to share a drink with her. Gu Ning was still a little worried about Xue Suxiu's safety, so she used her jade eyes to check her condition. The middle-aged man, who was Mr. Zhao, and the others couldn't help but keep glancing at Xue Suxiu when she stayed normal. It was hard for Xue Suxiu to ignore their glances now, so she asked, Why are you looking at me so often? They panicked and withdrew their glances at once. Mr. Zhao said, Nothing. Miss Xue, you have a very good appetite today. I thought you would eat little in order to stay in shape like other women. I don't care about it and I eat as I like, Xue Suxiu said. Mr. Zhao smiled and said nothing further, but he couldn't figure out why things didn't go the way he wanted. He didn't think that Xue Suxiu had found out about his dirty trick at all. Is the pill not effective? Mr. Zhao was disappointed, but he didn't dare to annoy Xue Suxiu right now. Therefore, they separated after dinner. Gu Ning was also relieved since nothing terrible happened. In the car, Xue Suxiu looked at her secretary thinking how she should deal with him. Her head ached a little when she thought about this problem, so she rubbed her temples. Manager Xue, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable? Her secretary asked to see whether she wasn't in a good condition. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, Xue Suxiu said. Hearing that, her secretary shut his mouth, but felt upset and confused. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to a hotel together after dinner. They had nothing else to do. Once Xue Suxiu was home, she called her leader, and told her leader what she had been through tonight. Her secretary was disloyal to her, and she had to get rid of him. The next morning, Xue Suxiu's new secretary reported for duty in her office, while her ex-secretary received an offer to study abroad, which was organized by their company. Normally, only excellent staff members would have the chance to study abroad, but Xue Suxiu's ex-secretary was an exception. It wasn't appropriate to directly fire him right now, so Xue Suxiu's leader made use of this offer to move him away from Xue Suxiu. The young man was greatly surprised when he heard the news, because it happened too suddenly, and Xue Suxiu had never mentioned it before. He thought that Xue Suxiu might have found out what he had done behind her back. However, Xue Suxiu stayed kind as usual to him. He didn't ask her why, because he wouldn't admit it even if Xue Suxiu had already found out. Well, I know you're confused about why you suddenly got this chance to study abroad, and why I've never mentioned it before. Well, my new secretary is my leader's relative, And I only got this information yesterday myself. In order to make you feel better about it, we are giving you the chance. You can seize this chance and you'll have a brighter future in our company, Shuesushio said and lied. It was an acceptable reason but still not reasonable. The young man couldn't reject it and had to accept it. After walking out of Shuesushio's office, he called Mr. Zhao at once and told him everything. Mr. Zhao was very confident that nobody could find out his dirty trick, so he was sure that Shuesushio told the truth. In that case, the young man felt relieved. At the same time, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left for Yangon, Burma. Although it was only 9 a.m. in April, the sunlight was very strong. Because of the public jade bid, there were a lot more people here than before. Zheng Peng had booked a presidential suite in Yangon Hotel for Gu Ning. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to the hotel once they arrived at Yangon, Burma. They planned to take a shower before they went to the public jade bid. However, as soon as they walked into the Yangon Hotel, Gu Ning saw a familiar face. The person was Zhao Yefeng. Zhao Yefeng's face lit up the second he saw Gu Ning. What a coincidence, Miss Gu. Zhao Yefeng greeted Gu Ning with a broad smile. Then his sight fell on Leng Xiaoting. Nice to see you, Mr. Leng. Hi, Uncle Zhao, when did you come here? Gu Ning smiled at him, while Leng Xiaoting just nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Yefeng understood that Leng Xiaoting always stayed cool, so he didn't mind it. I came yesterday. Miss Gu, did you just arrive? Zhao Yefeng asked because Gu Ning was still in clothes with long sleeves, while people in Burma were all wearing clothing with short sleeves due to the hot weather. Yeah, we just arrived, Gu Ning said. Have you booked a room yet? Zhao Yefeng asked with concern, because there were no available rooms anymore. Yes, and we're going back to our room now, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning only carried a small suitcase with her this time, containing some clothes and skincare products. Because she came here with Leng Xiaoting, it wasn't appropriate for her to put it into the telepathic eye space. Great, see you then, Zhao Yefeng said. I think you better be quick so that you can have more time to look for jade of high quality. In fact, Zhao Yefeng hoped that he could join Gu Ning's team, because he might get some guidance and help from Gu Ning given her outstanding stone gambling ability. However, he was unwilling to bother her. Anyway, the public jade bid would last for 3 days, and they could meet each other again sooner or later. On the first day, jade was put out for closed bids, and the prices would be made public the next day. The jade could be cut out in the afternoon on the second day, which depended on the buyer. The third day of the public jade bid was an auction. See you, Gu Ning said, then walked away with Leng Xiaoting. They moved fast, and left the hotel half an hour later. The public jade bid only accepted cash, or bank cards from Swiss Bank. Although Gu Ning had a bank card from Swiss Bank, she wasn't sure she could use it here, so she still went to exchange for dollars from a local bank. The public jade bid wasn't located in the city center, but a place 20 kilometers away in a suburb. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting took a taxi and reached there about a dozen minutes later. When they got to the entrance, Gu Ning showed her invitation letter, and a staff member gave Gu Ning a document with information of matters needing attention in bidding, a bidding item number, bidding category, open bid or closed bid, quantity as well as reserve price and bid time on it. Although the rules said that only people with an invitation letter could get inside, others were able to enter this place by paying some money too. The public jade bid was held at a spacious square with shops on either side and stands of jade raw materials in the middle. Jade raw materials that were placed in the shops were all selected with great care, so it was more likely to cut jade from them, and their prices were comparatively higher. On the contrary, the jade raw materials placed on those stands were picked at random, so it was less likely to cut jade from them, and so their prices were lower. The shops around the square had 3 stories. Only the first floor was open for buyers, and the second along with the third floor was a tea house or a restaurant, which were only available for people with an invitation letter. And across the square, there was a 5-story building where the jade auction would be held. There were many people on the square, but luckily the square was large enough that it wasn't crowded. However, there were countless jade raw materials placed in the square, and it was impossible for a normal person to have a look at all of them. It wasn't a problem for Gu Ning, however, because she had a pair of jade eyes. There was no limit for one's bids. As long as you have enough money, you could bid for every piece of jade raw material. However, nobody would do that. There were thousands of jade raw materials in the square, but there wouldn't be jade in every piece of them. It was highly risky and no one was willing to do that. Gu Ning held a pen and a piece of paper in her hands. She started from the stands because there were too many people inside those shops at the moment. People could only make closed bids on the first day, so there might be many people who bid for the same piece of jade raw material, and only the most generous buyer could get it. Because there were too many jade raw materials, not every piece was bid for. Gu Ning decided to put in a higher bid if she found any she liked. She was going to make a lot more money than the bid after all. Leng Xiaoting followed Gu Ning in silence. Even though Gu Ning didn't talk to him, he didn't feel bored at all. Gu Ning would only choose jade raw materials with jade above medium-high level inside. But it wasn't suitable for her to bid too many times, so she would let Leng Xiaoting help her do it. In most cases, there was only stone in those jade raw materials. There might only be 10 jade raw materials with jade inside among a pile of jade raw materials, so it wasn't easy to find a jade raw material with jade of high quality inside. After checking 5 stands, Gu Ning bid on 5 jade raw materials. When she came to the 9th stand, she met Zhao Yefeng again. He was with several other businessmen. Miss Guam. Zhao Yefeng greeted her. Gu Ning glanced at the jade raw material in Zhao Yefeng's hands, then smiled and said, "Well, I don't think there is jade in it." Hearing that, Zhao Yefeng put it down at once. However, a man by Zhao Yefeng's side was displeased, and said with a cold face, "You're just a young girl. How much can you know about stone gambling?" Zhao Yefeng was a little annoyed. "Chairman Wu, Miss Gu is my friend, so please show some respect." "You!" Chairman Wu was mad when Zhao Yefeng sided with Gu Ning. "Fine, if you want to listen to a young girl, do as you like." After that, he walked away. Zhao Yefeng ignored him and apologized to Gu Ning. "Miss Gu, please don't mind it. He's always like that." "It's fine."
Gu Ning smiled.
She wouldn't be mad at a stranger. Afterwards, Gu Ning glanced at those jade raw materials placed on the stand, then said to Zhao Yefeng in a low voice, "Look at the F1003 jade raw material. I think there might be jade in it." There was a piece of medium-high level jade in it, and Gu Ning said that to give Zhao Yefeng a hint. Zhao Yefeng understood it and he also trusted Gu Ning. "Thanks, Miss Gu." "You're welcome. I'm afraid that I've got to go now," Gu Ning said. "See you," Zhao Yefeng said and didn't stop Gu Ning. Once Gu Ning was gone, Zhao Yefeng wrote the number of that jade raw material down. He believed that there was jade in it, so he made a much higher bid for it to make sure that it would be his. It seemed that Gu Ning was fated to meet more than one familiar face at this public jade bid in Burma, because after walking for a short while, she ran into Amy Hill. Amy came here along with her older brother, Adam Hill. Adam held no grudge against Gu Ning, but Amy did. Amy had tried to kill Gu Ning in vain before, so Gu Ning wouldn't let her get away with it this time. When Amy saw Gu Ning, she was scared, because she remembered Gu Ning's warning. She was born in the Hill family, but her older brother had told her that their family wouldn't help her if she annoyed Gu Ning. Gu Ning had a close relationship with Sitiyi after all, and Sitiyi cared a lot about Gu Ning too. Amy was still jealous of Gu Ning, and she still hated Gu Ning because Sitiyi liked Gu Ning and Gu Ning had injured her. Thinking of that, Amy thought that she should teach Gu Ning a lesson. Gu Ning stayed calm and didn't care what Amy was thinking. She didn't forget what Amy had done to her, but she had no intention to deliberately get back at Amy. However, Amy showed up in her sight today, and there was no reason for her to miss this chance. Besides, if Amy had avoided meeting her and kept a distance from her, she would be kind and let her go, but Amy just had to do the opposite. Therefore, Gu Ning understood that she must do something to stop Amy from hurting her again. The second Leng Xiaoting saw Amy's expression. He knew that this woman had a grudge against Gu Ning, so he gave her a cold glance. Amy felt threatened by that glance, and moved her eyes away in fear. Adam also got nervous when he saw Gu Ning's expression, and gave Amy a warning glance to tell her not to annoy Gu Ning. Nevertheless, Adam didn't know many details of what Amy had done to Gu Ning, or he wouldn't be so optimistic. Miss Gu, nice to see you again. Adam politely greeted Gu Ning. Nice to see you too, Adam, Gu Ning said. Adam didn't know Leng Xiaoting, so he just nodded at him. Leng Xiaoting did the same. Gu Ning planned to get revenge on Amy, but not now, because in her eyes it was more important to find good jade. Adam, if you don't mind, we need to go over there, Gu Ning said. Please, Adam said and stepped aside to let Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting pass. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were far away, Adam warned Amy again. Amy, don't ever think to hurt that girl again. If you cause any trouble to our family, nobody will help you. If Arthur gets the goods on us, our family will be in a dangerous situation. Arthur Hill was also a member of the Hill family. He was Amy's older cousin. Although the Hill family looked to be harmonious, the young generation were competing against each other for the right of inheritance. It was unavoidable in a powerful family, and Leng Xiaoting was going through the same thing. The Tang family in City B was very special and different in that situation. It really wasn't common among super-rich or powerful families. I understand, Amy said, but she lied. Adam didn't have much time to teach Amy to behave herself, so he kept on looking at jade raw materials. The Hill family was also involved in the jewelry industry. Except for Adam and Amy, Arthur and Yak also came here on behalf of the Hill family. It was a test laid down by the Hill family for them. Although Adam was always the best out of the younger generation, he had to continue to compete against the other children in their family to become the sole heir. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked around and wrote down numbers of jade raw materials they liked along the way in order not to attract too much attention. Gu Ning observed many other raw materials too. Leng Xiaoting was also curious about Gu Ning's behavior, because it seemed to be very easy for her to choose a good jade raw material. But he didn't ask any questions about it. He knew it was her secret. Everyone had secrets after all. Nevertheless, even though Gu Ning did her best to behave like a common buyer, she still aroused others' curiosity. She wrote the numbers down too fast. It didn't mean that she would make a bid for all of those jade raw materials on the paper, but her behavior still surprised others. When Gu Ning finished looking around the square, it was already lunchtime. Therefore, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting decided to have lunch before they went to those shops. After this morning, Gu Ning wrote down numbers of 375 jade raw materials with jade inside. But there were only 12 pieces of top-level jade among them. It was really hard to find jade of high quality. Gu Ning wrote numbers of over 90% of the jade raw materials with medium-high level or above jade inside down on her paper, and left 10% for others. It wasn't a fair game, but Gu Ning was already being kind. In addition, it wasn't illegal after all. When Gu Ning walked into a restaurant, she met another familiar face. The person was Zhang Dequan, the head of Jade Association in Citytung. There were 2 middle-aged men and 2 young men with Zhang Dequan. They seemed to be his helpers. Zhang Dequan was excited to see Gu Ning, but wasn't surprised at all, because he knew that she would attend this public jade bid. By now, Gu Ning's jade business in Citytung was already superior to the Zhang families and the Liu families. Her company became the #1 jade company in Citytung within a short time. Not only in Citytung, Colorful Jade Provider was also dominant in many other cities which were famous for their jade industry. It was very difficult for other jade companies or jade providers to compete against Colorful Jade Provider. Other businessmen in the same industry were jealous of it, but they could do nothing about it. Competition in the business world was always fierce and cruel. Moreover, not everyone would scheme to hurt others just because the others did better than them. In fact, only evil people couldn't tolerate the fact that someone could be more successful than them. The Wang family in Citytung was a great example. Nowadays, Gu Ning's company, the Zhang family's company, and the Liu family's company were the 3 largest jade developers in Citytung. The Zhang family was amazed by Gu Ning's achievement, but they weren't jealous of her, and they even hoped to maintain a good relationship with her. The Liu family had tried to scheme against Gu Ning behind her back before, but they failed and gave up. Neither of the 2 families was willing to have the same result as the Wang family. Miss Gu, nice to see you again. Zhang Dequan beamed the moment he saw Gu Ning and walked to her. The other people with Zhang Dequan were surprised when they saw Zhang Dequan being so polite to a young girl. Since Zhang Dequan was so polite to her, the young girl couldn't be an ordinary girl. Master Zhang, been a while. How are you doing? Gu Ning greeted Zhang Dequan with respect. I'm good, Zhang Dequan said. Miss Gu, did you find any jade raw materials you like? I found some, Gu Ning said with a smile. We don't see each other often. Why don't we dine together today? My treat, Zhang Dequan said. Sure. Gu Ning accepted Zhang Dequan's invitation. Haha, this way please. Zhang Dequan guided Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting towards the private room he booked. When they were all seated, Zhang Dequan introduced the others to Gu Ning. Miss Gu, please let me do the introduction. This is my nephew Zhang Binsheng. His father Zhang Ducheng is my older brother, Zhang Dequan said to Gu Ning. Zhang Binsheng was the heir of the Zhang family, and he had learned a lot from Zhang Dequan. He wasn't bad at stone gambling and the members of the Zhang family got along with each other, so they didn't have many conflicts, although they did have to compete against one another for the heir position. Zhang Binsheng was the winner of the competition in the end because of his outstanding ability, and the Zhang family was in harmony now. Binsheng. This is the boss of Colorful Jade Provider, Gu Ning. Zhang Dequan turned to Zhang Binsheng. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhang.
Kuning politeli Grete Zhang Binsheng.
Zhang Dequan was greatly surprised to hear that Gu Ning was the owner of Colorful Jade Provider. Nice to meet you too, Miss Gu. Zhang Binsheng smiled at Gu Ning. He really appreciated her outstanding ability. Zhang Dequan didn't introduce the other three men to Gu Ning because they weren't very important. The middle-aged man was Zhang Binsheng's secretary, while the two young men were their bodyguards. Gu Ning didn't introduce Lung Xiaoting to them either, but they understood that Lung Xiaoting was from a powerful family too, given his natural air of power. After lunch they had a rest for a while, then went outside to keep on looking around for good jade raw materials. Zhang Dequan and Gu Ning were going to separate once they left the restaurant. However, they met several members of the Liu family when they reached the first floor. Liu Weili, the oldest son of the Liu family, who was 34, and Liu Weiwei, who was his younger sister and was 27 this year, came on behalf of the Liu family. There were 2 stone gambling experts and 2 bodyguards with them too. Although Liu Weili was the heir of the Liu family, he wasn't very good at stone gambling, so he brought 2 experts with him. And because Burma was always involved in wars, so it was much safer to have some bodyguards by his side. The second Liu Weili saw Zhang Dequan and his group. He greeted them. Hi, Master Zhang and Lord Zhang. He greeted them on his own initiative but didn't sound kind. The Zhang family and the Liu family were competitors in the jade industry after all. Liu Weiwei, on the other hand, was stunned by Lung Xiaoting's appearance. She could barely move her eyes away from him. Liu Weiwei had a plain face, but thought too highly of herself, and was only attracted to handsome men. She would do anything in order to get a handsome man she was attracted to. Lung Xiaoting, however, felt disgusted when Liu Weiwei fixed her eyes at him. He didn't lose his temper just because she was staring at him, but simply moved a little farther away from her. However, Liu Weiwei wouldn't withdraw her leer, causing Gu Ning to frown with displeasure. Hi, Lord Liu and Miss Liu, Zhang Dequan said. Master Zhang, what do you think of today's jade raw materials? Liu Weili asked. Hard to tell, Zhang Dequan replied. Master Zhang, you're being too modest. I think you can get a lot of good jade raw materials today, Liu Weili said with jealousy evident in his tone. Yes, he was being jealous. Zhang Dequan was the head of the Jade Association in Citytung, and he was well known for his excellent skills at stone gambling. Therefore, Liu Weili got jealous upon thinking that Zhang Dequan could get a lot of jade today. Iopso, Zhang Dequan said. At this moment, Gu Ning used her jade eyes to see the numbers on the piece of paper in Zhang Binsheng's hands. She planned to bid for different jade raw materials from them to avoid conflicts. If they still had conflicts, Gu Ning was willing to leave some to them in case they got nothing at the end of the day. Good luck. Liu Weili also laughed a little, but with a cold face. Afterwards, Liu Weili's sight fell on Gu Ning. He was struck dumb for a second, then realized who Gu Ning was. This miss must be Miss Gu, who just replaced the Wang family and became one of the 3 largest jade providers in Citytung, right? Lu Weili purposely asked this question with arrogance to take Gu Ning down a notch. He understood that Gu Ning wasn't simple since she could replace the Wang family, but he didn't believe that she was able to do it alone. In fact, Lu Weili thought that Gu Ning was too young to be important. Yes, I did replace the Wang family, Gu Ning said with confidence. Very well. I'm surprised that Miss Gu is able to make such a great achievement at such an early age, Lu Weili said in an ironic tone. In his eyes, Gu Ning was simply a little girl, and the real boss of Colorful Jade Provider must be someone else. Lu Weili was curious why Gu Ning was chosen to represent Colorful Jade Provider. He was too self-satisfied to face reality. It's not a big deal, Gu Ning said and took Lu Weili's irony as a compliment. If you'll excuse me, we need to leave now. Gu Ning hated Lu Weiwei staring at Lung shouting, and couldn't stand it a second longer. Lu Weili didn't stop her, but Lu Weiwei opened her mouth. Wait a second. After that, she walked straight towards Lung shouting and said to him, Hey, why don't you give me your phone number? We can share a meal together someday. Saying that, she put on a smile she thought was attractive, but it actually was quite disgusting. Lung shouting ignored Lu Weiwei. It was as if Lu Weiwei wasn't talking to him. Gu Ning stood in between them and coldly looked at Lu Weiwei. Miss Lu, don't you think it's too much that you ask my fiancé for his phone number right in front of me? Other people also disliked Lu Weiwei's behavior, but they weren't surprised because they knew her personality very well. Fiancé. Lu Weiwei was a little surprised but soon sneered. So what? You aren't married yet, so he's still available. Hearing that, everyone was shocked by Lu Weiwei. Although Lung shouting and Gu Ning indeed hadn't got married yet, they were already engaged. She was challenging Gu Ning by saying that to Gu Ning's face. Lung shouting was mad this time and glared at Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei felt scared. Even though she knew both of them were annoyed now, she was unwilling to give up because Lung shouting was the most handsome man she had ever seen. Witnessing Lu Weiwei's inappropriate behavior, Lu Weili had no intention to stop her. Nobody could tell what he was thinking. Zhang Dequan was willing to support Gu Ning, but he also knew that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl. Miss Lu, it sounds that you're very confident about yourself, but I think that you're no match for me, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning seldom attacked others in public, but Lu Weiwei was asking for it. You? Lu Weiwei was mad when Gu Ning despised her. I was born in the Lu family. So? I'm the boss of Colorful Jade Provider.
Gu Ning sighed.
A jade provider is barely comparable to my family's wealth, Lu Weiwei said with disdain. Lu Weiwei had heard little about Colorful Jade Provider, so she thought that it wasn't important. Weiwei. Lu Weili had to stop her at this moment. Although a jade company was indeed barely comparable to their family's wealth, it wasn't a good thing if they had a bad relationship with its boss. Colorful Jade Provider was one of the 3 most famous jade companies in Citytung after all. Lu Weili didn't care about Gu Ning, but he was afraid of the real boss behind her back. Zhang Dequan and the others thought that Lu Weiwei was quite stupid after hearing her opinion of Colorful Jade Provider. She had no idea how fierce the competition in the jade business in Citytung was. Am I wrong? Lu Weiwei didn't think she was wrong. Gu Ning laughed a little. You're right. A jade company isn't worth mentioning compared with your family's wealth, but I had ruined the Wang family before I built Colorful Jade Provider. You? Lu Weiwei was shocked. Lu Weili also rounded his eyes in shock. They had heard news about it but didn't believe that a young girl could do that. In addition, the Wang family was ruined because many of their dirty secrets were exposed, so they believed that it must have been the Wang family's enemies in politics who had done it. To their astonishment, Gu Ning told them that she was the person who had unseated the Wang family. It's impossible. Lu Weili blurted it out. Well, I simply gave the Wang family's enemies a helping hand. That's it, Gu Ning said with a smile which was scary. She wasn't showing off her ability, but gave the Lu family a warning. If it was possible, Gu Ning preferred to spend less time on scheming against them, Lord Lu, I have no intention to become the Lu family's enemy, so I hope we can mind our own business. If you really dislike me, I don't mind playing the game with you, Gu Ning said and warned. After that, she looked at Lu Weiwei. Miss Lu, don't ever leer at my man again, or you'll regret what you've done. Lu Weiwei was stunned and didn't know what to say now. You? Lu Weiwei was furious and still wanted to argue with Gu Ning. Weiwei, shut up. Before Lu Weiwei could say anything else, Lu Weiwei stopped her. No matter what, they shouldn't have conflict against Gu Ning now. Lu Weiwei pouted, but had to listen to her older brother. Let's go now. Gu Ning hated to stay here for a second longer, so she walked out at once, followed by Lung shouting. Zhang Dequan and the others also left soon. Weiwei, don't do that again, Lu Weiwei said to Lu Weiwei. I understand, Lu Weiwei said, but she was still reluctant to give Lung shouting up. Gu Ning and Lung shouting went to the first shop of jade raw materials after walking out of the restaurant. Compared with the stands, there were far fewer shops, so it didn't take long for them to look around the jade raw materials. There were only 100 or 200 jade raw materials in each of those shops. It was more likely to find jade of high quality in select jade raw materials. Among the 100 or 200 jade raw materials, there could be more than 5 pieces of medium-high level jade. After looking around 7 shops, Gu Ning already found over 30 jade raw materials with good jade inside. In fact, there were more jade raw materials with jade inside, but some of them had been chosen by Zhang Dequan, so Gu Ning didn't write their numbers down. Although Gu Ning had the intention to leave some good jade raw materials to Zhang Dequan, it depended on his luck whether he could get all of them. Zhang Dequan had only written down a few numbers of those jade raw materials, so Gu Ning still had plenty of choices. A short while later, Gu Ning received Zi Being's call. Zi Being just arrived at Yangon, Burma, and she asked Gu Ning whether she was at the public jade bid at the moment. Gu Ning gave her an affirmative answer, so Zi Being directly came to meet her. Yangon was the capital of Burma, but it wasn't very large, so Zi Being reached the square within half an hour. Mengda and Nan came along with her. Zi Being didn't have the invitation letter, but it was very easy for the Zi family to get one, so Zi Being entered the square with an invitation letter in her hand in the end. Gu Ning, I'm here. Zi Being was super excited to see Gu Ning. Hi, Mr. Lung and Miss Gu. Mengda and Nan greeted Gu Ning and Lung shouting. Lung shouting and Gu Ning nodded at them. Shouting. After giving Gu Ning a big hug, Zi Being greeted Lung shouting with a broad smile. She didn't feel embarrassed at all, although she had admired Lung shouting before. She was a smart and kind girl. She mostly liked Lung shouting because he was very outstanding among his peers, but they knew little about each other. In addition, Gu Ning was Zi Being's good friend now, and Zi Being was unwilling to lose such a good friend. Hi, Lung shouting said to her. Gu Ning, what do you think of the jade raw materials in the square? Zi Being asked Gu Ning. Well, I think I have about a dozen shops left in the square, and I've already found many jade raw materials with jade of high quality inside, Gu Ning replied. Oh, sounds great. You can keep on looking around and I won't bother you, Zi Being said. She knew nothing about stone gambling, and came here just for fun. Sure, Gu Ning said. Afterwards, Gu Ning walked ahead. Zi Being followed her, and sometimes looked around herself. Actually, Zi Xiaomin and Zi Being's father was unwilling to let her take part in this public jade bid in the beginning, because Burma wasn't a safe and stable country, but Zi Being told them that Gu Ning and Lung shouting would be there too, so Zi Xiaomin and her father agreed. They weren't familiar with Gu Ning, but were quite familiar with Lung shouting. Zi Being wasn't a weak girl either, and she had 2 ace bodyguards by her side too. With Lung shouting's help, they believed that she would be safe. Zi Being's father had recovered now. Although it was Lung shouting who had given them the medicine, they knew that the medicine belonged to Gu Ning, so they felt grateful to her. Nevertheless, Zi Being had a conflict with someone after she had gathered together with Gu Ning for a short time. Coincidentally, Gu Ning's enemies Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin were also involved in it. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yexin were present at today's public jade bid too. But Zi Being didn't have the conflict with them at the very beginning. The thing was that a man accidentally rubbed against a woman's body among the crowd on the square, which was unavoidable because there were too many people today. But the woman was very violent and pushed the man away with great force. It was obvious that the woman wasn't an ordinary woman, and the man stumbled into a pile of jade raw materials. It was quite painful falling into a pile of hard rocks, and his back started bleeding instantly. Zibang noticed that the man didn't do it on purpose, while the woman was too violent, so she was annoyed. Most importantly, Zibang noticed that the woman was from country R, so she got furious at once. Zibang hated people from country R. Since she had witnessed the woman's violent behavior, she had to do something now. Therefore, once the man got back to his feet, Zibang ran over and pushed the woman into the same pile of jade raw materials. She purposely did it so that the woman could taste the same unpleasant feeling. The woman was in a lot of pain after the sudden fall. Luckily, she was good at martial arts, so she was stronger than ordinary people and wasn't seriously hurt. Miss Yamaguchi, Chizu and Tangyashin were scared when they saw that. The next second, a strong man who stood by the woman's side ran forward to punch Zibang. Mengda jumped out to fight against him without delay, while the man from country R was fighting with Mengda. Chizu and Tangyashin helped Miss Yamaguchi get back to her feet. She wasn't seriously injured but was still hurt, so she glared at Zibang as if she was going to tear Zibang to pieces. After a few minutes, the man from country R lost the fight with Mengda. He knew that he wasn't a match for Mengda, so he turned to swear at Zibang. "What are you doing? Why did you push her?" "I think you should ask this miss why she violently pushed that innocent man into the pile of jade raw materials first," Zibang calmly said. "You!" The man was mad. He didn't think that it was the woman's fault. He asked for it himself. He knocked into a Yumi. He didn't do it on purpose. It's too crowded on this square. Couldn't you see it? Zibang said. Most onlookers supported Zibang, because the man and the woman from country R were indeed too rude. "You!" The man was furious but didn't dare to fight against Mengda again. At this moment, Guning and Lung shouting came after hearing the noise. When Guning saw Chizu and Tangyashin, she was displeased, but didn't show her real feelings on her face. Chizu and Tangyashin were also surprised to see Guning. In fact, Chizu felt happy to see her, but he was a little upset when his sight fell on Lung shouting. He didn't recognize Lung shouting, so he wasn't aware that Lung shouting was a member of the Lung family, but he hated to see such a handsome young man standing by Guning's side. He wondered whether he was Guning's boyfriend. Thinking of that, Chizu was unhappy and didn't greet Guning. He was so self-centered. Tangyashin, on the other hand, hated Guning as usual, so she directly ignored her. "Bang, what happened?" Guning asked Zibang. Zibang then told Guning everything, and Guning thought that Zibang was right. If she had witnessed the same thing, she would have done that too. However, it wasn't appropriate for them to cause trouble here, so Guning said, "I don't think we should argue or fight anymore, or we'll be chased out by the host." Hearing that, Zibang agreed to stop arguing with them. The man and the woman from country R were unwilling to let Zibang get away with it, but they had to agree because they didn't want to be chased out either. Even though they couldn't cause trouble here right now, it didn't mean that they wouldn't do anything in the future and at another place. Guning glanced at the man whose back was still bleeding. "Mengda, please help him get over here," Guning said to Mengda. "Sure," Mengda said, then supported the man to walk towards Guning. Guning took out a porcelain bottle from her backpack and poured out a power crystal. She told the man to take it and let Mengda help him move to a quiet place for a rest. After that, Guning and her friends left. Once they were gone, Chizu, Tangyashin, the man and the woman from country R held different ideas. "Damn it, how dare they treat me like that?" Ayumi Yamaguchi's expression was evil. Chizu and Tangyashin turned to give her a glance. Seeing her expression, they knew that she would take revenge, but they said nothing to stop her. They now relied on the Minamino family to help the Tang family enter the market in country R. The Minamino family was an influential family in country R, and Shoyuta Minamino was its sole heir. As long as Shoyuta Minamino was willing to help them, it would be easy for them to enter the market in country R. Ayumi, don't worry. I promise that I'll take revenge for you, Shoyuta Minamino said. He liked Ayumi Yamaguchi and his heart ached for her when he saw her hurt. However, Ayumi Yamaguchi disliked Shoyuta Minamino because he wasn't good-looking, but she didn't reject him either. In fact, Shoyuta Minamino was a plan B in Ayumi Yamaguchi's eyes. Shoyuta Minamino was aware of it, but he was willing to be a backup. Although they weren't a couple on the surface, they did everything a couple did. Therefore, Shoyuta Minamino thought that it wasn't a big deal that Ayumi Yamaguchi didn't accept him as her boyfriend. Takuya, go follow them. I want to know which hotel they are staying at. Be careful not to be noticed by them, Shoyuta Minamino said to a young man by his side. He just had a fight with Mungda, so he knew that they weren't weak. Yes, sir, Takuya said and left. Ayumi Yamaguchi was injured now, so she needed a rest. The Minamino family was also involved in the jewelry industry, but jade jewelry was just a part of their family's business, and they didn't know much about jade raw materials. They came here mainly for the auction, which would be held on the third day. It wasn't important for them to join in the first 2 days of the public jade bid. In that case, Shoyuta Minamino went back to the hotel along with Ayumi Yamaguchi. Chizue and Tang Yashin also left. They were in the same group as Shoyuta Minamino and Ayumi Yamaguchi, so it wasn't appropriate for them to stay if they left. Guning soon noticed that someone was stalking them, and she knew the person must be sent by Shoyuta Minamino. She did nothing because she wanted to know what the person was going to do. Actually, Guning planned to cause big trouble because Chizue and Tang Yashin were also involved in it. Since Chizue and Tang Yashin were in the same group as the two people from Country R, Guning thought that it was a good chance to teach them a lesson too. Guning couldn't wait to see them in trouble. The National College entrance examination was just a month away, and Guning would go to the capital after it. It would be the moment that she started to attack the Tang family in the capital. Tang Bingsun couldn't live long. Because of the argument, Zi Beiying didn't dare to walk around alone again, so she followed closely behind Guning. She soon found out that Guning wrote the numbers of the jade raw materials at a fast speed, which aroused her curiosity. Although she knew little about stone gambling, she noticed that most people had to observe the jade raw materials for a long time before they wrote some numbers down. Guning, on the other hand, didn't hesitate to write one after the other. Guning, how could you be so fast? Zi Beiying asked, feeling confused. I have a unique skill, Guning said. What is it? Zi Beiying asked. I can't tell you, Guning said. Fine. Zi Beiying was a little disappointed. Before long, Guning finished looking around the last dozen shops. She wrote down the numbers of nearly 150 jade raw materials that contain jade of high quality. If it was added to the jade raw materials that she had chosen from the stands, she got over 500 pieces in all. The sizes of the jade in them varied, but the total value could be over 1 billion yuan. Guning wasn't sure that she was able to get all of them, but she was confident that she could get at least 90% of them. Afterwards, Guning asked Lung Xiaoting to help her finish the bids. After filling in the blanks, Guning and Lung Xiaoting handed over the bid charts. It was only 3 p.m. when they finished that, and most people were still busy looking around on the square. Many staff members were surprised by their efficiency and thought that they might be there to have fun instead of taking it seriously. It wasn't uncommon, because not everyone was able to find jade raw materials they wanted. Guning and her friends left the square afterwards. It's still early. Why don't we go to the jade raw material street?
Guning sighed.
She didn't want to miss any chances to get good jade raw materials. The jade raw materials at the jade raw material street weren't as good as those placed on the square where the public jade bid was held, but it was still possible to find jade from them. Good idea.
Zi Beiying carried.
She came here to have fun, so she obviously wouldn't reject it. Since they didn't drive there, they took taxis. Guning and Lung Xiaoting shared one, while Zi Beiying and her 2 bodyguards shared another. When they arrived at the jade raw material street, there were many people there. Not everyone would be invited to the public jade bid, and not many were willing to pay a large amount of money for it, So they chose to visit the Jade Raw Material Street. The first thing Guning needed to do now was to rent a small storehouse to store the jade raw materials she was going to buy. She could secretly put them into the telepathic eye space if it was possible. It was easy to rent a small storehouse on this street. After that, Guning rented a cart and walked into the Jade Raw Material Street. Takuya was still following them. It still only took Guning a little time to find the good jade raw materials she wanted, and she only spent a few minutes in each shop. Lung Xiaoting was already used to it, and Zibang also knew that it was because of Guning's unique skill, but Takuya was confused. He knew how hard it was to find a jade raw material with jade inside, and that it normally took a long time for a person to find one. He couldn't figure out the answer, so he kept following them. About an hour later, Guning reached the end of this street and she got around 200 jade raw materials with jade inside and all. They moved them back to the storehouse together. Guning, how will you move so many jade raw materials back to the city you live in? Zibang asked, looking at the large pile of jade raw materials in the storehouse. They needed legal documents to move jade raw materials from Burma, and it was difficult to get those legal documents, so Zibang was worried. I'll figure a way out, Guning said. She wasn't worried about it at all. She had her telepathic eye space. Since Guning said that she could handle it, the others stopped asking about it. If you need my help, just tell me, Lung Xiaoting said. It's fine. I know how to deal with them, Guning said with a smile. Xiaoting, could you help me return the cart? Guning said to Lung Xiaoting. She used this excuse to send him away. No problem, Lung Xiaoting said. Let Mengda do that, Zibang said. She thought that there was no need for Lung Xiaoting to do it in person. Thanks, but I can do it, Lung Xiaoting said. Guning needed his help, and he was unwilling to bother others. All right, I need some space now. Would you please wait for me outside? I'll be out after leaving some marks on the jade raw materials, Guning said. Can I help? Zibang asked. Thanks, but I need to do it myself, Guning said. Fine, Zibang said, then left with Mengda and Nan. Once they were gone, Guning closed the door of the storehouse and put all the jade raw materials into the telepathic eye space before she walked outside. Just as she locked the door of the storehouse, Lung Xiaoting came back. Let's go for dinner,
Guning sighed.
Afterwards, they left the jade raw material street, still followed by Takuya. Zibang and her two bodyguards also stayed in the Yangon Hotel, so they went back to the Yangon Hotel together. Takuya called Shoyuta Minamino without delay, because Shoyuta Minamino also stayed in the Yangon Hotel. The Yangon Hotel was a 5-star hotel in Yangon, and many visitors chose to stay there. Guning and Lung Xiaoting went to have a ride after dinner. Zibang understood that they wanted to spend some private time together, so she didn't bother them. Guning told her to be careful, although Zibang didn't know that there was someone who had been following them the whole time. Afterwards, Guning asked the hotel for a car. When they were in the car, Lung Xiaoting asked her, Ningning, where do you want to go? Lung Xiaoting understood that Guning had something to deal with tonight. Let's go to XX Mountain, Guning said. She was going to find another member of the evil practice. XX Mountain was about 50 kilometers away from Yangon, so it took a long time for them to get there. Besides, they still needed to walk for a long distance after they arrived there, because there were no roads for a car to drive on. Given Guning and Lung Xiaoting's speed of walking, it might take them 20 minutes. Therefore, it wasn't an easy journey. However, since Guning was already here, she couldn't give up this chance. She would have to go there sooner or later, and she was free right now. No problem, Lung Xiaoting said. He understood that it was dangerous, but he didn't stop Guning. He had promised to do it along with her, and he was confident that he could protect her. A short while after Guning and Lung Xiaoting set off, Zibang got in trouble again. She didn't stay in the hotel, and went outside to have a walk. However, two men suddenly showed up and stopped her. Seeing that, Mengda and Nan protected her and started to fight against them. There weren't many people on the street, and people often fought in Burma, so the local citizens were already used to it. The two men were good at fighting, but Mengda and Nan were still better than them. Zibang was sure that the two men must have been sent to attack her by Shoyuta Minamino. She only had conflict with Shoyuta Minamino in Burma after all. Takuya, who was in a dark corner, got nervous after seeing his people beaten down by Zibang's bodyguards. In the end, the two men from country are screamed in pain on the ground and gave up. Mungda and Nan were ace bodyguards, and were both very loyal to Zibang. So they used great force to beat the two men. They wouldn't kill the two men in public because it wasn't necessary. Zibang walked to them at this moment, and coldly stared at them. "I know who your boss is. Go tell him that he won't safely leave Burma if this ever happens again." After that, she left with Mungda and Nan. Takuya sent the two men to the hospital at once, then called Shoyuta Minamino and reported everything to him. Shoyuta Minamino was in Ayumi Yamaguchi's room at that moment. He smashed the teacup into pieces on the floor after hearing what had just happened, which scared Ayumi Yamaguchi. T. Shoyuta Minamino was furious, but could do nothing about it. To his surprise, the girl's bodyguards were so excellent. "Shoyuta, what happened?" Ayumi Yamaguchi asked him after he hung up the call. She knew something terrible must have happened. "We failed and they won," Shoyuta Minamino said in anger. "Ayumi, don't worry. I'll try again." "Great," Ayumi Yamaguchi said. She was unwilling to give up either. Seeing Ayumi Yamaguchi in a half-transparent sleeping gown, Shoyuta Minamino felt aroused, but he couldn't have sex with her now because she was injured. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting arrived at the small town at the entrance of XX Mountain before the sky turned dark. So Lung Xiaoting stopped the car in a parking lot once they arrived. XX Mountain was a famous mountain in this place, so it wasn't difficult for Gu Ning to find it. Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting sped up. It was already dark when they reached the foot of the mountain. It looked quite scary because of a black mist in the woods that dimmed the moonlight. Leaves rubbed against each other and birds made hoarse sounds once in a while, which made it even more creepy. Ji Yuning didn't walk in at once, but used her jade eyes to look around to see whether she could find the second member of the evil practice. She failed to find him, but noticed Den Xin at another place in the valley. The valley was a little far away, so Gu Ning wasn't able to see it clearly, but she was sure that the man was there. No matter what, she had to go there to find it out. Lung Xiaoting silently remained by Gu Ning's side the entire time. Afterwards, Gu Ning walked towards the valley. The XX mountain was very rugged, and it was hard for ordinary people to climb up it, but it wasn't a problem for Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting. Lung Xiaoting understood that Gu Ning wasn't a weak girl, but he still kept paying attention to her in case she fell. Gu Ning used her jade eyes along the way to help her check the surroundings. Since this place was well known for hidden treasure, she should try to find some. The farther they walked into the woods, the colder they felt. Gu Ning took out the night-luminescent pearl, then put it into a small bag with a string. She gave the small bag to Lung Xiaoting and said, "Wear this on your neck, then you won't feel cold anymore." Although Lung Xiaoting was a strong young man, he might be affected by Yin without having the magical power to protect himself. "How about you?" Lung Xiaoting was worried about Gu Ning's safety.
I'm fine.
"The cold wind won't affect me," Gu Ning said. Lung Xiaoting knew that she wasn't lying, so he accepted the night-luminescent pearl. After going through a lot with Gu Ning, Lung Xiaoting always had a feeling that Gu Ning wasn't a common human being, but she was unwilling to tell him details, so he didn't ask further about it. He was a very considerate boyfriend. Lung Xiaoting soon felt better with the help of night-luminescent pearl. When they got close to the valley, Gu Ning released some magical power which could attract the second member of the evil practice. Before long, both Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting heard loud noises. It wasn't because of the wind, and it was filled with danger. Gu Ning looked ahead and found a black figure flashing by. It moved like lightning, and it was only 10 meters away from Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting within seconds. The black figure stopped there and observed Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting from a dark corner. He was the second member of the evil practice. When he sensed the magical power on Gu Ning's and Lung Xiaoting's body, he looked greedy. He was surprised to find two human beings with strong magical power, and felt super lucky. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he was in danger now. Many people came here to search for treasure, so the man thought that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting came here to do the same thing. The second Gu Ning saw the man, she didn't hesitate to pull out a handgun to shoot him. The man was shot in the shoulder and screamed in pain. Although he was a member of the evil practice, he still could feel pain before he reached the top level. After being shot, the man realized that Gu Ning had already found him and got furious. He couldn't wait to kill them right now. "Damn it, how dare you hurt me!" he yelled and attacked Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were shocked by his speed. The man hadn't been prepared just then, so Gu Ning was able to shoot him, or he wouldn't have been injured. Gu Ning squeezed a bronze dagger into Leng Xiaoting's hand when the man attacked them. Given the man's speed, it was useless to use a gun. A dagger was much better for fighting in a short distance. Gu Ning also held a bronze dagger in her hand, then began to fight against the man. Even though Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting did their best, they failed to get control of the man, because the situation wasn't to their advantage. They were in the dark rocky woods, and couldn't move as quickly as the man. Besides, the man was much stronger than them. It was obvious that the second member of the evil practice was of a much higher level than the first one they had met before. Although they couldn't catch the man right now, the man wasn't able to hurt them either. In fact, Gu Ning could directly let the Jiao out to help them so that they could catch the man within seconds, but Gu Ning was unwilling to expose the Jiao. Moreover, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting needed to practice their skills, so she wouldn't let the Jiao out until she felt threatened. The man was surprised by Gu Ning's and Leng Xiaoting's ability. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" he asked them in a low voice. He felt that they didn't come here for treasure, but him. However, he couldn't believe that ordinary human beings were able to find him, because even when he had to mingle with human beings, he wouldn't expose his real identity. "We came here for you," Gu Ning said. The man was struck dumb for a second. Since they came here for him, they must know who he was. "What do you want to do after you find me?" he asked again. He thought it might have something to do with the evil practice. He was right. "I want to know more about the evil practice," Gu Ning said. "Why?" he asked. "I just want to know more details. If you're willing to tell me, I can let you stay alive or you could be killed." Gu Ning threatened him. Actually, even if he told her everything, she wouldn't set him free because he was harmful to society. On the other hand, the man wouldn't let her go even if she was willing to let him go, because she had magical power around her body, which was what he wanted most. The man laughed with disdain hearing Gu Ning's threat. "Seriously? Can you do that to me?" Although he couldn't win the fight against Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting now, he didn't think they were better than him. They were human beings after all, and they would be short of strength if the fierce fight dragged on for longer. "Do you know why I knew you're here?"
Gu Ning sighed.
The man was struck dumb again. Someone must have told them his location. An idea dawned on the man, but he wasn't sure it was the right answer. "Why?" he asked Gu Ning. "Another member of the evil practice told me," Gu Ning said, and the man immediately knew that it must have been his enemy. He was mad but soon accepted it. They were enemies after all. "How is he now?" he asked. "He's dead," Gu Ning said. "What?" The man was shocked. "He's dead." He couldn't believe his ears. "Did you kill him?" he asked. "Yeah, I did," Gu Ning said. "So, will you tell me what I want to know or not?" The man started to become afraid of Gu Ning now. Since Gu Ning could kill his enemy, it wouldn't be hard for her to kill him. However, he realized something important all of a sudden and sneered. "Do you think that I'll believe your words? He must have told you something about the evil practice too before he was killed by you. I don't think you'll let me go even if I tell you what I know. Anyway, we're not sure who will be the loser yet." The man doubted that Gu Ning was able to kill him. He thought that Gu Ning might be deceiving him. "Well, if so, I have nothing else to talk to you about," Gu Ning said, and decided not to waste time on arguing with him. Besides, Gu Ning didn't think that he could tell her anything new. Therefore, Gu Ning added more magical power into her body, and became much stronger in an instant. It was impossible to catch the man without the help of her magical power. Once Gu Ning got stronger, The man was unable to win the fight, so he tried to escape a few times but was blocked by Gu Ning. He started to believe that Gu Ning did have the ability to kill him. However, even though he knew that Gu Ning could kill him, he still refused to give up because he understood that he would be killed in the end either way. Leng Xiaoting was curious about why Gu Ning suddenly became so strong, but he didn't ask about it. As time went by, the man soon ran out of strength and sank onto the ground. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were also exhausted. If they had met a member of the high level in the evil practice, they would have lost the fight. At this moment, Gu Ning took out her gun and aimed at the man's energy center in his belly. The most vulnerable part of people who practiced inner discipline was the energy center where their energy was concentrated. Once the energy center broke, they died. The man could barely move now, so he failed to avoid the bullet. The next second, the bullet pierced through his energy center, and it exploded with a loud sound. What? Leng Xiaoting was stunned. Gu Ning explained at once. The energy center is the most vulnerable part of his body. Once it breaks, he dies. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting nodded. Xiaoting, let's go over there, Gu Ning said. The valley was about 30 meters away, and it was full of yin, so she was curious to see it. Sure. Although Leng Xiaoting didn't know what Gu Ning was going to do there, he still followed her. It was dark on the mountain at night, so it was difficult to see the road ahead, but it wasn't a problem for Gu Ning. In addition, Leng Xiaoting had the night luminescent pearl to light the road for him. Before long, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the edge of the valley. Gu Ning looked down at the bottom, which was covered in black yin. Although Gu Ning had her magical power to protect herself, it still felt cold and creepy. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting was wearing the night luminescent pearl now, or the yin would hurt his physical body. After that, Gu Ning used her jade eyes, trying to see what was in the valley. She found that the valley was a circle with a diameter of about 12 meters, and it was about 30 meters tall. The bottom of the valley wasn't very big. Except for a river flowing from a cave, there were all stones and trees. Gu Ning checked the cave. There was nothing special in it, but she saw something reflecting green from the bottom of the cave pond, which was about 10 meters deep. She took a closer look, and it turned out to be a large piece of jade. There was a pile of stones, or jade raw materials to be specific, under the pond. Many of them had jade inside, including a giant one which was 1 meter long and ½ meter in diameter. The pile of jade raw materials could be the hidden treasure people were talking about. Since she already found them, she couldn't miss this chance. However, how should she explain it to Leng Xiaoting? Even if she got the pile of jade raw materials, how should she move them back? Gu Ning hesitated over whether she should tell Leng Xiaoting about her jade eyes right now. At this moment, she heard some noises, and noticed a young man and woman walking over towards them. Both of them were in their early 20s. Someone is coming. Let's hide first, Gu Ning said, then pulled Leng Xiaoting to the other side. Leng Xiaoting frowned because he didn't sense anything abnormal. After walking for a few steps, Gu Ning stopped and said to Leng Xiaoting, "Give me the night luminescent pearl now. If they are members of the evil practice, they will be able to find us because of its magical power." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting took it off at once and gave it to Gu Ning. Nevertheless, the moment the night luminescent pearl left his body, he felt quite cold and trembled a little. Gu Ning wouldn't allow Leng Xiaoting to be hurt by the cold, so she took out a porcelain bottle with 10 power crystals inside. Take a pill whenever you feel uncomfortable. There was too much yin in this mountain, and a single power crystal had a limited effect, which was the reason why Gu Ning gave Leng Xiaoting the night luminescent pearl at first. Sure. Leng Xiaoting took a pill without delay. He trusted Gu Ning no matter what she told him. Even if it was poisonous, he would still take it. After taking a pill, Leng Xiaoting felt much better and continued to walk forward with Gu Ning. Once Gu Ning put away the night luminescent pearl, she found that the young man and woman stopped too. They exchanged a glance with one another and felt quite confused. "The magical power is gone," the woman said with a frown. "Ziyu, maybe your feeling was wrong. This mountain is full of yin, so it's impossible to find magical power here," the man said. The woman was the one who sensed magical power around them. No way, I couldn't be wrong. The woman, whose name was Dongfang Ziyu, said in annoyance. The magical power couldn't disappear all of a sudden either. Unless it's from an object which is attached to a person. Its owner must be a master. Dongfang Ziyu was indeed very smart. They weren't ordinary people since they knew about magical power. In fact, they were people who were practicing their inner discipline. Since its owner is a master, we can't grab the object with magical power away. The man, whose name was Wu Shunhua, said. Hearing that, a touch of disappointment flashed by Dongfang Ziyu's eyes, but she had to accept this fact. Fine, let's go find Dongfang Pei now. Dongfang Ziyu said, then left. Dongfang Pei was Dongfang Ziyu's uncle, who was the man of the evil practice that Gu Ning just killed. Dongfang Ziyu disrespected Dongfang Pei precisely because Dongfang Pei joined the evil practice. It was totally unacceptable in their family. Dongfang Pei had harmed countless people. So the Dongfang family sent them to punish him. They had searched for him for a long time, then heard that Dongfang Pei was living on this mountain now. Even though they knew his location, it was still hard to find him because this mountain was too large. A few minutes later, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua found Dongfang Pei's body, which shocked them. He's dead. Who did it? Dongfang Ziyu was confused. Then she thought of the master that she just mentioned. Did the master with the object of magical power kill him? Wu Shunhua didn't believe in the master and magical power until he saw Dongfang Pei's dead body. Since he's already dead, we can directly bring his body home, Wu Shunhua said. Their aim was to punish Dongfang Pei. No matter who killed him, their task was fulfilled. Dongfang Ziyu took out a small bag and said something to it. Then Dongfang Pei's body disappeared in an instant and Dongfang Ziyu's hand was a Qingkuan bag, which had a similar function as Gu Ning's telepathic eye space, but was much smaller. Could only accommodate one person. The Qingkuan bag was a magic object of the Dongfang family, and they had only one of it. In the world of people who were practicing inner discipline, there were fewer than 10 Qingkuan bags. Only several dominant families or masters owned one. The Dongfang family was one of the 4 dominant families in their world, so they had one. I wish I could have a Qingkuan bag, Wu Shunhua said with envy, looking at the Qingkuan bag in Dongfang Ziyu's hand. Well, if you want to have it, you can challenge those masters when you reach the top level, Dongfang Ziyu said. It was the only way to get a Qingkuan bag. Actually, this Qingkuan bag didn't belong to her. Her family gave it to her to help her find Dongfang Pei. However, she made a promise to be a master one day, so that she could own a Qingkuan bag after defeating another master. Only the masters were qualified to own a Qingkuan bag, but others could challenge them and defeat them to grab it away from them. It wasn't easy to guard the Qingkuan bag. Of course I want to do that, but I'm inferior to you, let alone those masters, Wu Shunhua said without confidence. Look at you. Couldn't you work for it? If you lose hope for yourself and give up right now, don't tell others that you're my older cousin anymore. I feel embarrassed for you. Dongfang Ziyu snapped at him. Alright, don't be so mad at me. I will do my best, Wu Shunhua said to please Dongfang Ziyu at once. Fine, let's go back now. Dongfang Ziyu was unwilling to waste time on arguments. Since she couldn't sense the magical power and had found Dongfang Pei's body now, she should go back home. Because Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked away, they failed to hear their discussion. After a short while, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had almost reached the bottom of the valley. From its edge to the bottom there was a small road. In fact, the road wasn't a real road, instead it was a narrow passage which wasn't too rugged and led the way down to the bottom. When they came to the bottom of the valley by the pond, Gu Ning didn't immediately take action on what she was going to do, but looked at Leng Xiaoting with a serious face. Xiaoting, there is something I need to tell you. What is it? Leng Xiaoting got nervous hearing that. I understand that you're confused about the reason why I came down here. You've been through many unusual things with me during the past months, but you never asked me about them because you respect me. At the beginning, I had no intention to tell you many details, because it's very hard to explain it. After meeting members of the evil practice, I guess you're accepting the fact that there are many unbelievable creatures in this world. So now I'm going to tell you a big secret about me. Gu Ning said. She spread out her palm, but there was nothing on it. However, the next second, the handgun Leng Xiaoting gave her appeared, which shocked him. How is it possible? Gu Ning didn't answer his question, but made the handgun disappear in an instant. A jade raw material replaced the handgun on Gu Ning's palm. Well, this isn't a magic skill, but I have an invisible space with me. Can accommodate many things. As long as I touch something and use my mind to control it, it will be put into that space. Those jade raw materials I bought yesterday were put into it as well. I have no other way to move them back.
Gu Ning explained.
Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting rounded his eyes in shock. An invisible space? She can put so many jade raw materials into that invisible space? Although Leng Xiaoting was greatly surprised, it wasn't so hard for him to accept it after meeting members of the evil practice. Gu Ning continued. The space is called the telepathic eye space because it's in my eyes. My sight is also much better than ordinary people. Most importantly, I have a pair of X-ray jade eyes, which helps me win the gambling competition every time. What? A pair of X-ray jade eyes? Leng Xiaoting was shocked again, but then soon understood why Gu Ning was able to cut out jade every time. After a long while, Leng Xiaoting asked, "Why are you telling me this shocking secret about you right now?" He didn't think that Gu Ning should let another person know about it. "Because I trust you," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting felt touched and hugged Gu Ning at once. "Ning, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. Please make a promise that you won't tell another person either, or you'll be in a very dangerous situation." Leng Xiaoting knew how greedy people could be. If other people found out about her jade eyes, they would do everything to take advantage of her. "Of course I won't," Gu Ning said. "Xiaoting, I came down here because I saw that there are many good jade raw materials in the pond." "Great, we can get them." Leng Xiaoting supported Gu Ning in whatever she wanted to do. Gu Ning took out 2 wetsuits from the telepathic eye space. "Let's put it on. Don't wet our clothes." Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting was still surprised. It was so unreal. "Thanks." Leng Xiaoting was about to take off his clothing. "Wait a second." Gu Ning stopped him, then took out a tent from the telepathic eye space. "Let's change in the tent." "Sure." Leng Xiaoting said that Ji Ning put the tent on the ground and got into it along with Leng Xiaoting. Seeing that Gu Ning was only in her underwear before him, Leng Xiaoting felt slightly aroused, so he turned his head away, in case he lost control of himself. Gu Ning ignored his reaction and put the wetsuit on as soon as possible. Leng Xiaoting also changed his clothing, before they walked out together. In fact, there was no need for Leng Xiaoting to get into the water, because only Gu Ning knew which jade raw material had jade inside beneath the pond. However, Gu Ning understood that Leng Xiaoting wouldn't allow her to dive alone because he was worried about her safety. They wouldn't stay in the water for too long, so Gu Ning wasn't worried about Leng Xiaoting's swimming skills. Because Gu Ning had magical power to protect herself, she was able to talk in the water, but Leng Xiaoting couldn't. Although he was good at swimming, his life would be in danger if he couldn't breathe for too long. Gu Ning put the tent into her telepathic eye space once she walked out of it with Leng Xiaoting. She didn't want anyone else to find them. They walked to the pond, then dived into it. She had checked this pond beforehand, and there were no dangerous creatures inside. When they got into the pond, the first thing that appeared in their sight was a layer of green. Leng Xiaoting gave Gu Ning a glance and asked her whether it was jade in silence. Gu Ning nodded and Leng Xiaoting swam over to pick the jade raw material up, then handed it to Gu Ning. It was as big as a football. According to the green on its surface, the jade in it had to be of the old pit glass type. Gu Ning put it into the telepathic eye space without delay. Although Leng Xiaoting knew little about jade, he was willing to help Gu Ning and stayed by her side. In the following minutes, Gu Ning quickly put all the jade raw materials with jade inside into the telepathic eye space. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the pond. "I barely helped you." Leng Xiaoting was a little upset and blamed himself. "It's fine. You're not a Superman after all, and I have a pair of jade eyes to help me. In addition, you can do many things that I can't," Gu Ning said to comfort him. It was true that Lung Xiaoting could do many things that she couldn't. In fact, she relied on Lung Xiaoting to help her with her business. Lung Xiaoting was outstanding because of his family background and his own ability, while Gu Ning could be strong due to her magical jade eyes. Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting was cheered up. When Gu Ning needed his help, he felt like he was useful. Gu Ning then took out the tent again, and they left the mountain after changing. It was almost 12 a.m. when Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting were finally back in the hotel. They went to have some night snacks before they went upstairs. However, the elevator stopped at the 3rd floor, and Shoyuta Minamino, Ayumi Yamaguchi, Chizuya along with Tang Yashin walked inside. Ayumi Yamaguchi was injured, but she was able to walk on her own after a good rest. There was a tea house, bar, and many other entertainment options on the 3rd floor, so they had some fun together. At this time they were about to go back to their rooms. Shoyuta Minamino and Ayumi Yamaguchi were annoyed the moment that they saw Gu Ning, but they could do nothing to her because she wasn't zibaying. Besides, they were afraid of Gu Ning's bodyguards. Tang Yashin felt utterly uncomfortable when she saw Gu Ning, so she moved her eyes away. Qi Ziyue, on the other hand, glanced at Gu Ning once in a while, which irritated Tang Yashin. Nevertheless, she couldn't vent her anger at him in public. Lung Xiaoting was also displeased, but did nothing. They stepped out of the elevator on the 12th floor, because all of them stayed in a presidential suite. They were all super rich, so they could afford the best. Luckily, Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting walked to the left side, while Qi Ziyue and the others walked to the right. Once Tang Yashin and Qi Ziyue were in their suite, Tang Yashin questioned him. Qi Ziyue, what do you mean? Why did you keep glancing at the girl named Gu Ning? Qi Ziyue was struck dumb for a second. He didn't realize that he couldn't help but pay attention to Gu Ning when she showed up. Even though he hated Tang Yashin's bad temper, he had to comfort Tang Yashin before he got what he wanted, so he explained at once, Yashin, it's a misunderstanding. I glanced at her because of the man beside her. I thought they looked familiar and I wondered who the man was. He has a natural air of nobility and power, so he couldn't be an ordinary man. You know how mad Shoyuta Minamino was today, and I'm afraid that he'll do something that might cause us trouble. It was a lie, but Qi Ziyue made it sound reasonable. Besides, he indeed believed that the man beside Gu Ning wasn't ordinary. Tang Yashin disliked Lung Xiaoting because of Gu Ning, but she had to admit that he looked like a noble man. Therefore, Tang Yashin believed the lie and asked, Really? Qi Ziyue hugged Tang Yashin at once. Of course. Do you think I'm interested in that young girl? She's too young and not attractive in my eyes. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. He lied again. In fact, Gu Ning was much prettier than Tang Yashin, but she was wearing casual wear today, so she looked less seductive than Tang Yashin. Either way, Gu Ning aroused Qi Ziyue's interest. He liked sexy Tang Yashin but wouldn't reject the pure Gu Ning. He had met so many hot women before, and found pure girls were the best now. Even if the man beside Gu Ning was her boyfriend, she couldn't have much sexual experience. Tang Yashin, on the other hand, had sex with countless men. Men weren't satisfied forever. Qi Ziyue began to caress Tang Yashin's body and nibble on all her sensitive areas. She was soon aroused and forgot to be mad at him. It was easy for them to settle a disagreement by having sex. It worked every time. Qi Ziyue smiled with pride as Tang Yashin moaned with pleasure when the foreplay began. Actually, Tang Yashin loved having sex with Qi Ziyue. She had slept with Qi Ziyue for so many years, but still couldn't get enough. Qi Ziyue was excellent at getting her sexually excited, so she was unwilling to leave him. Qi Ziyue used that to make Tang Yashin stay with him. If Tang Yashin lost interest in him, she would replace him with another man. She had no sense of loyalty after all. That being the case, Qi Ziyue had to do his best to keep her interested. Fortunately, they were about to be married soon, and it wasn't easy to get a divorce after that. Don't you're a bad man, Tang Yashin moaned. Do you like it? Qi Ziyue asked in a husky voice by Tang Yashin's ear. Yeah, I love it when you behave like a bad man. Great, I'll do my best to make you feel satisfied, Qi Ziyue said, and tore Tang Yashin's clothing apart. He pressed her against the sofa and became rough. After the foreplay, he penetrated her. Qi Ziyue moved fast and kept knocking against Tang Yixin's body. Tang Yixin enjoyed it very much, and kept moaning from the pleasure. They had varied postures in bed. Compared with them, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were much more gentle. At this time, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, and Ayumi Yamaguchi and Shoyuta Minamino were doing the same thing in their own rooms. Although Ayumi Yamaguchi was injured, it wouldn't affect much if the sex wasn't violent. All the bids would be revealed at 10 a.m. the next day. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting shared breakfast with Zi Beiing at 7 a.m. Gu Ning told Zi Beiing to enjoy herself for a while, before she left for the stone gambling street with Leng Xiaoting. Zi Beiing wasn't a kid, and she had 2 ace bodyguards to protect her, so Gu Ning wasn't worried about her safety. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to the square of the public jade bid at 9 a.m. It took about half an hour of driving from the stone gambling street to the public jade bid, so they went to have a seat in a restaurant since they had arrived early. There were many people on the square now, and those jewelry businessmen were busy talking with each other. About 9:30 a.m., Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the restaurant. The result of the bids would be revealed in the auction hall, so they entered the hall without delay. Groups of people gathered together and people laugh sometimes. The jade raw materials which were going to be shown today were stored in the official warehouse now. Nice to see you again, Miss Gu and Mr. Leng. Zhang Dequan greeted Gu Ning once she walked inside. Hi, Master Zhang. Gu Ning walked towards him. In addition to Zhang Dequan, Lu Weili, Qi Ziyue, Tang Yixin, and Shoyuta Minamino were also in the hall. The moment Gu Ning showed up, Lu Weili, Qi Ziyue and the others also noticed her. Because of Gu Ning's warning, Lu Weili didn't dare argue against her now, but he was still displeased. After all, no one else had ever threatened him like that before. Lu Weiwei, on the other hand, couldn't move her eyes away from Leng Xiaoting. When she was about to walk to Leng Xiaoting, Lu Weili stopped her. Weiwei, what are you trying to do? Lu Weili couldn't know Lu Weiwei better, and he understood that she was unwilling to give Leng Xiaoting up. Lu Weiwei turned around when her older brother called her. Thinking of Gu Ning's warning and her older brother's advice, Lu Weiwei stopped moving. She glanced at Gu Ning and felt quite jealous of her. She was anxious because she failed to figure out a way to get rid of Gu Ning so that she could seduce Leng Xiaoting. Qi Ziyue also looked to Gu Ning, but he paid more attention to his behavior this time, in case Tang Yixin got mad again. Tang Yixin showed dislike on her face towards Gu Ning, and soon turned her head aside. Although Tang Yixin was stunned by Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance, she still hated him because of Gu Ning. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting ignored all of their looks. They talked with Zhang Dequan for a while longer, before Zi Beiing and her 2 bodyguards arrived. Ayumi Yamaguchi and Shoyuta Minamino changed their expressions once Zi Beiing showed up. However, no matter how furious they were, they could do nothing about it right now. Zi Beiing walked towards Gu Ning at once and stood behind her. And Leng Xiaoting stayed beside Gu Ning the entire time. Some jewelry businessmen came to greet or chat with Gu Ning once in a while. After a short while, Gu Ning was surprised by 2 faces. They were Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua that she just saw at XX Mountain yesterday. They came to Burma not only to punish Dongfang Pei, but also to bring some high-quality jade back home. Jade was filled with magical power, which was good for their inner discipline. Moreover, the Dongfang family also owned a famous jewelry brand in the jewelry industry. Apart from the Dongfang family, the other 3 dominant families in their world also sent some people to attend this public jade bid. Nevertheless, normal human beings couldn't distinguish them from other people. They also sent many jade experts here to help them find good jade. The Dongfang family did the same thing. Actually, Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua came here mainly because of Dongfang Pei. After Dongfang Pei's death, they spent all their time and effort to find some good jade. Gu Ning didn't think further about their identities last night, but she knew that they weren't ordinary people. She could now observe them from a short distance, and sense something very similar to magical power from their bodies. Are they practicing their inner discipline too? Gu Ning thought that it was highly likely. Since she had that thought, she paid more attention to them. Dongfang Ziyu and Wu Shunhua soon felt that someone was looking at them, But when they looked around to find the person, the feeling was gone, which confused them. Is someone keeping an eye on us? Wu Shenhua asked. Well, there are so many people in this hall. It's not a big deal, Dongfang Ziyu said. The hostess stepped onto the stage at 10 a.m., and the hall fell into silence at once. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's meeting. It's time to reveal the result of yesterday's closed bids. Hearing that, people all took out their notes. They all wanted to see whether someone else would take away the jade raw material they wanted. The first one who handed in the bid list was Gu Ning. The first bidder was Miss Gu, the hostess announced. People who knew Gu Ning all turned to look at her with surprise. Those who didn't know her looked around for a while before they focused on the stage again. When the hostess read the first number of the jade raw material Gu Ning won, everyone was shocked because she offered a very high price. There was no doubt that she could win the jade raw material with such a high price. The hostess continued to read the following numbers of jade raw materials Gu Ning won. People under the stage were surprised again and again because Gu Ning offered a high price for every jade raw material. The hostess read over 30 numbers, and for each of them a high price was offered. People were astonished by Gu Ning's generosity and wealth. At the same time, they felt worried. The more jade raw materials Gu Ning won, the fewer they could get. Most importantly, all the raw materials that Gu Ning won had jade of high quality inside. Therefore, Gu Ning could make a fortune today. Those jewelry businessmen who were aware that Gu Ning was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry were totally amazed by her bold behavior. Gu Ning had won too many jade raw materials, so it took a long time for the hostess to finish reading. Gu Ning won 346 jade raw materials in all. About 146 of them were picked from the shops by Gu Ning, while the rest were chosen from the stands. There were a lot more jade raw materials on those stands, so Gu Ning chose more from them. In fact, it wasn't an uncommon thing to bid for over 100 jade raw materials, but the point was that she offered a high price for each of them. Luckily, Gu Ning was rich enough to afford the bill. She also had the help of her jade eyes, so she could make a lot of money with those jade raw materials. Uncle, we've bid for several of the same jade raw materials as Miss Gu. Given her ability, it's highly possible that they have jade inside. In that case, we must have lost several pieces of high-quality jade. Zhang Binxing said worriedly. No way. Zhang Dequan said. He was unwilling to accept the fact, but it was the rule that the jade raw materials would be sold to the highest bidder, so he could do nothing about it. Zhang Binxing sighed with a resigned look. I don't think she can cut out jade from every jade raw material she wins. She might lose a fortune. Lu Weiwei cursed Gu Ning after hearing Zhang Binxing's conversation with Zhang Dequan. She didn't believe that Gu Ning had the ability to cut out jade every time. Weiwei, shut up. Lu Weili snapped at her. Although he had the same hope, he understood that it wasn't appropriate to say it out loud. He refused to believe that Gu Ning was so excellent at stone gambling, but he had to take it seriously since Zhang Dequan approved of her. The Lu family had also bid for many of the same jade raw materials as Gu Ning, and they were upset too. They had chosen them after careful observation, so they were confident that they could cut out jade. If there was indeed jade inside, it would be a crying shame that they lost those jade raw materials to Gu Ning, but no matter how disappointed they were, they had to accept the result. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting heard what Lu Weiwei said, but they ignored her because it wasn't going to happen. It was not only Lu Weiwei. Many other people also hoped that Gu Ning would lose a fortune. Tang Yexin was included, because she hated Gu Ning no less than Lu Weiwei did. After Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting was the second bidder. When the hostess said Leng Xiaoting's name, Qi Ziyu and Tang Yexin were shocked and turned to look at him. Although they hadn't met Leng Xiaoting before, they had heard of his name. He was the well-known eldest grandson of Master Long, and the youngest major general in history. Nobody in the high society of the capital hadn't heard of his name as well as his achievements. However, not many of them were able to see him in real life, because Leng Xiaoting always stayed in the army. Qi Ziyuan knew that Leng Xiaoting couldn't be an ordinary person, but his real identity still amazed him. Tang Yexin was jealous of Gu Ning after knowing Leng Xiaoting's family background. She couldn't help but admire Leng Xiaoting now. Lung Xiaoting was her idol ever since she learned of his achievements, but she never had a chance to meet him before. To her surprise, she met him right now, but he was with the girl she hated the most. Qi Ziyue didn't notice Tang Yixin's reaction, or he would have felt uncomfortable. Gu Ning and Ling Xiaoting sensed Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin's looks, but they didn't care about them. Lung Xiaoting won 321 jade raw materials in all. It was a little less than Gu Ning's. That being the case, many other people lost jade raw materials with jade of high quality inside. Ling Xiaoting indeed won many jade raw materials from other people's hands, however, because Lung Xiaoting bid the same way as Gu Ning. Many people turned to look at him because he stood right beside Gu Ning. They believed that he must be Lung Xiaoting. Some people thought that he might have bid on behalf of Gu Ning. Lu Weiwei and Tang Yixin had the same idea, so they felt utterly uncomfortable, like Lung Xiaoting had disappointed them. They were jealous of Gu Ning, so they disliked everything Lung Xiaoting did for her. "What's wrong?" Qi Ziyue asked Tang Yixin. "Nothing, I just think the girl named Gu Ning could lose a lot of money if there isn't jade in the jade raw materials that she won," Tang Yixin said. Hearing that, Qi Ziyue said nothing. He also hoped that Gu Ning could lose money in business. "I don't think she can make money by doing this," Ayumi Yamaguchi said. Although Zi Beiying was the one who had offended her, Gu Ning was Zi Beiying's friend, so she hated Gu Ning as well. Saying that, she gave Zi Beiying and Gu Ning a hostile glare. Zi Beiying turned to look at her at once, and showed obvious disdain. She wasn't afraid of Ayumi Yamaguchi at all. Ayumi Yamaguchi was furious when Zi Beiying gave her a provocative smile. She couldn't wait to tear Zi Beiying to pieces. "Ayumi, don't worry. I promise that I'll pay her back for you," Shoyuta Minamino said to comfort Ayumi Yamaguchi. The hatred he held for Zi Beiying deepened. Tomorrow was the last lady of the public jade bid, so he had to figure out a way to get revenge on her before that. He wished that they were in Countryar right now so that he could easily punish Zi Beiying. Although Shoyuta Minamino had failed once, he didn't think that his dirty trick was already exposed, and he kept sending other people to follow Zi Beiying. Zi Beiying and her bodyguards were clearly aware of it, but they were waiting for a good opportunity to solve this problem. She wasn't a weak girl and even got excited about it. Qi Ziyue and Tang Yixin had no intention to get involved in this mess. It took a long time for the hostess to finish reading the numbers of the jade raw materials that Lung Xiaoting won. The Zhang family and the Lu family had bid for many of the same jade raw materials as Lung Xiaoting, and they felt quite disappointed. After the result was revealed, they could go to move the jade raw materials. There were two ways to deal with the jade raw materials. One was to move them back home, and the other was to cut the jade out and sell the jade. The host of the public jade bid would arrange trucks to help them move the jade raw materials back home. It wasn't convenient for Gu Ning to put them into the telepathic eye space now. If she wanted to cut jade out of them, she could sell the jade at the auction that afternoon. If she wanted to bring the jade away, she had to finish the legal procedures. There was a lot of jade in the jade raw materials, so Gu Ning decided to move it back to Citytung first. It only took 2 hours of driving from Yangon to Citytung. Gu Ning wasn't interested in other people's results. She simply wanted to join the auction which would be held tomorrow. Therefore, Gu Ning excused herself from Zi Beiying, then went to pick up her jade raw materials. Seeing Gu Ning walking away, Zhang Dequan knew that she was going to move the jade raw materials back to Citytung. Nobody was willing to leave so many valuable jade raw materials in the warehouse. Gu Ning borrowed a large truck because she had too many jade raw materials. She checked them before the truck was loaded, and none of them had been replaced. No one knew whether there was jade in them, so nobody had replaced any of them. Although the public jade bid was held by the government of Burma, it didn't mean that it was totally fair and honest. After all, many people were jealous of Gu Ning. About an hour later, Gu Ning and the others left for Citytung. She called Zheng Peng on the way and told him to prepare a truck at the border. 2 hours later, the truck left Burma. Zheng Peng and 2 staff members were already waiting for them. They knew that Gu Ning would bring a lot of jade raw materials back, but they were still amazed by the amount. Zheng Peng knew that there must be many pieces of jade in those jade raw materials. After moving the jade raw materials onto the truck arranged by Zheng Peng, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting followed him back to Citytung. Gu Ning stayed in the warehouse for a few minutes, then went back to Burma with Leng Xiaoting. It took a long time for the hostess to finish reading the list of jade raw materials that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting won, while others only won dozens of jade raw materials. When it was about 1 p.m., the hostess finally finished reading all the numbers. The Zhang family won about 20 jade raw materials, including some that Gu Ning left for them. The Liu family won the same amount of jade raw materials, but there were only a few pieces of low-quality jade in them. The Zhang family and the Liu family mainly came to strike up a relationship with their potential clients and partners in business, so they didn't care much about the results. Zhao Yefeng won 10 jade raw materials in all, and 5 of them had jade inside. All of them chose to send their jade raw materials back, while they would stay in Burma for the next day's auction. At 2 p.m., some people began to cut jade out of their jade raw materials, but there wasn't much jade of high quality. That being the case, people began to bid crazily for a violet jade once it was cut out. Zi Beiying came there for fun, but she couldn't sit still when Ayumi Yamaguchi joined the auction. Dongfang Ziyu was also competing for the violet jade. The violet jade was covered in dense magical power, but she couldn't absorb it with her eyes like Gu Ning usually did, so she had to buy it. After absorbing the magical power, she could make jewelry with it and sell it. The violet jade was the size of half a football, and someone offered $1 million for it at the very beginning. $1.5 million, Ayumi Yamaguchi said. $1.6 million, Zi Beiying said. $1.7 million, Dongfang Ziyu said. As the price of the violet jade went up, more and more people stopped bidding for it. In the end, only Ayumi Yamaguchi, Zi Beiying and Dongfang Ziyu were still bidding for it. $5 million, Ayumi Yamaguchi said. Although it wasn't the highest price the violet jade could reach, it was almost there. If the price went higher, it wouldn't be a profitable deal. $5.1 million, Zi Beiying said. She was challenging Ayumi Yamaguchi. Zi Beiying enjoyed it when Ayumi Yamaguchi was mad at her. She didn't lack money at all. If the price was too high, she would probably quit. $5.2 million, Dongfang Ziyu said. Ayumi Yamaguchi and Zi Beiying were competing against one another, but Dongfang Ziyu really wanted the jade. Dongfang Ziyu knew that they were enemies, but couldn't stop them from raising the price. $5.3 million, Ayumi Yamaguchi said. $5.4 million, Zi Beiying said. Dongfang Ziyu stopped bidding this time. She didn't give up but wanted to see how high the price was reaching. She was unwilling to waste too much money on it. $5.5 million, Ayumi Yamaguchi said. $5.6 million, Zi Beiying said. $6 million, Ayumi Yamaguchi said. $6.2 million, Zi Beiying said. $7 million. Ayumi Yamaguchi lost her patience. Well, fine, it's yours. Zi Beiying decided to quit. She didn't think it was embarrassing because the jade wasn't worth that amount of money in any case. Ayumi Yamaguchi paid $7 million for it in the end, which wasn't a profitable deal. Ayumi Yamaguchi was furious, but she still laughed at Zi Beiying. You simply can't afford it. She didn't lack money either. $7.2 million. Dongfang Ziyu interrupted them. Hearing that, Zi Beiying was surprised and looked at Dongfang Ziyu. She thought that Ayumi Yamaguchi was stupid to pay so much money for a piece of jade, but didn't expect that there would be another person willing to pay a higher price for it. $7.3 million, Ayumi Yamaguchi said without thinking further. $7.4 million, Dongfang Ziyu said with determination. Ayumi Yamaguchi opened her mouth but said nothing. She knew that it was meaningless to raise the price now. She competed against Zi Beiying not because she liked jade. In fact, compared with jade, she liked diamonds more. She bid for the jade only because Shoyuta Minamino wanted it. Shoyuta Minamino had told her that the jade was worth only $6 million. If the price was higher than $6 million, she could give it up. She didn't do that because Zi Beiying was unwilling to quit. Since Zi Beiying already quit now, there was no need for Ayumi Yamaguchi to compete for it. Ayumi Yamaguchi looked to Shoyuta Minamino for his opinion. And Shoyuta Minamino shook his head, so Ayumi Yamaguchi stopped bidding. As a result, Dongfang Ziyu paid $7.4 million for the violet jade. Miss Yamaguchi, since you're interested in the jade, why didn't you keep on bidding for it? Zi Bang crossed her arms on her chest, looking at Ayumi Yamaguchi with arrogance. It's none of your business, Ayumi Yamaguchi said in anger. Fine. Zi Bang shrugged. Within a short time, another jade of the Confederate rose type was cut out. Zi Bang stared at Ayumi Yamaguchi with a fake smile on her face. It was obvious that she would compete against her once more if she joined in the bid. Although this jade wasn't as valuable as the violet jade, it was covered in magical power too. So Dongfang Ziyu focused on it as well. However, as long as Zi Bang and Ayumi Yamaguchi joined in the bid, its price would definitely be absurdly high. Shoyuta Minamino was also aware of this problem, so he bid for the jade this time. Nevertheless, it made no difference in Zi Bang's eyes. She wouldn't stop competing against them anyway. Shoyuta Minamino was mad, but couldn't do anything about it. In the end, Dongfang Ziyu got the jade of the Confederate rose type at a very high price. Shoyuta Minamino had to give up again. Dongfang Ziyu hated to see them, because they showed up wherever a piece of jade was cut out. Ziyu, they're so terrible, Wu Shunhua complained. He didn't say it loudly but in a low voice. Dongfang Ziyu disliked their behavior, but she had to accept it because she really needed jade with magical power. Because most jade raw materials with jade of high quality were taken by Gu Ning, there were only a few pieces with good jade left. Dongfang Ziyu wouldn't buy jade of low quality, because the magical power was weak around it. If it was possible, Dongfang Ziyu would prefer to buy jade of the highest level. Shoyuta Minamino, however, didn't have a high standard for the jade. Chi Ziyue and Tang Yixin didn't follow Shoyuta Minamino around the hall, because they didn't want to compete against him. That would damage their relationship. After a while, Zi Bang lost interest and went back to the hotel for a rest. Once she was gone, Dongfang Ziyu felt relieved. Without their cutthroat competition, she could pay less for the jade. Shoyuta Minamino was also relaxed. She's so hateful, Ayumi Yamaguchi said to Zi Bang's back. Ayumi, I promise I'll teach her a lesson, Shoyuta Minamino said to comfort her. But he already said that countless times without actually doing something about it. Ayumi Yamaguchi had enough of it, so she vented with anger at Shoyuta Minamino. How? They're so good at fighting, and the public jade bid will be over tomorrow. We probably won't see them again. Shoyuta Minamino didn't know what to say because it was the truth. Shoyuta, I understand you want to pay her back for me, but don't say that again before you really take action, Ayumi Yamaguchi said. All right. Shoyuta Minamino understood that Ayumi Yamaguchi was in a bad mood. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got back into Burma, it was already 5 p.m., so they directly went back to the hotel. Gu Ning contacted Zi Bang on the way, and found out that she was in the hotel at that moment. Since they were all in the hotel, they decided to gather together for dinner that evening. At 6 p.m., they went downstairs to the dining hall. Gu Ning, when will you go back home? Zi Bang asked Gu Ning. When the public jade bid is over tomorrow, Gu Ning said. Will you fly back to City B? Zi Bang asked. Nope, I'll go to Citytung first, then fly to the capital the next day. After that I'll go back to City B, Gu Ning said. I'll go with you. Zi Bang got excited. I want to have fun in the capital too. Sure, but I don't promise that I'll be able to tour with you by then, Gu Ning said. It's not a big deal. I have friends in the capital too, and I can take good care of myself. We can share a meal together when you're free, Zi Bang said. Great, Gu Ning said. She also wanted to spend more private time with Leng Xiaoting. During the dinner, Gu Ning received a call from a stranger, which she answered. Hi, who's this? Gu Ning asked. Hi, Miss Gu, I'm Mu Xuxin, and I'm so sorry to bother you now, but I have no choice. Mu Xuxin apologized to her the moment Gu Ning answered his call. Mu Xuxin had lain in bed for a couple of days before he had gotten better. It was hard for him to accept the fact that his biological son had schemed against him. During these days, the Mu family was in a big crisis, and his company could barely stay afloat. Mu Xuxin always wanted to find Mu Yi and tell him to stop, but he failed to find him. He had no idea where Mu Yi lived or worked. Therefore, he contacted Gu Ning. Gu Ning was surprised to hear from Mu Xuxin. "May I help, Mr. Mu?" Gu Ning was polite. In fact, she clearly knew why Mu Xuxin called her. It must be because of K. "Well, I need to talk to Mu Yi right now, but he's nowhere to be found. Can you please help me?" Mu Xuxin asked. He didn't know whether Gu Ning was aware of Mu Ye's grudge against the Mu family, so he didn't mention it. "I'm sorry that I can't make the decision for him, but I can help you by asking for his opinion," Gu Ning said. If K was willing to give Mu Xuxin his phone number, it would be fine. Well, Mu Xuxin understood that Mu Yi would refuse to meet him. However, he was unwilling to give up. "Great. Thank you so much, Miss Gu." Although it was meaningless to talk to Mu Yi now, Mu Xuxin still struggled. He thought that Mu Yi might stop attacking him if he begged him. Mu Xuxin loved money more than anything else, and he was willing to do anything to save his company. He was reluctant to lose his luxurious life. After hanging up the call with Mu Xuxin, Gu Ning called K. Obviously, K was unwilling to meet Mu Xuxin, and he also apologized to Gu Ning for bothering her. Gu Ning didn't actually mind it. Since K wasn't willing to do it, she didn't insist, and she asked him about the game company. K told her that he hadn't heard any information from the official department yet. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting said to Gu Ning, "Ning Ning, do you need my help?" "Sure, K just made a game, and we registered a game company named High Speed Tech. Once the official department gives us the business license, we can release it," Gu Ning said. "K? A game company? Is he the famous hacker K?" Zi Bang joined their discussion. Although K was just a title, Zi Bang thought of the hacker K when they talked about computer programs. Nobody in the internet industry used the same title as K. "Yeah, you're right," Gu Ning said. "Do you know him?" "Not really, we just met once before," Zi Bang said. "He helped us with the system of my family's house." "What, is he working for you now?" It wasn't easy to hire K. He was a handsome young man, but unfortunately he had to spend most of his life in a wheelchair. "Yes," Gu Ning answered. "Jesus, it's so unbelievable. With K's help, nobody would dare to attack the computer system of your company," Zi Bang exclaimed. It was the truth. In an era of technology, the computer system of a company was very important. Moreover, with K's help, Gu Ning was able to find any confidential secrets she wanted to know. K was also good at making money for her. Once the game company was established, they could make tons of money every day. After that, Gu Ning called Mu Xuxin. She told him that Mu Yi didn't want to meet with him. It wasn't a surprising answer, but Mu Xuxin still felt disappointed. "Miss Gu, would you please help me by stopping Mu Yi from attacking my business? I know I've hurt him deeply, but I've learned my lesson." Mu Xuxin turned to Gu Ning for help. "Mr. Mu, I'm just an outsider. I have no right to interfere in your family affairs," Gu Ning said. "Miss Gu." Mu Xuxin understood that Gu Ning was unwilling to help him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, but I have to go." Gu Ning interrupted him and ended the call. Ever since she found out about K's relationship with Mu Xuxin, she didn't have a good impression of the Mu family. Besides, because of what Mu Wenqi did, she hated them. She would punish Mu Xuxin if K didn't do it. Therefore, she had no sympathy for the Mu family. Mu Xuxin deserved it. Mu Xuxin felt cornered now. He had stayed in the capital for many days now, and he had to go back to City B to manage his company. After dinner, Zi Bang left before Gu Ning, and Leng Xiaoting to leave them some private time and space. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting then went to have a walk. When they walked through the hall, they heard people talking about them. "Look at the young man and the girl over there. They won over 600 jade raw materials. Aren't they afraid to lose money? I heard that President Ma had made many of the same bids as them, which means there could be jade in most of the jade raw materials that they won. Even if you don't believe them, you should believe in President Ma's ability." President Ma's full name was Ma Jingshan, and he was the vice president of the Jade Association in County Ain, Province Yun, where jade raw materials were abundant. The Ma family was the largest jade raw material provider in County Ain, and its business had a similar size as well as assets as the three biggest jade raw material providers in City Tung. However, Ma Jingshan held a higher social status than Zhang Dequan. Ma Jingshan was the well-known king of stone gambling in the jade industry of Province Yun, because he was able to cut jade out of most of the jade raw materials he picked. Once Tang Aining appeared, people were distracted by her, and gave her the title of Queen of Jade. Nevertheless, Tang Aining seldom showed up in public, so many people hadn't seen her in real life before. They thought that Tang Aining would attend this public jade bid in Burma, but she didn't show up. Actually, she did show up, but as Gu Ning. Gu Ning hadn't heard of the President Ma before, but he sounded like an important figure. After hearing their discussion, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting left the hotel, but they kept on talking about them. What? Do you mean that there is a lot of jade in the jade raw materials they won? I think it's highly possible, and they could win a fortune. Hearing that, others all agreed. At this time, Ma Jingshan was dining with some familiar jewelry businessmen, and they talked about the jade bid too. Ma Jingshan was 55 this year, but was still full of energy. Well, I actually also hoped to meet the Queen of Jade today, but I didn't see her. Ma Jingshan was very disappointed. He wasn't jealous of Tang Aining at all. On the contrary, he admired her. When the person was far better than you could only admire him or her. Tang Aining was an unusually talented gambler, and Ma Jingshan simply relied on his luck. Compared with common people, he was excellent, but he was barely comparable to Gu Ning. Since Tang Aining is good at stone gambling, she should come today, someone said. If she really comes, I don't think we have a chance to win good jade raw materials. Right, I think she better not come, haha. Many people agreed. Although they also ached to meet the legendary Queen of Jade, they preferred to buy more jade raw materials with jade of high quality inside. They couldn't figure out her skills of stone gambling, but it was true that she was much better than them. Actually, even if Tang Aining was absent, it still wasn't very likely for them to find good jade raw materials. Oh, I noticed a girl named Gu Ning, who won many jade raw materials, and she bid a high price for each of them. It's probably a coincidence. They all believed that it was a coincidence, but Ma Jingshan had a different idea. He was curious about Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. Ma Jingshan didn't think that Gu Ning was able to pay for so many jade raw materials, because she was too young. I'm curious to know how many pieces of jade can be cut out of the pile of jade raw materials Gu Ning just won. No matter what, it's impossible for her to lose money. Right. Even though they didn't believe in Gu Ning's ability, they believed Ma Jingshan's choices.